Percy Jackson, the god of magic. Synopsis. One moment I was dying on a really uncomfortable hospital bed and the next, well, I'm alive, though this time, I'm not even human anymore, but who cares? If you want to read ahead. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. 1. Chapter 1. My name is Adam Aragon, and I died. When I died during my last moments, I didn't pray to any godly figure or whatever mumbo-jumbo controls the universe to resurrect me, and besides, it wasn't like I expected it either. My death was quite common, no truck like in most animes or novels, obviously no saving anyone just because I saw them once. My final moment was just a boom, 1 second I was there and the next I was dead, so a pretty common death, well, pretty common for my condition anyways, a ruthless heart attack that ended my short run. The point is that since I was a child, I always knew I was going to die young. Living in the hospital most of your life to prolong a pitiful painful existence makes your destiny clear from a young age. But even with a life filled with crappy parents and a good chunk of medical experiments, I couldn't complain. Well, I could, but that ain't gonna solve shit, so I didn't have any regrets in the end, and with that resolve, when I felt my life fading away, I welcomed the eternal embrace of the sweet darkness of death with my open arms, or at least that's what I thought so. You see, instead of dying like I expected, something strange happened. One moment I stopped breathing, and the next I felt like I was being crushed or rather squeezed, and the first thing that went through my head was that this couldn't be normal, but, then again it's not like I was an expert on dying, this was, after all, my first time dying, so maybe this was what it felt like to die? Leto. You must push. A not at all familiar voice said with concern, leaving me to wonder for a second what did she meant by push. Fuck. It took me 2 seconds to realize what was happening. Not only had I died, but I was now being reincarnated, and while many would surely freak out about the fact of being a newborn, I was intrigued. Not like my panic could do much right now besides making people believe I am throwing a tantrum. Oh well, if God wants to screw with me being a baby, at least I ask to be healthy. I do not want to be a sick kid again. And who knows, maybe this time I'll have parents who are present in my life. It'll be interesting to experience that. It took my new mother 8 hours to push me out and 2 to get rid of me. That's a personal best. Maybe next time I reincarnate, I can be an abortion and break my record. Anywho, at least I know her name, which gives me some clues as to who am I. Leto was her name, meaning I was Greek. I wonder if I have to fill in some stereotypes now. Maybe my new name can be Stelio. Stelio Kontos, Stelio, haha, it would be hilarious. I would have my own theme song. Anywho, without a mother or a father, I was left in a very creepy Catholic orphanage, so the odds of getting molested are very high, so, at least one thing is for sure, from this point on, life will only go upwards. 10 years later. I gotta stop saying shit. Maybe I'll have parents, life can only get better, it's like the universe likes to fuck with me. I mean, besides the fact I am very healthy now, which if the power that reincarnated me is reading my inner thoughts I must say thank you, everything else is crap. Not only was I abandoned, which I wouldn't really care much for it. If it wasn't for the fact where my mother dropped me, aka molesting town, which I had escaped a year ago. You know, it's surprisingly easy to survive on the streets as a kid with the brains of an adult. Anywho, not only I was abandoned, but apparently I was an idiot now. Like I know I wasn't a genius before, but fuck cocking damn it, I can't even read now. Like it takes me a load of time to read something, and to top that shit, I have the attention span of a brainless fly. Literally, I can't keep my head on one task for more than 2 seconds. Let's see the pros and cons. Oh yeah, the pros and cons. Something I would do daily to keep my upbeat attitude, which I am not going to lie was getting harder and harder by the second. I am healthy, but apparently I am an idiot now. My attention span is very short, and I might have dyslexia, and I live in a dumpster so. Meh, fuck it, still beats being sick with money. What can I say? I am easy to please, and risking my life getting worse, I will say, things can only get better from now on. 1 year later. Ha 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 god fucking damn it, I teased the Murphy Law with my positivity, and the universe winked at me and slapped my A, and the worst part was that I didn't even see that shit coming. I mean, not like it came. One day I was reading about Greek mythology in the library nearby the park I was living in, trying to understand more about my people, cause I am Greek now, and the next thing I know is that a big ass monster is chasing me. Hooray. The monster looked like something straight out of a Greek book. I can see a pattern there. Don't run, little demigod, let me bite your head off. And, that answers my question. Alright, you won, Mr. Universe, you can take you metaphorical dick out of me now. Thank you. I rather not, besides I am not a balanced dinner. I shouted at the monster as I ran like an Olympic athlete. Don't judge me for that pun, I might die soon. It took me 8 hours and 10 minutes to lose the monster. Apparently, if you smell like shit, they can't chase you, so I jumped into the sewers and hid, and while I meditated about what had just happened, and how to deal with it, I started to cry, not out of fear, but out of stress. So far everything life had thrown at me was easy to solve, but monsters? At least now I know why my mother wasn't in the picture. Olympian rules. Oh, right, many might be wondering how did I come to that conclusion. Well, the answer is quite simple, it was thanks to the monster, and before I hear the cosmos say day, it wasn't just because he called me a demigod, that was just a part of it, adding the fact I have severe dyslexia, ADHD, and somehow I ran for hours even though I live on the streets and my nutrition is not exactly good, made the answer simple. I was a demigod, but not in any world, I was one on the world of Percy Jackson. I know many in my position would be elated to have this opportunity to have untold power at the tips of their hands, but not me. I didn't want to be a half-blood. Being a half-blood is dangerous. It's scary. Most of the time, it gets you killed in very painful, nasty ways. I already had a crappy life, I don't want another, I don't need a pair. Alright, I sighed with a smile on my face, the time for whining is up, now it's time to find solutions, but nonetheless, I was going to make this second chance at life worth it. 2. Chapter 2. After my horrifying and quite scarring experience with the Greek monstrosity that chased me 3 weeks ago, I decided to stay in the sewers as my new home. The smell was optimal to keep the monsters away and would keep me safe, at least, until I had an optimal way to protect myself, and to be honest it wasn't that bad. The place stank and it was almost impossible to sleep with the sounds, but I didn't have any monsters trying to eat me, so for the moment, the sewers were a 5-star hotel to a lonely demigod like me, when it came to protection that is. Though, if I really wanted to improve my current lifestyle, I could probably go to the half-blood camp, there I would be relatively safe, but I would be trapped forever unless I had a quest that require my assistance, and to be honest I wasn't about giving up my freedom that easily, not now that I could finally enjoy it with a healthy body, so I had to learn how to fight, or at least avoid the monster is a most efficient way. Let's see Adam, I said to myself, as I sat in the cleanest corner of the sewer, which I had cleaned up in order to have a place sleep. One thing was being in there, and the other was letting the place get to you. You are the son of a Titaness, which according to the books I managed to read before Ugly tried to eat me is a very good shot with the bow, only surpassed by her Olympian children. I hummed, perhaps I'm a good shot too. But for me to test that one, I needed a bow, and considering that the chances of one falling into my sewer house were very slim if not non-existent, I had no other choice but to steal one, which considering all the shit I had done since I escaped the orphanage, was in the okay lines for me. Maybe Walmart has some bows. Well, that's a task for tomorrow. Right now is time to sleep. It would be cool to be a good shot with the bow, though I am pretty sure normal arrows are like Nerf darts to the monsters that want to eat me. Oh well, one problem at a time, I yawned, as I closed my eyes trying to get some sleep. The next morning, I woke up as if I had slept near a pile of shit. Horrible, but I had no time to waste on self-pity. Now it was time to steal a bow and see what kind of powers my horrible mother had given me. As I stretched out, something caught my attention. A book that I had never seen before was on top of my food box. Normally this wouldn't bother me, God knows I need something to read or look at down here, but it was more than obvious that this book was not normal. Why? Well, because it was floating a few centimeters on top of my food box. Hey, I had two options, run and never come back, or take the book, and considering it was nearly impossible for my situation to get any, haha, you almost got me there universe, but I will not fall again to your might. Anywho, I had two options, running or grabbing it. What that hell, let's see, I chuckled grabbing the book, wondering what did it contain. Was it perhaps a gift from my very terrible mother, or another creature in this world? Breathing in anticipation, I opened the book, full of curiosity and wonder, and to my surprise as soon as I opened said book a multicolor beam of energy came out slamming me against the wall like a rat. Well this is new, I said in pain, as I stood on the floor, looking at the book lying in the opposite corner of my room, wide open, tempting me to read it. Fuck it, I'm going to read it, I said with determination. No book was going to tease me and get away with it. Grabbing a stick I took a deep breath as I approached the book carefully, and without touching it I read the first thing my eyes saw, Eta Ivel. The fuck is that? Taking the book I continued to read what followed after that. Eta Ivel equals it allows the caster to fly for long periods of time. To use this spell you must first visualize an image of you flying, then you must concentrate on the words as you visualize the action you want to obtain. A book of spells? Isn't that more along the lines of Hecate's realm? Oh well, it's worth a shot. God knows magic beats the bow and arrows. Alright, first step, visualize. I can do that. I focused on imagining myself in the skies, feeling the clouds on my fingers, the air on my face. This was easy. When you live in a clinic for more than a decade, things like imagining become second nature to you. Now I have to cast the spell while visualizing it. Eta Ivel. Sure enough, I found myself floating above the ground. Yes, the power is mine. Fear me world. I laughed like an evil wizard that was about to take over the world until my head slammed against the ceiling. I might have the power to fly now, but I sure didn't know how to control it. Alright, new mission, fuck the bow and arrow, let's learn this shit. I was happy, not gonna lie, whoever sent me this, it's my favorite person in the world right now. Be careful Hecate, I'ma steal your thunder. Artemis POV. Mother had called me 2 years ago to ask me for a favor, to pick up a demigod from a Catholic orphanage in Florida. At first, I was not very happy to help, but if Mother had asked, it was because it was important. But regardless of my personal hate for men, Mother never asked for anything so I obliged. Besides, I thought it would be easy to find him, but 2 years later, nothing happened. Maybe he had already died? Dying young as a demigod is quite common. It was either that or admit that as the goddess of the hunt, my target my prey had escaped, which was not possible. It seems that unfortunately, I will have to inform Mother, the demigod she wanted to save has died. I sighed. It was a boy, so it was to be expected, Phoebe added with a yawn. Hold thy tongue, Zoe hissed at Phoebe, a man or not, it was our mission, and we hath failed our lady. It's all right Zoe, there is nothing we could have done, monsters probably got to him first, I stated, finishing the conversation before it escalated. 3. Chapter 3. Do you believe in magic? As a child with an endless supply of money, I went to various circuses where I saw the so-called magicians perform tricks and entertain the crowd with their antics, pulling a rabbit out of their hats, or making something disappear. I knew that they weren't real, that their magic was nothing but a very good set of skillful manipulations of the crowd and their incredibly helpful props. Wands turning into bouquets of flowers, people being cut in two and even young women levitating over the tables without any visible support. All these things were very fun to watch, but in the end, you knew that they weren't real and there always was a rational explanation to them, no matter if you knew it or not. I didn't believe in magic, at the time, then I died, and woke up in a new world, with the Titaness for a mother and power in my hands beyond my comprehension, and let me tell you, it feels good. Before the book, everything seemed surreal, almost like a dream, one that I was happy to have no matter how crappy my life was. If only those with a healthy body knew how fucking good it feels to be healthy. Then again, I'm a demigod, so perhaps my body is extra healthy? Alright, I am getting out of track. The point is, before this book, it was like I was swimming through the motions. Now, it felt real. Perhaps was my mind helping me deal with all the shit this new universe is throwing at me, or something entirely different. Regardless of the reason, everything had changed the moment I opened that book, and it was for the better. Mnemonic incantation, which basically meant talking backwards. The book was full of spells and other stuff in this order. At first it was easy to learn a few, but the longer the spells got, the more time it took to cast them. It was quite honestly hard. But surprisingly I was improving at an alarming rate, without getting out of the sewers. Of course, I do not want to fight a monster if I can't wrap this entire book in less than a minute, if you know what I mean. Alright, let's try this one again, I smiled, picking one particular spell from the book, emit OTYRT Twoet when cool. As I said that, I focused on the image I had in my head, what I truly wanted, and like a charm, I was dressed in new and really comfy clothes. I wonder if I can sell this, I chuckled. This magic, while powerful, apparently had various limitations. For one, I couldn't conjure food, or anything fully organic. Maybe with time I would be able to do so, but even trying with my very own words to summon stuff like chicken or steak, results with an explosion on my face. And the most problematic one, using too many spells tires the heck out of me, but it's not all bad. I can summon water, which is a commodity down here. Alright, I have my new clothes, and I don't smell like shit, because I enchanted my body to smell like the forest. Now, let's take a walk. I know it's a bad idea, but what can I do? I've been on the sewers for weeks, I need a break from smelling shit all day long. As I walked to the exit with a smile on my face, I pointed to the door and excitedly said, Nepo et rude. Easy enough, the door opened without any problems. What? As a mage, I will not touch things ever again. Alright, just let me play with my new toy. Walking out the sewer, I looked at every possible angle with great wariness. The last thing I wanted was for a monster to come out without giving me time to hit it with my backward words. Coast clear, I smiled, running into the outside world put of the sewer, with my destination being the park. It kind of felt like I was at home there. It was nice. Maybe it had to do something with my mother, who knows. I'm still new to the demigod business. It took me about an hour to get to the park from my sewer home, and I have to be honest, the park looked like a forest because the place was massive, which was weird. Florida didn't have such big parks, or at least not so full of animal life. Hey, oh well, the point is that I walked and explored the mysteriously enormous park for hours, petting every animal, pet or not, that stood in my way. Apparently they all loved me, which, considering in my last life they didn't, I'm just going to assume is because of my godly family. Today was a good day, I hummed, as I petted the little squirrel that was on my shoulder that had followed me the entire day. Thanks for keeping me company, Alvin, I chuckled. Maybe getting out wasn't so bad. So far no monsters had appeared, and everything was going well. And I just fucked my own day, didn't I? Alvin, Please run, I summoned my bad luck. Taking a deep breath I turned around as if following my instincts to see a pack of things that would forever haunt my dream. Hey, well. I hope there is a god of therapy cause I sure will need his assistance after this. The creatures roaming the park were tall, like very tall, around 10 to 15 foot tall, and looked like skinny cyclops without eyes. Maybe they haven't sensed me yet, and I can escape without fighting or running. As soon as I said that, one of the monsters turned his head to me 180 degrees, scaring the crap out of me. Alright, I also need a new pair of magical underwear. Squeak. You don't need underwear. As I said that, the monsters charged at me, their mouths watering to my smell, with their ever-present smiles. Vel. I am not going to lie, I was very scared. 4. Chapter 4. 12. Taking deep breaths to calm myself as I floated away, I could tell that right now my senses on high alert, taking in every little thing going around me, with an absurd amount of detail. I had never been afraid of anything before today, but then again I had never encountered such a realistic depiction of my very own personal nightmare before. Arif and Rub. I said, pointing at the monsters, as fire burst around them, dealing no damage apparently, for they didn't slow down whatsoever. The monsters drew nearer and nearer, with every step catching up to me. Perhaps the only way to kill them was with godly weapons, and my spells were useless on this setting. Alright Adam, think. You can't harm them, but they touch you, which gives me the upper hand, right? Maybe I had to try and get a godly weapon to try that. Let's see. Evig, Eeldog, Nopahu. As soon as those words left my mouth, a golden bow appeared in my hands and a silver-colored quiver in my back. A bow. Really? Oh well, I suppose it runs in the family. With determination, I flew even higher to get a better view to aim at the monsters as I gripped the Greek majestic longbow firmly in my left hand, with my right hand slowly reaching to the quiver in my back, brushing the arrows with my hands, as I could feel my thumb, index, and middle fingertips lightly grasp the feathered end of the golden arrows on my quiver. Taking a deep breath, I took out the arrow as the monsters started to throw things at me, and I could feel, this was natural for me, the feeling of the arrow in my hands, the bow in front of me, it felt like a second nature to me. Following my instincts, I notched the arrow to the bow and drew the bowstring back, feeling my muscles flex and strain against the natural strength of the godly longbow resisting my pull. Letting the air out of my lungs I relaxed, forcing the arrow back to my cheek as I aimed, waiting for the perfect moment to strike them down. The bow creaked in protest as the leathery sinew of the bowstring crackled under the enormous stress and pressure required to draw such a marvelous weapon back to its full potential. I was no longer afraid, no longer confused. Right now, all it mattered was the target in front of me. I could feel my arm muscles bulge, I could feel the tremble they were making from the tremendous force required to hold the bow ready. But I was submerged with it, no pain I was feeling or bother, felt unnatural. Breathing in and out, I mentally evaluated my targets, the range, the distance, the winds. Information I had no prior knowledge about was now within my grasp. Finally, just when the monsters lined up, for a microsecond, I released the arrow with a flash of light, followed by the loud and pronounced cracking snap of the bowstring as the pressure left it. The arrow shaft streaked from the longbow with lightning speed, launching itself into the sweet embrace of the moonlight ready to strike down my prey. Frame by frame I could see the arrow as it gently floated over the high arch of the bow, beginning its trajectory. As if everything had slowed down, I followed the arrow in slow motion, keeping my firm gaze upon the monsters who were waiting patiently to receive the arrow I had shot, and in a loud sound-breaking boom, I witnessed how the arrow pierced the three monsters in a line, leaving a gaping hole between them at its waking, before turning their bodies to dust. Wow, I muttered in shock, holding the bow in front of me with a sense of familiarity I never knew I could have with an object. Apollo POV. I was having a nice day, and, of course, my dear sister decided to play a prank on me, by summoning my golden bow out of my mansion. What purpose could she have to do that? No idea. Artemis can be a pain sometimes to understand, but I knew for a fact it was her, simply because no other being besides her and mother can summon my bow. What up, sis? I said, teleporting to her current location. Not that I don't enjoy a good old prank, but give me my bow back, please. Artemis sighed, and scoffed. I did not take your weapon, Apollo. As the god of truth, I immediately knew she wasn't lying. Then, if it wasn't you, then it must have been mother. But why? I asked, worried. Why would she need my weapon? She knows if anyone bothers her, I would strike them down. No one in all of creation messes with her. I must go. I feel mother is in trouble. Artemis at that, jumped from the tree she was sitting. Are you sure no one else can get your weapon? She practically hissed. I am not like father, or our uncles. I don't want others touching my stuff. I said without skipping a beat. Then I will go, and so will my hunters. If mother is truly in trouble, then I will vanquish whoever dared to harm her. Artemis said, flaring her power around in anger. Then let's make haste. I nodded, teleporting to mother, with Artemis and her hunters following back. Mother. I shouted as I appeared in her house, worried whatever reason she had for summoning my bow had kidnapped her, or worse, temporarily killed her. Mother! Mother! Artemis said, her bow ready as she appeared in the living room with her hunters aiming at every single possible angle. What? Mother said, walking out of the kitchen with a worried face, why are you two shouting? I thought you were in trouble. I muttered, but if she was fine, then why did she summon my bow? You said she summoned your bow. Artemis stated angrily, is this your idea of a prank? I didn't summon your bow, Mother said, speaking the truth. Impossible, no one else but me, Artemis, and you can summon it, I muttered, as rage started to grow inside of me. Whoever had dared to steal my weapon would pay 1,000 deaths for this unforgivable sin. I made an enchantment with Hecate, that only the children of Leto and Leto herself would be able to summon my bow, and that's just the three of us. Maybe it was the idiot of our before I was able to finish that sentence. Mother gasped. I know who summoned your weapon, Mother said, once again speaking the truth. Then tell us, so that my hunters get a new target, Artemis said, with a wicked smile. It was your little brother, Mother said with tears in her eyes, shocking not only me but everyone present. 5. Chapter 5. 12. After killing the monsters that were chasing me with a single arrow in a majestic explosion of light, it became more than clear to me that this weapon was not a normal one. It had too much power to be one, and considering that I could not create divine godly materials with my magic, the answer was clear. I had most likely stolen the weapon from a god with my spell without actually wanting to so, which worried me. After all, the gods were not known for their benevolence, but for their wrath, and I wanted nothing to do with an enraged god. Knowing the consequences of stealing the weapon of a god, I immediately decided to return it, not without leaving a little note on the weapon. Enruter, sit. Nopahuot, Stirinwo. As soon as those words left my mouth, the weapon disappeared out of sight. Thank the Lord, whoever I stole that weapon is not hunting me, I chuckled, as I inwardly wondered if that bow belonged to Artemis or Apollo. Besides them, I didn't know any other gods using the bow as their weapon, besides my new mother, that is. With the weapon out of my hands and back to its owner, I decided to return to my comfy sewer shelter, to take a nice and long rest. The day had been quite long and full of adventure and had ended with me stealing the weapon from a god and killing 3 walking nightmares, so after this, I well deserved a freaking nap, for tomorrow I would see what to do against those monsters trying to dip me in ranch sauce without having to steal anything from the gods. Though maybe, stealing was the right option, just not from the gods. They weren't the only ones with weapons to kill monsters. I had other possible targets, like the demigods. If I stole the weapons from the Half-Blood camp, I would have the power to defend myself against the monsters. In the end, stealing was the right call. I really hope nobody writes a book about me. The morals I am teaching are below anything. Oh well, not like I'm in a position to care about them anyway. But this plan was easier said than done. When I summoned the weapon, I had no power over the choice. The bow appeared without giving me any kind of selective power, which was somewhat problematic since I wanted to steal weapons that no one would miss, weapons without owners, to avoid their wrath. Although I also had a third option if I wanted to risk my freedom, that is, using a glamour charm to alter my form. I could change my physical appearance and voice, creating an illusion to the outside world, tricking everyone while keeping my real identity a secret for everyone, therefore, granting some freedom to act out. I knew I could do this. I had seen a spell for that in my magic book, so it was within my realm of possibilities, so maybe I could pretend to be an unclaimed child from one of the many horny gods in my pantheon, steal some weapons and then peace out to never be seen. They would never look for me, but for the person I create in the illusion, meaning it would be the perfect con. But, if I had seen any con movies, and I have, things will go as planned. Meh, fuck it, I will do it, I chuckled. After all, what was life without stepping out of your comfort zone? Apollo POV. I had a little brother, but, how? I inquired in shock, while Artemis was still processing the information. I thought you said you didn't want any more kids after us. That was the case, for a while, Mother nodded. I didn't plan for it, it just happened. The mission, the favor you asked, it was for him, wasn't it? Artemis asked, looking troubled. Yes, Mother nodded with a sad expression. I wanted nothing more than to have him with me, to nurture him, but the rules, the stupid rules didn't allow me to have my own child with me, tears running down her face at this point. I'm sorry, Mother, Artemis said with shame on her voice. I did not look for him as hard as I could have. I have failed you. No point of worrying about that, he's alive. My weapon disappearing shows that, I stated, as my bow fell from out of nowhere to the floor. It seems he found a way to send it back. That would suggest he has magic. One thing is to summon a weapon and another is to send it back, Artemis said with a thoughtful look. Oh look, it has a note, I chuckled, grabbing the bow and quiver, as I read the note. Dear Apollo, or Artemis, or Leto aka Mom. I think those are all the godly figures that use a bow, I'm not really sure. Anywho, dear owner of this weapon, please do not make your new mission in life to smite me. I took this in a moment of utmost urgency without having time to realize this belonged to someone. ATT, Adam Aragon. PD, if you are going to hunt me, give me a head start, we all know I am going to need it. P.D.D. You all owe me a bunch of birthday presents, one of them can be not hunting me, just saying. Well, he seems to know his Greek history somewhat, Artemis said, hiding a little smile on the corner of her face, so it's safe to assume he knows he's a demigod. Ha 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 ha, I laughed, how can I be mad with an apology like this? He knows I'm his mother, Mother muttered in disbelief, and he doesn't sound mad about abandoning him as most demigods would. He is our brother, which means he's not an idiot, he probably knows why, Artemis stated. Oh, is that pride in someone else I am seeing, little sis, I laughed, who would have guessed, Artemis feeling proud in a male, the end of times must be near. I am not, Artemis hissed. God of truth. I can tell you are lying, I sang as she started to shoot arrows at me. Please. I beg of you, take him to the camp, the more time he stays out there, the more monsters will go after him, Mother begged, stopping Artemis from shooting any more arrows. We will, both me and Artemis said at the same time. 6. Chapter 6. 12. After returning to the sewer I became aware of something very troubling. What if the god I stole the weapon from was able to track where I used said weapon? That would be less than ideal. Okay, time to move, I sighed knowing full well that was the right call, as I grabbed my only valuable possession, my magic book. Before leaving, I looked at the place that had been my home for months and taking a deep breath I went over the list of reasons to why I was running away from here. For one, I had no idea if the god I stole the weapon from would actually be okay with my mistake and forgive me, and even if they were, they would probably just take to that camp, and I did not want to go to that camp. Well, now I did, but not for the same reasons most go, and 2, who am I kidding, there is no 2, I just want to travel, you can't blame the ex-sick guy that has been living on a sewer for that. Alright, but before I go, let me put some glitter bombs in here, I laughed like I had become the Joker just there, was I playing with fire? Maybe, if the gods were actually chasing me, they would surely encounter my magical glitter bombs, and while harmless, this would surely anger them, but, if they were coming for me in the first place, they were already angry. So I might as well go out with the satisfaction of pranking deities. Alright, the place is full of magical glitter bombs, I laughed, time to skedaddle. As I ran through the sewage system, I began to think about where I would reside now that I had lost my home, and immediately New York sounded like an obvious choice for me right now to pursue my current goals, stealing from the camp, so considering that the camp was located somewhere near that state, it was the best option. I wonder if the sewages in New York are comfy, I do have a basic standard I must keep, I laughed, wondering along the way if I could find a way to hide my godly smell with magic, if so, things would severely improve for me, maybe I could enchant myself to smell like shit? No. But it's a start, I'm sure I will figure it out, right now, I have to somehow get to New York on foot. Or, maybe magic is once again the answer, I did make a random bow appear, which is technically teletransportation, and there is no indicator, I can't do the same with myself. Meh, it's worth a shot, Tropolet, M.O.T. When. Croy. A funny thing about made-up spells is that they can backfire terribly depending on how much of an idiot you are. Allow me to illuminate your minds. See, when casting a spell with mnemonic incantation, a single thought can change the result of the spell. For example, when I made the spell to teleport me to New York, I had singular thought in my mind, going to the sewages in New York. Now, here is where it lies the problem. I have not seen the sewages of New York, ever, so instead of teleporting to where I wanted, or in a better case, exploding in my face, I was in the middle of a kitchen, with a very familiar woman, Sally Jackson. Now, many might be wondering, how in the fuck is this possible? Well, with my luck, I doubt anyone is wondering, but anywho, allow me to explain. When a spell can't form the first thought you have because you either lack information about something in particular or something else to well, cast the damn spell, the motherfucker uses the next best thing in your mind. In the case the Jackson's apartment, which in contrast to the sewers of New York, I knew how it looked, and where it was located. But Adam, how is that possible? If that was the case you would have teleported inside the demigod camp, right? I mean, after all, the information you have about this universe is from the books, and most of the time the characters are in there. If you said that or thought about it, well, right you are, I probably know more about the demigod camp and its layout than what I know about this apartment. The spell also takes into consideration things like I would rather watch The Terminator in French 10 times, than go there, so this was the next best place inside my head. Anywho, back to the real world. I know what you're thinking, and the answer might surprise you, I smiled at the shocked woman, please do not pray to any god about this. I will give you a cookie. Yes, yes, fall for the cookie. Who are you? Sally inquired, not moving an inch. A dream. I answered with a shrug, getting a look that said really? From Sally, fine, I'm like your son. It's not his time, is it? Sally asked, feeling sad. Wait, how in the fuck do I know how this lady is feeling? No, 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 I shook my head, I was just running from going there, so don't worry, I don't plan on taking the living sushi roll to the camp. Happy sushi roll, Sally snorted, once again I could tell how she felt. Great, some get the power to throw literal lightning, and I get the power of 2 human eyes. Oh well, why are you running from the camp? It's supposed to be the safest place in the world for kids like you, worried. I know, but I enjoy my freedom. I chuckled, living in the sewers can be quite comfy, once you kill all the rats, and roaches, but after that, is just a place that smells like shit, like any college dorm. Worried I can't let you live in the sewage. I think I can fix you up a bed with my son. Such a nice lady, but why would I ever, stay in a place where one of the big 3 has eyes on? Haha, nope, this place is a one-way ticket to camp. Love Peels 1. I said, putting the nice lady to sleep. It was sweet of her to try and help me, but I'm okay, alright, let's see if I can find something to erase her memory in my book. 7, Chapter 7. 12. After putting the woman to sleep, I decided to do something nice for her. It was a way to apologize for knocking her out cold with my magic. I would compel her husband to be a puppet of sorts. It was both a gift for her and a punishment for Gabe Bugliano. Besides, it's not like the guy survived. She ends up killing him, or rather petrifying him with Medusa's head, and after that she sells him to a museum, so. For now, at least, I will help her out, just because I can. Ika 1. With a spell, I woke up Sally, who looked at me in shock. Sorry for the sleeping spell, but I really can be close to your son. I will get caught. Worried, but no child should live on the streets. Sally lamented in tears. Seriously, this woman is too good for her own good. Now, the reason I woke you up is the next. I sighed, I want to brainwash your husband. Happy worried brainwash Gabe. Sally gasped, as I inwardly chuckled, perhaps this emotion feeling power is not that bad. I don't think I can turn him into a puppet, but I can force him to not do stuff, like hitting you, or sleeping with you, or hitting Percy. I answered, was I feeling bad for the prospect of using magic to take away the free will of a man? No, this man was maybe worse than the monsters hunting me, and if it wasn't for Percy, who is an innocent kid, I would have killed him just because I could. If you want, that at least would make your life less miserable. Happy, I accept. Sally nodded. All right, I smiled. Worried, there must be something I can do for you. Sally added. I will be okay, thanks anyway, I smiled. Worried sad, very well, Sally conceded with a sad look. With that out of the way, I opened my book, going through the pages to find something to brainwash the turd living with the Jacksons. Aha. Oh wait, this is a lock-up spell. The lock-up spell would put non-magical creatures inside a magical loop, where they would only repeat the same actions forever, meaning this spell only worked on humans, which was good enough for the turd. Meh, this will work. Curious, Happy lock-up? Sally inquired. It will put Gabe on a loop of actions forever, stuck in time, I replied. So how often does he take a bath, and how often does he eat? I wanted to know so that I could force him to do those things right now and set up the loop. Disgusted, worried, once every 3 months, only with water, and 5 or 6 times a day. Holy shit, the guy takes 4 baths a year. No wonder monsters don't come near him, he must smell worse than the sewers. Just the thought of his smell was enough to shake me, and I lived in a sewer, so. Anywho, where is the man of the year? I asked. Excited, disgusted, he went to buy drinks, Sally answered. Very well, I nodded. As if I had summoned him, an abysmal stench came from the apartment door to the kitchen like a summer breeze entering my nose unannounced. The smell was so strong it almost made me vomit. How could a woman, or anyone for that matter, sleep with that? There was no doubt, that smell was Gabe, and the worst thing is that he had yet to open the door, meaning whatever I was feeling, was just the tip of the iceberg. Holy mother of me! I gagged, holding the puke in. There was no way I would be able to cast a spell if shit continued like that. Ikatyawa imesnes folems. Finally, I was able to breathe without wanting to kill myself. I hold you in a fucking pedestal, right, you, to think you. Disgusted, that's Gabe, all right, Sally muttered, her tone going unusually low. All right. Time to act. I sighed. If I felt bad before, which I didn't. I felt like a superhero now. This guy was the most disgusting thing I have ever smelled in my life. Woman. Sally. Come get the beers now. Gabe shouted, and Sally looked at me, and I shook my head off. I walked out of the kitchen, straight to the door, and looked at Gabe. Agakad it is. I ordered him to take a shit, and like an obedient dog he did as he was told. Once he was done, I ordered, nail crew ASSA. This time I ordered him to clean his ass. Once he was done, I ordered the next thing, te your heidsek null nites. This time I forced him to eat 3 lunches in one go, and for my last, peels no etkiklit nu eva ott per e so tsredro woro mot emas emit. Once again he did as he was told and went to the coach to sleep, and would not wake up until it was time to repeat his loop. Now it was time to lock him up on it. Gal ni azir feru emits me's ot pills, ianrit eri, ianrit eret, idynamic woy ot revan eb irwa. As soon as those words left my mouth, the man known as Gabe was stuck in a loop, forever trapped in time, eternally here, but never around. The spell quite literally meant that lock in a freeze where time seems to slip, eternally here, eternally there. I command you to never be aware. Quite a terrifying chant, but one that served its purpose. Hopeful, is it done? Sally asked. I nodded. It is. Now I must go. Just remember to have his food and bath empty always at the same time. As for the showering part, just get creative. I chuckled. Euphoric grateful before I managed to get to the door, Sally tackled me into a hug. Thanks for everything. If you ever need a shelter, my house is open. Thanks, but I won't need it. I chuckled as I opened the door, immediately feeling a surge of power that shocked me. Right in front of me stood a woman, looking to be around 16 to 19 years old, but I knew that to be a lie. Deep down I knew. Angry, amused, happy. Yes, you won't, the unknown woman said, her silvery yellow eyes glaring at me like daggers trying to carve me a new asshole, and I couldn't help but inwardly say fuck as I saw her auburn hair was covered in pink magical glitter, my magical glitter. Fuck. 8. Chapter 8. 12. There was no doubt that the one standing in front of me was no other than Artemis, the goddess of the hunt. Behind her was a man that emanated equally strong power, with golden hair and tan skin, and with his body and clothes also covered in glitter. Sorry. The man, I could only assume was Apollo, looked at me and then asked, how did you get to New York so quickly? The power of Christmas. I jested. Apollo looked at me, and with a smile, he said, God of truth, try again. Answer, or suffer my wrath, Artemis growled. Knowing that since they had seen me there was no escaping, I decided to at least save Percy from an early kidnapping. There was no reason for them to take both of us. I will answer all your questions. Not all, if you make sure my spell on that man will last forever, and if it won't I don't know. Bless it. Sure, Apollo nodded and looked at the man for a second. There, I blessed your spell, it should last forever. All right, it was a pleasure, Sally, I smiled. Peels. Once again I forced her to sleep. That's how I got here so fast. Magic. I see, Artemis nodded. We will take you to the camp now. Not so fast, sis, Apollo interrupted. Let's take our little brother out. He deserves a nice day before going to the demigod boarding school. I could go for some pizza now that is clear you two won't smite me. I chuckled. By the way, who was the owner of the bow? I asked them. It belongs to me, Apollo smiled. Very well, Artemis nodded. Let us eat, so that we can go back to the camp. Hey, who would have guessed? She doesn't hate me like she would with any other male. Family perks, I guess. The rest of the day of my last day as a free was spent with Artemis and Apollo, going from restaurant to restaurant. They even took me to an arcade. How archaic. But I had a good time considering that my freedom no longer existed, for now. Besides, not everything was bad. I would soon get a cabin just for me. Being the only mortal son of Leto, I would stay in her cabin alone, which would give me more than enough time and space to plan my overly elaborated escape plan. And in the meantime, I would take advantage of Chiron's teachings to become a good fighter, so when the time for me to leave came, I would be Achilles 2.0. Thanks for the food, I smiled. I gotta treat my baby brother every now and then. Apollo chuckled, starting now. So, to the camp now? I inquired, getting a nod from both Artemis and Apollo. Say, what is the punishment for escaping the camp? Just curious. Death, Artemis answered with a grim tone. Alrighty. Note to self, be sure you can escape the gods if you get out of the camp. Seriously, little bro, don't try it, we can't protect you if other gods find out you tried to escape, Apollo said with a grim look on his face. Time to change the subject with this lie detector. Say, how is Mom's cabin? She doesn't have one, Artemis answered, but don't worry, one will appear for you, I will make sure of that. Thanks. So Leto doesn't have a cabin? Oh well, I have another question. How likely on a scale of 1 to 10 is your father likely to smite me, just because? A3. Apollo hummed. He is always close to smite someone for anything, but if you're asking if he will have a personal problem with you just because of who your mother is? Then no, he won't have a personal problem with you, so as long as you don't do anything to enrage him. Got it, I nodded. And what about his wife? I read what she did to mother, so I can only imagine what she would do to me. You two are untouchable being gods and all, me not so much. If you don't come out of father's seed, she won't do anything. Besides that, she hates demigods equally, Artemis answered. One last question, I chuckled. When will mother claim me? Once you are inside the camp, both Apollo and Artemis said at the same time. Very well, I sighed, I'm ready. With a flashing glow, I was transported from the city to the camp, where I would be locked up until 1. I died or 2 I escaped, blinking away the light. The first thing I noticed was that there was a very familiar centaur in front of me, Chiron. Lady Artemis, Chiron said kneeling in reverence as soon as she saw her, and noticing the lack of Lord Apollo in that greeting. Apollo wasn't here anymore. What can I do for you today? I have found this demigod around, Artemis pointed out. He is my little brother, mother will soon claim him. A son of Leto, Chiron said in shock. Yo, I waved at him. I apologize my lady, but where do you want me to put him? Chiron inquired. We don't have a cabin for Leto. Let me worry about that, for now, let him sleep on Apollo's cabin, Artemis ordered. I must ask, is Lord Apollo aware of this? Chiron asked. Yes, he is. Artemis glared at him. All right, thanks for the ride sister, I smiled. I will come back after I fix the cabin problem, Artemis stated, and in front of others, is Lady Artemis. Duly noted, I nodded. I did not want to piss off the goddess that usually kills men for fun. I almost forgot, this is from Apollo and me, Artemis said, handing me a box before disappearing, and like the ever-curious guy I opened the box, just to be blasted away with a powerful explosion of glitter. After the explosion ended, a note was left behind. Dear little bro, this won't come off for a month, with love Apollo and Artemis. Well played, well played. 9, Chapter 9. 12. The first person I was introduced to at the camp after Chiron was a small, and porky man, who was no man at all. He emanated such power, that it was clear he was a god, weaker than Artemis and Apollo but strong enough to kill me. He had a red nose, big purple eyes that shine every now and then, and curly black hair. He kinda looked like a big baby, to be honest, and his name was Dionysus. That's Mr. D or Lord Dionysus, Chiron said, introducing me to the god with a worried tone. He's the camp director, and protector of these lands. He is a god, prone to anger, activating the I don't want to die mode. A pleasure to meet your Lord Dionysus, or you prefer Mr. D? I said, bowing in respect, or is it fear? Nah, it's more like self-preservation right now. A demigod with manners, Dionysus snorted with mild amusement and clear annoyance. It must be the end of days then, and I don't care kid, just don't touch my stuff and you will be okay. As you wish, I nodded. Thank you for your time, Lord Dionysus. Chiron smiled somewhat relieved about the interaction. Seconds later we continued our tour. He then turned his attention to me and said, one of our campers will show you around, I have stuff to take care of. Cool, I smiled, as I tried to figure out how the hell was he able to be here, and in Percy's school at the same time. Is Chiron able to exist in multiple places at the same time like the gods? Annabeth, come here, Chiron happily called a 12-year-old girl, the one who Percy would fall in love with. She came forward and Chiron introduced us. Adam, this is Annabeth Chase, daughter of Athena. Annabeth, my dear, why don't you show Adam around, and if you have the time go and check on Adam's bunk? We'll be putting him in cabin 7 for now. Cabin 7? For now? Annabeth inquired, clearly confused. Worried Lady Artemis is fixing that for now. He is son of Leto, Chiron clarified, and about his head some Greek letter floated saying worried. Was up with that? Which means the close thing to cabins he has right now are cabin 7 and 8, but cabin 8 has a strict rule of no males inside. Intrigued I see, Annabeth nodded, and once again the emotional spectrum floated above them. From what I could tell, she was older than me, not by much, being a couple of inches taller, looked like she went to the gym every day, like for real no 12-year-old should have a six-pack, is disturbing. Her skin had a deep tan and her curly blonde hair resembled Apollo. If I didn't know about this universe, I would have guessed she was a daughter of Apollo. Sup, I waved at her, and suddenly realized I was but an 11-year-old kid. Never thought about that before, with being on the sewers and stuff, but the truth was I was just a kid, with power, cool ones at that, but a kid. It wasn't necessarily bad, but I just never thought of that before. Follow me, Annabeth ordered in a cold tone, as she guided me to cabin 7. As I walked, I felt like one of those people that moved to small towns, you know those places where everyone knows everyone, and that when someone new moves in the gossip spread like cancer on a Chernobyl tourist trip. Well, I felt like that. Every single demigod was staring at me, some with curiosity, others with excitement, and some with anger. The heck did I do to get enemies so fast? Must be because I look dashing, haha, but in all seriousness, I have no idea how people can already have negative feelings about me. I literally have 10 minutes here. I have a question that has been bothering me since I saw you, Annabeth said, stopping in her tracks. Why are you covered in glitter? I snorted. Oh well, this is the beginning of a war, you see. I might have glitter bomb, my brother, aka Apollo, and my sister, aka Artemis, and what you see is the result of their godly revenge. Magical glitter, of the cursed kind, meaning no magic or water, would remove until the time passed, a month. I am pretty sure people here will be calling me Glitter Boy by the end of the week. Pranking the gods is like playing with fire, you are bound to be burned, Annabeth warned, but I could see on her eyes she longed for that with her mother. I'll have that in mind, thanks, while I plan my revenge. I stood in front of the cabin, looking at the sign with curiosity, a lyre, and here I thought his symbol of power was a bow, but how exactly do you use a lyre in combat? Do you bore your enemies to death with it? Or is it more along the lines of serenading them to the point they are no longer your enemies, but your lovers? You know what option B sounds like something the horned dogs of Olympus would do. Well, Annabeth prompted. Go on. If you are in a hurry, you are free to leave, I smiled, feeling a bit annoyed myself. Her mood swings were getting on my nerves. Seriously, can you decide, are you angry, curious, sad, or what? Welcome brother, a random guy said, hugging me with a wide smile on his face. Not your brother, I chuckled. Confused then? I'm confused, the guy chuckled, and the letters appeared again. Why was this so intermittent? He's your uncle, Annabeth snorted. That's right, I nodded, I'm the son of Leto. As soon as I said that, I felt something different in me, or rather something changing, as if Leto was right here with me holding me. The feeling was almost nostalgic. It was strange. As this feeling spread, a symbol of Mother Wolf appeared over my head and the howling of several wolves in the distance. Before I was able to fully appreciate the symbol, it disappeared as a feeling of calm and comfort washes over me. I had been claimed, just like that. Neat, we have an uncle, a kid in the back said. Does that mean he has to clean for all of us, you know, being the uncle and stuff? Another one added. 10, Chapter 10. 12. The camp wasn't as awful as I had expected. Yes, I know I lost my freedom, but I have certain advantages by being here. For one, I receive daily combat training. 2. The food is delicious, it appears out of nowhere if you are in the dining hall. All you have to do is think about what you want to eat and the magic of the hall does the rest. And 3. I have a small cabin to myself that Artemis and Apollo had commissioned for me. It was smaller than any other cabin, but I didn't have to share it with anyone, so I technically had the biggest room in the camp. As for the people in the camp, well, some were nice, like Chiron. He was a very interesting fellow, always happy to help and teach others, which is surprising considering he's been doing this job for thousands of years. I can't imagine a teacher working for that amount of time without hating his job in the end. Angry, would you look at that? The letters are pointing out the obvious. Testosterona is angry? Hello, Glitter Boy, a husky and annoying voice yelled at me, as I read a book I had borrowed. All right, stolen from Hecate's kids, I was going to give it back, eventually. What you do want, Clarice? I sighed, closing the book I had charmed to look differently to avoid the children of Hecate finding it. What can I say? I want to study their magic. Show more respect with me, newbie. Clarice demanded. God, the amount of testosterone in this girl is baffling. I would if I could, I smirked, but alas I can't. Sad, annoying her had become a newfound hobby of mine. What can I say? She was a bully and I adored messing with bullies. Even as a sick kid I annoyed them, which was the reason why her cabin had been in an unfortunate streak of bad luck since I got here, which was what Chiron said, trying to keep the cabins in peace, but in reality it was me, summoning frogs, worms, or burning their clothes. And as a child of Leto, no one suspected of me, and they never would. I did not want anyone knowing I could use magic, and if my almighty siblings hadn't told Chiron, why would I? Super angry, well that's a new emotion, that's fucking it. Clarice exploded, running towards me. She was so easy to annoy. I almost felt bad by doing so. No, scratch that, it's fun. So's dight, I whispered, tying her shoes one to another, making her fall face first to the mud I had conveniently created minutes earlier. Why do you ask? Well, I am a man of preparation, so I prepared in advance in the event of someone bothering me, and the result was magnificent. Inadnu, I whispered, this time undoing my shoe spell. What in the? Clarice muttered. Well, you seem busy, I smiled, pointing to the mud. Enjoy whatever it is you are doing, nothing like a good prank to lighten my mood. As I was walking to my cabin, Annabeth came up to me and with a serious look on her face said, you know she's going to want to kill you if you keep doing that. She was giving me the sus look. What? I laughed innocently. It's not my fault that she falls in humiliating places which are perfectly positioned every time she tries to attack me, it's just a pure coincidence. I'm Athena's daughter, that answer might work for you with others but not with me, Annabeth remarked, looking at me with narrowed eyes. Well, then solve the mystery, I winked at her. I ain't telling anyone anything. I like being mysterious, it helps with the ladies, I chuckled. Yeah, right, Annabeth snorted. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have things to do. I waved at her with a cheeky smile on my face as I entered my lovely unofficial cabin, leaving an annoyed and intrigued daughter of Athena to wonder how I do what I do. Haha, life is fun around here. And while messing with these kids was fun and all, I had things to do, like planning my great daring escape, with over-the-top antics and unnecessary twists, but don't worry, I also had rational plans like Plan 1, befriending Percy as soon as he gets here so that he takes me on his quest. During said quest I could pretend to die, and subsequently hide from the might of the gods for a while. Plan 2, wait for Luke to betray the gods, and escape during the commotion. And Plan 3, my personal favorite, do something so unbelievable stupid in terms of heroism that the gods would have no other choice but to offer me immortality. I had more plans like, trying to save Thalia, winning Zeus's favor using it to gain my freedom, but my magic was nowhere near that level yet, I knew it, so for now, I was going to play it safe. But, none of those options were for the immediate future. For now, I liked it here, I had food, training and people to talk to, and more importantly a source of knowledge about myself. For now, I would enjoy this, but that didn't mean I wasn't going to plan, it just meant I was going to wait, for the right moment to leave. There was no rush. I still had plenty of time. For now, I was safe here, and I would learn. Like for example, I discovered the magic the children of Hecate use is systematically different than mine. They speak in Latin or Greek, and they don't do it backward, which shows their incantations are considerably easier. But what interested me the most was, they had one spell to block the smell of monster, or at least hinder their ability to track us. Too bad it wasn't in the book I borrowed for an indefinite amount of time without their permission, but I was optimistic it would be in the next book I was going to borrow. 11, Chapter 11. 12. It's been a month since I first arrived at the camp, and I have found along my way certain difficulties in my path for self-improvement. For example, apparently I suck at hand-to-hand combat. I'm not the worst in the camp, but I'm certainly not the best. Luke, Clarice and Annabeth are constantly kick my ass in practice, and Clarice seems to enjoy it, and then people wonder why she falls into the mud 10 times a day. Oh well. Most kids would laugh at me, expecting me to be mad, but I wasn't. I knew almost everyone here had an unfair advantage over me, which was called years of training under a hero maker, but not everything was bad for little Adam. Thanks to Hecate's children I had learned a lot about Greek magic. By borrowing all their books, I have returned them and I have learned something interesting. Greek magic was considerably easier and at the same time more difficult than my own magic. And before you even ask, how can it be easier and harder at the same time? Well, the answer is in the following. Learning the theory of Greek magic is easy, the incantations are a breeze compared to the ones I usually use. But sometimes the rituals are too long for something I could do with my magic in a few seconds, so I guess the moral of the story is, use whatever fits the situation. Matt, good enough. Are you going to join us in Capture the Flag today? Annabeth asked, snapping me out of my train of thought. Nope, I smiled. With my behavior I had acquired a bunch of enemies. No. Enemies is a harsh word, angry acquaintances that one works better. Anywho, and by a bunch, I mean the entirety of Ares' cabin, so if I played that, they would all ignore capturing the flag to try and beat me up. And before anyone asks, I regret nothing. Are you really that scared of Clarice? Annabeth smirked. Hey, weaponizing my pride, I chuckled. I respect your cunning, but I also hate you for it. I'm in. While I had my reason to avoid such games, it would be fun to troll them and capture the flag, but I would have to be careful as not to raise any suspicion. Great, I will sign you up. Annabeth smiled, running to put my name on the list before I had the chance to change my mind. You know Annabeth thinks you are the one, right? Luke said as he approached me, holding a knife in his left hand. The one? Please elaborate. I inquired as I got ready for the game. There is a prophecy she heard from Chiron, that one day someone special would come to the camp, and with him or her, she would get out of the camp in a quest, Luke replied. Oh yeah, the prophecy, I see, I nodded. I don't think I am though, I chuckled. Angry? Why is Mailboy angry? Don't worry about it, kid, Luke smiled, holding the knife too close for my liking. Annabeth thinks every new camper that comes through here is the omen she's been waiting for, and while you are truly different than the rest of us, you are not special. Hey, I am starting to think there is a personal grudge under this conversation. My, you seem almost angry. I smiled, as he held the knife a few inches from me. I can't help but wonder why. Why is it that you receive so much attention from the gods? Luke smiled back, devoid of emotion. You aren't good at fighting, nor you excel in any other category, and yet, look at what you have, a gift from the gods, a cabin for yourself. Tell me, by this point, he was holding the knife at my throat. Sure, why not? The reason why is, I smiled with a small shrug, if Gimlis up. As soon as those words left my mouth, Luke was pushed with tremendous force out of my personal bubble, flying a few meters away as Tree stopped his body with a loud crash. Maybe I had put too much juice into that spell. Oh well. With a smile I walked towards him to help him stand up and check if I didn't do any permanent damage, and as I walked I could see the surprise in his eyes. So that's why you've been glaring at me every now and then? Look. I haven't seen my siblings in a while, not since they dropped me here, so let's get along, shall we? I didn't like people like him. He had so much to be grateful for, and yes, I could understand his point. Life as a demigod sucks, but he was being an ass to the wrong guy. Yes, his dad abandoned him, sad for him, but he is just one of the millions that suffer the same thing. That shit happens to humans too. Demigods aren't the only ones with shitty dads. But I suppose he is free to hate the world. It's not my place to lecture him. The only reason I attacked him was because he held a knife on my throat, and yes, I knew he wasn't going to kill me, but the fact he put a knife so close to my face is despicable. Sorry mailboy, but I don't take spam email. How did you do that? Luke asked. Oh, that. I chuckled. That is one of the demigod powers I inherited from my beloved yet absent mother. I can push people away with my mind. Too bad it only works once a day. I wonder if he was going to believe that, or is it two? I can never remember the exact number. Usually, I don't need to push someone more than once. Luke stared at me for a second, before bursting in a fit of laugh. Did you know the knife was dull, right? He said, showing me the knife. So that's why I didn't felt threatened by his proximity. Did you know I could have pushed you way harder? I snorted. Take care, kid. Luke stood up and walked away. What an interesting fellow. He is making it so easy to no care about him when the time to fight against him comes. Anywho, it's time to have so fun. I already filled my daily quota of accent for the day. I need some laughs, preferably of the Claris falling face first kind. 12, Chapter 12. 12? At last, it was time for Capture the Flag, and I wasn't gonna lie, I was excited. The general idea behind Capture the Flag was very fun. Now all I had to do was survive Claris and her goons without people knowing too much about my powers. As I sat, reading a book I had enchanted to be with all the letters backward, campers yelled and cheered as Annabeth and two of her siblings ran into the pavilion carrying a silk banner. They really make a show out of it. This is going to be so fun. Our banner apparently was a barn owl above an olive tree, so we are fighting for Athena them. Maybe I control the flag if we win, we'll see. From the opposite side of the pavilion, Claris, the massively aggressive, tall and buff teenager, and her lapdogs ran in with another banner, of identical size, but instead of a lovely owl, it had a bloody spear and a boar's head. Oh, maybe I can change their banner, that's even better. I turned to one of my nephews, and asked, out of curiosity, does anyone ever dies in here? Yeah, I mean, it's usually accidents. Oh, well, I suppose I will bring my C game. C game? My nephew inquired. Shouldn't it be your A game? Nah, Claris is not worth the effort, besides even if she made me bring my A game, I would never tell her, I chuckled. I am glad we have an uncle around here, my nephew, who was older than me said between chuckles. I smiled. Well, I gotta go, I promise godly I would help her. Goldie, haha, well, lead the way uncle, I am coming with you, my nephew smiled, as he gave a playful punch to the shoulder. We've made a temporary alliance with Athena's cabin, just because of you. We can't have our only uncle dying on us, can we? I can almost feel the faith you have in me, I snorted. The teams were announced for everyone to hear. Athena's cabin had made an alliance with Apollo, one of the biggest cabins in terms of soldiers. Apparently, they had accepted to help just to avoid me getting badly hurt by the enraged bull. I mean Claris. Ares's cabin on the other had a bunch of allies, most of them were. I don't want to say useless, but yet, Dionysus's cabin, Demeter's cabin, Aphrodite's cabin, and Hephaestus's cabin. From what I'd seen since I got here, the children of Aphrodite were the weakest in that alliance, with Dionysus's cabin being the second best, having some decent athletes around my level in hand-to-hand combat, so maybe not so decent, and above me in armed combat, but there were only 2 demigods there which made them weak in numbers. As for the others, well, none of them posed much of a challenge in combat, except of course, for Ares's cabin, which had a dozen of the biggest, ugliest, and deodorant haters in this camp. They could weaponize their armpits, I swear. Chiron hammered his hoof on the marble. Heroes, he announced. You know the rules. The creek is the boundary line. The entire forest is fair game. All magic items are allowed. The banner must be prominently displayed, and have no more than 2 guards. Prisoners may be disarmed, but may not be bound or gagged. No killing or maiming is allowed. I will serve as a referee and battlefield medic. Arm yourselves. I had 2 questions. 1, the fuck is the creek, and 2, did he say all magic items are allowed? Muahahaha. I will thoroughly enjoy this. I wonder if Claris will like to be permanently bald. Anywho, I'll think about her punishment as I go. Right now is time to get ready. I need 1 sword, 1 bow, 1 quiver, 1 beach chair, and 2 liters of Coke, Pepsi if I can't find Coke. So, let me see if I get this straight. You asked me to join your team, I asked Annabeth, who nodded in answer, and my only duty is to stay guarding this flag. I pointed to the flag, and she nodded. Awesome, I said, putting up my beach chair, which in turn confused the heck out of Annabeth. How? Annabeth asked in shock, pointing at the chair. Annabeth, I had a feeling you would use me as a bait, and I plan to enjoy said job, so Tata, go and do your thing, child of Athena, while I enjoy a cold Pepsi, and wait for Clarice. I smiled, sitting on my comfortable chair, with a frown on my face. I was still mad I did not found Coke, but I suppose for now Pepsi will do, for now. This, arg. Annabeth sighed in defeat. She knew I was impossible to deal with. She had come to learn about that the first 2 weeks of camp. Fine, but stay here. I brought a book. I ain't moving, I shot back with a smile. Many are probably wondering, Adam, are you stupid? You have a 6-foot-tall teenage girl fueled on testosterone, that wants to kill you, and yet, you are chilling on a beach chair with a Greek book about economics that you will clearly pretend to read. Well, allow this young demigod to clear some misconceptions. You see, when I accepted to join this game, I had in mind using my magic to defend myself, but doing so while hiding it, was hard, so I came with a solution, putting traps everywhere. See, in the hour Chiron gave us to get ready after his little speech, I tagged all my teammates with a magical signature without their explicit consent. I know you usually have to get consent for everything, but for this, it was either that or falling into a pit full of magic-infused mosquitoes. Or getting a hair-erasing explosion, so I took the liberty of saving them from that. You see, my traps only work with those that do not have my magical signature, which means my team was safe, but Clarice and her allies would have to deal with stupid non-lethal but probably mentally scarring traps. There is one trap where the victim will be forced to see a documentary about Helvetica, the writing font. It's an 8-hour documentary. I dare anyone to find a bigger waste of time than that. Anywho, the point, there was almost a 0% chance of Clarice getting to me. I had hundreds of stupid traps around. I would have put more, but I didn't have the time. 13, Chapter 13. 12. Here it is, the double chapter of the day I just wanted to drop in. Rejoice, my sexy readers. Rejoice. With the whistle of Chiron, the game began, and one by one, everyone began to fall into my traps, nothing lethal but really annoying. After an hour of screaming confusion, I felt something coming closer and closer. All of a sudden 3 of Ares's children came yelling and screaming out of the forest, looking rather dashing. Clarice had half her hair cut off, and the other half was painted in pink with a massive and unnecessary amount of glitter decorating what was left of it. Her eyebrows were all gone, and she had a fake mustache and unicorn stickers stuck to her face with superglue. I love a good prank. Time to use my weird emotion thingy that sometimes points what a normal set of eyes can. Now that I think that out loud. Sounds useless. Looking fine, Clarice, I chuckled, closing the book I was pretending to read. Angry, get the punk. Clarice screamed, putting on her helmet while pointing at me. All right, it seems we can't have a civil conversation, I sighed, kicking the beach chair out of the way. Too bad, I had many jokes about your current appearance. Her eyes glared through the slits of her helmet in anger. Boy, she was angry. On her hand, she was wielding a 5-foot-long spear that looked rather threatening, with the tip flickering with a red and mysterious light. Maybe it was a gift from her dad. Considering her siblings only had the standard-issue bronze swords, while she held something clearly more powerful. Now, it's time to show you my true power. I smiled, looking as threatening as possible, making them somewhat wary, and with a battle cry I threw the book I was pretending to read at her, and skedaddle out of there, into the river nearby. I knew my limitations. 3 against 1 without my magic, I was toast. Heck, 1-on-1 against her without magic, I was toast. I had a gift for magic and archery, but I was average right now in the skills she excelled at, so it was time to improvise. Seeing this, she growled, as she and her brothers ran after me. Feeling something approaching at me in the air, I ducked and managed to dodge her flying spear that lodged itself in the water, and even though I had clearly dodged the throw, I felt a painful tingling all over my body. Interesting. My hair stood on end, my limbs went numb. Fuck. Electricity. Her spear was electric. I should have read the books with more detail. While my body was shaking in pain from the electricity being forced into my body, one of Clarice's brothers kicked me out of the water, not to save me from my pain, but, well, he had accomplished that indirectly. They really lack in the brain department. They could have beat me to a pulp right there, but alas, they were too busy laughing maniacally. Chiron said, no killing and no maiming, but he didn't say anything about breaking every bone in your body. Let's see how you enjoy being a cripple, Clarice said in delight, as she turned to her brothers. Grab him, I will start with his fingers. All right, this went from 0 to 1,000 in less than a second. All right, you seem to have some anger management problems, so let's stop this before someone actually gets hurt. I wanted to keep my magic secret, but if I had to reveal my power to defend myself, I would. Oh, wow, Clarice snorted in amusement. I'm scared of this guy. Really scared. I will give you one more chance to leave this as it is. The flag is that way, I told her. I normally don't get angry, but the fact she wanted to cripple me for life really touched a nerve, but even then I was going to give her one more chance to get out of here unscathed. We don't want the flag, one of her brothers snorted. We want to beat you up. I don't know how but you have been pranking us since you arrived here, and it's time to pay, with blood. I want you to remember, I gave you 3 a way out, I told them. Forget about the breaking his bones part, Clarice laughed in anger, let's maim him. So you will break the rules, I chuckled bitterly. They nodded as one said, seeing you as an armless legless monstrosity will make losing my dessert privilege, worth it. So be it, I smiled, as looked at them, taking a few steps back to end it all in one single shot. I hope you like being electrocuted, otherwise blame karma, she's a bitch, I told them, Nidnuasser Hgwarhide et Ria, T et Rewap DNA Thgim, et Rare Fo Rednut, Egnult Morph et Snavia DNA Spotter Neukirst, Leaf Steeth Gim DNA et Sat et Niger Rednut. As soon as I said those words, a large bolt of lightning descended upon my target from the air, striking Clarice and her brothers down to the ground out cold. Good thing I still lacked the juice to fry them up, considering how angry I was a few seconds ago, things would have turned out for the worse. What in the name of Zeus was that? Chiron muttered in disbelief, running from out of the woods towards the injured campers in shock. How can you control the thunder? If you are a son of Leto. With the power of Christmas or friendship, one of the two, I smiled innocently, yet I knew after this my powers were out in the open, but that doesn't mean I can't mess with Chiron for a bit. I knew you had something under your sleeve, but this was out of my calculations. Annabeth, as she ran towards me with the enemy's flag, looking somewhat disappointed, you could have killed them, oh stuff it, wise girl, they wanted to maim me. Oh well, I suppose it's time to fix my mess, dear brother Apollo, if you hear my prayer, please heal the campers I injured. I know you are the god of healing, so help me out here, and before you ask, yes, they deserved some of the pain I delivered, but I might have gone over the top with how much punishment they could take, and by the way, can you get me a TV? And some games? The camp gets boring at times, with love, Adam. They are healing, Luke said in shock, is this also your doing? I asked my brother for help, and he answered, I shrugged. They only partially healed, it seems Lord Apollo wants to leave them with some of the pain, Chiron stated, as he handed me a note, dear little brother, don't worry, I will help you out, but considering they tried to maim you for something as harmless as a few pranks, I will only heal 50% of the damage you rightfully gave them, and I will curse them to stay in that painful state for a month with no healing to soothe their pain, and no medicine to calm their minds. How dare they? If I had it my way, they would be dead. Anywho, about the game console and TV? What are you into? Nintendo? Xbox? Or PS? All of them? And in that matter, what games you think my children would like to play with you? Waiting for your response, your incredibly awesome and handsome big brother, Apollo. I want Call of Duty, one of my nephews said from over my shoulder. Mario Party. Smash. 14, Chapter 14. 12. I was grounded on the grounds I had used lethal force against Clarice and her brothers, but it wasn't so bad, I just got some extra chores which weren't so bad, and so my dessert privileges were cancelled for a month. Needless to say, Chiron and Mr. D interrogated me about things like, how can you control the thunder, how does your power work, etc., and while I tried very hard not to give away too much, I had to, they were getting angry after 3 hours of me trolling them with very evasive answers. Anywho, after they discovered my power was magic, they grew concerned about me. How can a child of Leto, the Titaness of motherhood, have a child whose magic powers outshine the children of Hecate, the goddess of magic? But all things considered, the results were better than I had anticipated. Not only the children of Ares now feared me, but I also had a new TV and 3 video game consoles with all the games available for each console in the market. Apollo had decided it was best just to have variety, as he said on his last note. I just went ahead and bought you all the games I could find, so you have every single one of them. Now have some fun. Oh, before I forget, in other news, you made my day today at the council. You should have seen Ares, he was fuming, he was angrier than usual for what you did to his daughter. Oh boy, how I love seeing him like that, and don't worry, he is not a hands-on dad, he will forget about this tomorrow, so he will not bother you, but if he does, just tell him, Apollo will release the winged package, he will know what that means. Anyhow, enjoy the games. In the end, everything ended well. As a proof, here I am destroying Apollo's cabin in a Mortal Kombat tournament where I still was undefeated, while wondering what the fuck was the winged package. All I knew it was that the winged package felt like some kind of blackmail Apollo had on Ares. Adam, Chiron said as he entered the cabin, come with me. I fixed my eyes on Chiron for a moment before handing one of my nephews the controller. Lead the way, wondering what he wanted to talk about. Surely it can't be about Clarice, we already talked about that for hours. The Oracle has summoned you, Chiron muttered, with a dark tone. I have a quest, don't I? I have a quest. I asked, just to confirm. Yes, but she will tell you more about it. Chiron nodded, leading me to where the Oracle resided, and it was almost ominous the energy I was feeling, as if death was leaking from the building. All right. I sighed, entering the place. And it was like I had entered the set of a horror movie. There were skulls hanging on the walls and the smell of death was strong. I could feel my own heart beating in anticipation, wondering where the fuck was the oracle. Eventually in my search for the oracle, I found myself in front of a decaying corpse. You have a mission, the corpse muttered, coming to life in a very Walking Dead style. For the love of... I don't know, pick your god. I said, jumping back. In retrospect it was my fault for standing too close to it. I almost slapped the skull out of you. I need some air. I am sorry, I am usually more amiable, but I did not expect you to move or be alive for that matter. I said as I took a few relaxing and calming seconds, before continuing with my very own Resident Evil story. Alright, what is the quest? As soon as I asked, a vision forcibly appeared in my mind showing me various images, and very descriptive feelings about my quest. I had to go to the Siren's Island, to recover a lost tome of something, and die? Is that all, Lady Oracle? I asked, shocked. Was I destined to die? Thank you for your offering. Have a nice day, the Oracle said, waving her decrepit hand. I didn't know how, but in the vision I felt my body collapse in pain. I felt the agony, the despair. No. I have to focus. I won't allow a Walking Dead extra tell me what will happen in my life. Destiny is bendable, and I'll be damned if I let a maybe fuck my life. What did the Oracle tell you? Chiron asked as I left the house. Tomb? Cave? The building, as I left the building. I have to recover a random book that is located on the Siren's Island, and apparently die in the process, I answered, as if I was going to die. I will nuke those sirens before they start singing under the sea, but don't worry. I don't plan on dying, I added with a smile seeing the worried expression that Chiron had on his face. Worried? Tell me, did you see your own death? Chiron asked. No, but I felt it. I answered, but don't worry mate, those singing sushi rolls will not stop me. Concerned? Good, because your death it's not certain, feeling it and seeing it are two different things, so do what you must, but you have to change that uncertainty, Chiron stated. Was planning to, I chuckled. You now have to choose your two willing members of the camp to accompany you if you wish. Nope, I rather go alone. In the lamentable case I do end up kicking the bucket, I do not want to take the entire group with me down, considering many of them will be essential to stop Cronus and Gaia in a future. I will solo this one. As you wish, Chiron nodded. Artemis POV. Apollo had a vision where the death of our little brother was undecided. He felt him die, yet he didn't see him dying, but even with an undecided fate, this was more than enough to have us on the edge. If he died, Mother would mourn him for all of eternity. Apollo and I would mourn him. If the short time we have come to pass together I had grown to care for him like a big sister would, and how could I not? His heart was unlike the majority of other demigods I had the displeasure of meeting. He was without hate or anger towards his godly family, instead he was playful, annoying, friendly and understanding. Zoe, give Adam this, I said, summoning one bow almost identical to the ones my hunters used with a few minor modifications. This was the best we could do to help him survive. He needs a good weapon. Understood, Zoe nodded, taking the bow and quiver before leaving. 15, Chapter 15. 12. After the Oracle gave me my quest, fuck her by the way, I decided to leave without taking anyone with me, but Destiny like always said, fuck you, for Annabeth and my nephew Lee Fletcher were waiting for me at the exit of the camp, with angry expressions. You want to go on a quest, solo? Do you have a death wish? If so, they are less idiotic ways to kill yourself, Annabeth stated. I'm coming with you. I'm in too, Lee said. I ain't gonna let you leave this place alone. You two won't take no for an answer, right? I sighed. I suppose I could use some help to guide myself to where I have to go, and if things get ugly, I can always force them to sleep with magic or something. Not even in your dreams, Annabeth smiled. What Goldie said, Lee smirked. All right. I conceded. For now, they would come with me. After leaving the camp with my not-so-desired companions, Annabeth told us to go to a local UPS store, and pray for Hermes's help, and if we were lucky he would give us some instructions on how to proceed with the quest. So, UPS, is like his temple or something? I asked, somewhat confused. Yes, I knew Hermes was the messenger of the gods, but I don't recall reading UPS was his temple or something. More like he owns it, but yeah, is like his temple, Lee answered. I took another look at the sign and noticed it had changed from the UPS store to the Ops store. Neat little trick, and nice word game, Olympian Postal Service, gotta love that creativity. As I walked in, Annabeth sat down with Lee, and they started praying to Hermes, and with nothing to lose but my time, I decided to do the same. Maybe Hermes would be like my siblings. Lord Hermes, I know that we don't know each other, or rather I don't know you. You being a god are very likely to know about me, and I know that praying to you for help doesn't leave a good precedent, without having even talked to you yet, but, if you can, and it's not too much trouble, please help me, I would really appreciate it. I don't ask for much, just some answers to my questions. PD, Ops, a very clever name, it made me laugh in a good way. P.D.D. No hard feelings if you can't help, well maybe a little bit with Annabeth for making me come here, but we cool either way. That has to be the weirdest prayer I have ever gotten, a UPS employee said with a chuckle, putting a package on the counter of the store. You said you had questions, well I have answers. Lord Hermes, I bowed, finally realizing who he was. I am a little insulted, your tag-along duo didn't recognize me earlier, Hermes chuckled, I mean guys, what is Chiron or D, teaching you, like how long has Adam been in the camp? A few months? And yet, he recognized me in less than 10 seconds. We are so sorry Lord Hermes, both Annabeth and Lee bowed in respect and fear. Ah, it's all right. I'm just messing with you, but seriously study your Greek lore more. Hermes smiled, turning his gaze at me, now for those questions, and before you ask, yes I am super handsome and it's all natural thank you, now with that question what is your second question? I am not gonna lie, Hermes way more friendly than I had anticipated, well, I have one question or request, can you show me like, with exact directions and images where is the Sirens Island? That's a rather specific and foolish question, Hermes laughed, of course I can, and with the snap of his fingers, I felt the information I had requested entered my brain, and just like that I knew where the island was located, and how to get there. Now on to question number 2. I have one more question, I said with a smile. Good, cause I am only giving you one more answer, Hermes smiled. How can we stop the sirens from making us drown with their voices? By this point, Annabeth and Lee must be wondering, why did he waste his questions of that? Or something along those lines, well I did it to save time, how? Teleporting, to teleport, I need to know or have a solid idea where I have to go, which I didn't before talking to Lord Hermes, which in turn saved me months of unnecessary travel, but this was just the tip of the iceberg, the sirens were deadly enemies, capable of killing beings stronger than them and I had no defense against them, my sense nullification spell was incomplete, which was why my second question was how to avoid teleporting to my doom. Hermes hummed, you know what kid, I will help you out, follow me, he said, walking to a door that would normally lead to a bathroom inside the store, but I knew otherwise, so I unquestioningly followed him, and as I walked through the door we found ourselves inside a UPS warehouse. Here you go, Hermes AirPods, patent pending, these babies will help you fight their soothing voice, but only if your will is strong, otherwise, well, otherwise it was nice meeting you. Thanks for your assistance Lord Hermes, Annabeth said taking a pair of Hermes AirPods. Thanks for everything Lord Hermes, Lee said doing the same. As we left the warehouse I heard Hermes mutter, they are not gonna make it, yes we will. Outside the UPS I started to concentrate my magic, to initiate the teleportation spell, and immediately I sensed that something was wrong, for me. The island was very far away, and the fact I was carrying 2 other people made the magical load heavy, so if I teleport there I would be magically cripple myself for at least an hour, so I guess I'll have to beat up Ariel with my own hands. Okay, I can teleport us there, but, I will not able to teleport us back, at least for an hour or so, I announced. Wait, Adam, my lady hath sent thee a wonderful gift, that voice, and weird way to word her thoughts, Zoe, I turned around to confirm my suspicions, thy gift, she added, handing me a silver-colored bow, with a gold quiver, the bow had Artemis's symbol and as for the quiver it had Apollo's symbol, it was like they wanted me to have a part of them. I have to thank them for this if I survive total annihilation today, I wish thee the best of lucks in your hunt. Thanks, Zoe, thanks I smiled, gripping my new weapon firmly. 16, Chapter 16. 12. After Zoe handed me my gift, Annabeth came up to me and with a stern look said, what's the plan? Didn't she understand? The plan was to get the book and leave, get the book and come back, I answered. That's not a plan, it's a wish list at best, exasperated Annabeth with a firm look, if the AirPods Lord Hermes provided don't work, you'll be teleporting us to our death, she added, and she was right if these things didn't work as he said they would, everyone here would die. Oh, damn. I didn't think of that, Lee muttered. Well, any ideas then? I asked Annabeth who nodded. Can you teleport us near the island but far from their reach? Annabeth inquired. I nodded, I can, Lord Hermes gave me enough information to do so. Can you teleport us in a small boat there? Annabeth asked. I think I can, but we would be a few miles away from the location, teleporting a small boat would take a lot of my energy, I answered. Good, then here is the plan, Annabeth smiled, you will teleport us, and a boat as close as you can to the island, then, one of us will try to approach the sirens this person will be tied with a rope in case something goes wrong, this was we test if the AirPods work, without killing ourselves, fair enough, her plan was less impulsive and reckless than mine, so why not? Alright, let's find a small boat, I nodded. After legally getting a boat, by stealing it from a boat and nacho selling store, I started the incantation for the spell, focusing on the place I wanted to go, with Lee, Annabeth, and me, being on top of the boat, Tropalatsua e salko t et s nuris di nalsi. Let's go, Lee cheered. With a flash of light, the boat fell into the sea with a resounding splash of water, letting us know that we were no longer in New York's Central Park, but out in the open sea. Okay, I will need at least 2 hours before I can teleport us back, I said, noticing that I felt much weaker than I had anticipated. The spell had left me dry on mana, very dry. Where is the island? Annabeth asked. North from here, 2 miles away. I answered. Then let's move this baby there, Lee said, turning the boat in that direction. Our trip from there was quite uneventful. It took us less than 5 minutes to arrive at our desired destination, and now it was time to select who among us would go and test the AirPods. I will go, I smiled. I am the one with the quest and I feel it's only fair for me to risk my life first. Besides, I want to see how much Disney got right. Emma, kill me some Ariels tonight, I finished with a laugh. Don't do anything reckless. If the AirPods work, wait for us. Don't engage. Annabeth sounding worried, and just now I had noticed that with my magic drained I could not feel her emotions. I guess my empathic sense is tied to my mana. Don't worry, Annabeth, no over-glorified sushi roll will defeat me, I chuckled, but she had a point. Anything can happen in the heat of battle, but in the awful, I do die. Please put Under the Sea as my funeral song, to match my stupid death. I don't know if I should feel proud he is so brave or concerned, Lee said to Annabeth, putting the rope around my waist. Both. Annabeth snorted. Both is good, Lee nodded, tying the rope tightly around me. Ready, he said, giving the rope a final tug to prove the rope was ready. All right, here I come, I chuckled, diving into the sea. I might not be a son of Poseidon, but I have my skills here on the water. Swimming was one of the few things I was able to do in my past life, and here I was reaping what I had sowed. I continued swimming for a minute or so, and as I approached the island something happened. All of the sudden a dreamy, almost heavenly sound invaded my senses, with whispers of the lyrics sounding somewhat familiar and yet foreign. I tried to fight it, but the song was strong, and now I lamented I didn't have enough mana to cast a no-sound spell on me as the sirens dragged me to the island, controlling my mind. Adam, we were waiting for you. Images of my birth into this new world appeared in my head, son of divine creatures. Images of my mother, and someone else in the shadows appeared. Power never seen before lies within you, but your fatal flaw drags you. Your recklessness will be the end of you. Today, I struggled for control, but the feeling was overwhelming, but I could feel some voices, calling for me. Stop! You are gonna drown! Annabeth and Lee shouted, and I snapped out of the trance. The fuck, these shitty AirPods don't work, I muttered, seeing the siren a few meters away from me, and they were not like Ariel at all. The sirens were not half fish, like I kinda expected. Instead they were human-sized vultures, with female human faces, dirty black plumage, grey talons, and wrinkled pink necks. You! Eat this! Lee shouted, shooting at them with his bow. Drag him back, Annabeth. Wait, they were still singing, but I was still out of their control, so perhaps this AirPods did work, but only worked after you managed to get some sort of hold over yourself. Don't! I shouted back, as I whispered, Edam are you Osray? As soon as I said that, I felt all sound disappear and an immeasurable amount of pain spread through my body, making me cough blood onto the sea. This feeling made me feel as sick as I once was, and I could feel my body shiver as it invaded my body. I knew beforehand casting a spell without fuel had consequences, that this was not something healthy to do, but I had to try all the cards in my hand before admitting defeat, and even then I would cheat or something. So with that in mind, I had high hopes this spell might just work. If the order of events was anything to go by with these sirens, it means they needed you to hear them, but this was at best a guess. But considering I heard something for a bit before entering in their melodic control, I was sure, it meant that with these AirPods blocked part of their magic, or at least made so it was easier to break free of their grasp. Annabeth immediately noticed that she couldn't hear anything, and with a smile, she turned on the boat towards me, at full speed with her spear ready. If this didn't work I would just have to bitch slap them both out of the trance, and if it did work, well, we had to kill the sirens in under 5 minutes. I don't think the spell I casted will last long. 17, Chapter 17. 12. As Annabeth approached, I could feel the sirens turning their attention to me, and with a shriek that could break glass, one of them dived at me, pulling me deep into the sea. At first, I was scared, very scared, but I would be damned if I go without a fight. Pulling my sword I swung at the siren's claw, but this creature not only was apparently aquatic, even though their bodies hinted otherwise, because it kicked my sword with his free paw deep into the sea. With a smile devoid of emotion, the monster kicked me deep into the sea, tossing me aside like an old doll, and started to swim back into the surface to face my team. And as I descended into the depths of Poseidon's realm, I realized what the monster had done, what the monster had in mind. The siren wanted to drown me first. She knew I couldn't breathe underwater, and with that intention, she held me underwater until oxygen was about to run off, and then just to be sure she kicked deeper into the sea. as a cruel touch to make sure that I died trying to swim to the surface, which I would fail, and without me the death spell I had cast would go off immediately, meaning the time I bought my team would become useless, resulting in 3 deaths, 3 horrific deaths. I didn't want to die, I wasn't ready to die. I can't die, panic spread as I raged about my stupidity. Why had I rushed without mana? I was for now highly dependent of it. Panic and rage coursed through my body as I pushed my body to the very limit in a desperate attempt to escape this fate. I could feel my heart beating faster by the second to the point my chest started hurting badly. I could feel the need in my body to open my mouth and breath, even though I was under the ocean, and that would only make things worse for me. And while I desperately tried to save myself, a part of me whispered I was not going to make it to the surface, that no matter how hard I tried my body would give up before I managed to reach the surface, and I would drown, but the kindle of hope inside me had yet to die. And as my body began to slow down, almost getting to the point of a respiratory arrest, a hand reached out to me, and with desperation, I stretched out my hand and grabbed it. Ah! I shouted as I got to the surface, with my body immediately claiming the oxygen around. It took a few seconds for my body to realize I was okay, and a few more of me coughing like a smoker with terminal cancer. A little help. Annabeth shouted, swinging her spear at the sirens. A quick look around showed me, I wasn't in the sea, something I had failed to notice till now. I was standing at the island, and not only that, but the spell had worn off. I could hear her, meaning she could hear me, a fact the sirens seemed to be oblivious about. The raw fear the siren had forced into me, the primal fear she had awoken while she tried to drown me, that sensation of helplessness I had felt under the sea as I struggled to survive, all of that, turned in the blink of an eye into an unyielding rage. I wanted to kill the sirens, I wanted to see their body turn into dust, and with a scream of pain, agony, and anger, I held my bow high aiming at them, and without hesitation, I shot an arrow to the one that had tried to drown me. The clueless siren did not see it coming. For her I was about to die a few seconds ago, and therefore I was discarded out of her mind, and so in her carelessness of not making sure of that I was actually dead, I was now dictating the terms of our battle, which brought me a sense of satisfaction when the arrow I had shot hit her in the chest, making her scream in agony and confusion, as she turned around to see me. I hope you rot in Tartarus. I screamed, shooting arrow after arrow at her. The first 2 she managed to dodge as she tried to reach me, but before the next 5 shots took her down to the ground a few meters away from me, where I continued to shot until there was nothing more than dust where she once laid. Her siren sisters turned around seeing her sister gone, and in response, the 2 remaining sirens screamed in agony and flew at me, promising a world of pain. I scoffed and aimed at them, but before I could shot, Annabeth and Lee took this opportunity to kill them off while their guard was down, with Annabeth impaling one of the sirens, and Lee killing the other with 2 arrows to the head. When I realized that the sirens were no longer present, that the threat had been eliminated, I fell to the ground of the island with my hands trembling, thinking that I had almost died. How careless was I? 1 second more underwater, and I would have ended inside those monsters as a meal. Not only I had risked my life in a stupid manner, but I had dragged 2 more lives to the mix, and then it hit me. The sirens had revealed to me my fatal flaw. I was reckless, and today it almost cost my life. Dude, you okay? Lee said, running to me. I think I am, I answered, with a raspy breath. I apologize. Annabeth muttered, sounding angry with herself. I should have thought of a better strategy. This was my fault. What was I thinking, fighting them on the water, while they hold dominion over the skies and the sea? I almost killed us all. It's okay. I was the moron that thought teleporting here, losing all my magic for a prolonged period of time, was an okay idea. I should have gone the long fucking way. It's not like this shit has a time limit anyway, I sighed, as I got my metaphorical shit together. And I was awesome, Lee chuckled, getting a look from Annabeth and me. What? I did nothing wrong, not my fault, I can't seem to miss. So now what? The book? Annabeth asked. Yes, and then we go back home, I nodded. We now had to explore the island, find the tome, and get the heck out of this place. 18, Chapter 18. 12. It was deep in the night, with the moon over halfway down in the western sky, and I was feeling rather troubled. At first, I blamed my bad mood to, well, I don't know, almost dying, but now, after feeling my mana not recovering at all, something felt odd. Something in this island was putting my instincts on a high trip, and my mana on a low basis. I wasn't sure exactly what was going to happen, or when, but I knew something was going to happen, and even though I had no idea what that entailed, I had a strong feeling that it was going to be something straight out of a horror movie. Considering the deeper we got into the island, the more terrifying the place got, with a fucking haze that covered around 8% of the area. We continued our walk, and I could see Annabeth and Lee were also alert, showing not only I was feeling an ominous feeling coming from this wretched place. Eventually we found the one place I had seen the book thanks to Hermes, the one place on the island that had life? Or rather looked like it had something reminiscent of life. With a sigh, I moved forward and my suspicion was confirmed. I could see where the book or tome was the one we or I was supposed to recover for the gods, and immediately noticed something was wrong. Everything was quiet, too quiet. I bet Lee's desert privilege that the moment we get into that cave, or close it a monster will appear, I said, feeling an ominous feeling coming from the area. This island was something else, even though I had been walking for hours. I still felt weak, my mana was still depleted, and I felt like death was lurking in the shadows. With a sigh, I observed the cave behind the time, a cave that seemed to call at us. That sounds like a stupid bet, Annabeth sighed, why would I bet if my chance of losing is 100%? Alright, hand me your sword, Lee, I sighed, realizing it was nothing much I could do besides tackling the problem. Alright. Annabeth and I will go in, you guard our back. No energy for magic? Annabeth asked, and I shook my head. Fucking place. As I walked with Annabeth, I started to wonder if I would get to kill another siren today. This was, after all, the Siren's Island, maybe a super siren, but before I could continue to ponder over such morose thoughts, a chilling sensation stopped me, something that made both Annabeth and me stop cold, a sound, something that sounded like a hiss, followed by an earth-shaking tremor and ear-piercing shriek that filled our ears with pain and fear. In front of me, something started to manifest, as a fair bit of faint blue smoke formed a body. At first, it looked like a beautiful woman. But as it materialized a bit more and more, her shape started to change, to morph, with little details that made her terrifying, like her bony face, which was wider than it legally should be, locked in a permanent expression of delirious joy, lidless eyes wide open and bulging as if eyes were about to pop out of her head like candy, her wide mouth gaping, showing jagged teeth dripping of blood, no dripping of poison, and her body, that at one point of its manifestation was a beautiful woman, was now an amalgamation of something that vaguely resembled a human and a scorpion mashed together. Her hands were big enough to hold 5 basketballs without dropping them, while her arms were simply so skinny there was no way she could hold those hands. Were suffering fractures. Alas, biology didn't apply to this. Immediately in shock, I took a step back in horror. Hungry! She screeched, as she turned slowly to both Annabeth and me, and I couldn't help but wonder what in the name of Tartarus was that. Not that I could use my head right now, I had trouble suppressing the chills that ran down my spine. Wise girl, the fuck is that? Lee shouted with worry. I don't know, Annabeth muttered, taking a few steps back. The amalgamation cackled, looking at us. Where are you, food? The monster questioned with a delighted expression, and fast as lightning, her abnormally elongated hand shot forward and something flew at me, missing me by half an inch. Taking a deep breath, I turned around to see the projectile lodged diagonally on the ground. The woman apparently had the skill to shot bones. Delightful, the Percy Jackson version of Kimimaro. Taking into consideration how fast that thing was, there is no way we could possibly avoid a straight shot. That shit she used shot was faster than anything I have seen, which means a straight-on fight was not the solution. Looking at the monster, I noticed something. The monster was so strong. Why were we still alive? Not that I complain, but with that power, she could end us before we even had the chance to draw our weapons. Studying the monster a bit more closely, I noticed her eyes, while creepy and nightmare-provoking, were milky white, and if I have learned anything by reading science and manga, is that the monster was either blind or had an almost 360 vision field, but considering we were still alive, it was time to test the blind theory. So taking a deep breath, I threw a rock far. I carefully grabbed from the ground and threw it as far as I could, and as soon as the rock made some sound, the monster immediately rushed towards the sound, shooting projectiles at it. That was it. She was half scorpion, which meant she had to be kinda blind. Of course, Annabeth said in realization without actually vocalizing it. Thank God she has brains, and that I can read lips. What? Lee screamed without making a sound, mostly speaking with his hands. She is blind. Annabeth shouted back, without making a sound. Food? Is playing with me. The monster cackled. Good, I want to have fun with food, that way food always tastes better. I made a gesture for Annabeth and Lee to move, and I did the same. Apparently, a little step alerted the monster enough. There. The monster screamed in delight, throwing another projectile, this time at Lee. This time the projectile did hit, but no as intended, for it merely scratched Lee, who said nothing. Then I drew my bow and shot at her, but much to my dismay the arrow broke upon contact, showing her skin was tough enough to withstand our weapons, or at least my arrows. This battle was going to be impossible to win if I didn't use magic, so I decided to embrace my fatal flaw and do something reckless. Sulbaruo. Swara dna dibane reeps. At this, one of her projectiles pierced my leg, but I didn't stop my incantation. Seeing this, both Lee and Annabeth started running and shouting to buy me time. Etni crepe rewap fo etsnavayat. As soon as I finished the incantation, pain like I have never experienced before brought me to my knees, with my eyes, mouth, and ears bleeding. This was worse than anything I had felt in my past, 1,000,000 times worse, a cruel reminder of what happens when casting spells without energy, but it's not like I had much of a choice. It was either that or letting the monstrosity eat us, and if I died doing this it wouldn't be so bad. I would die on my terms. Hungry. Eat now. The monster roared, throwing her assault of bones in every direction, but what the monster didn't know was that Lee and Annabeth were running through the big rocks using them as cover. Quite clever. In pain, with my vision being at this point nothing but shadows, and the sounds around me being nothing more than muffled tones, I stood up nothing but my will supporting me and took my bow and an arrow from my quiver. Artemis, Apollo, I pray for you two to guide my arrow so that it strikes my target. Bless this shot, I muttered as I shot at the biggest shadow, hoping it was the monster, hoping that my sibling would guide my shot, considering it was my last for now, and it seems they did, or at least I had luck shooting at it if the muffled sound of the monster screaming in pain was anything to go by. My reckless move had worked, not so much of a flaw now, our weapons could now pierce her skin. Annabeth Lee, I shouted, falling to the ground once again. Attack her, our weapons work now. And as I felt my body going numb, I couldn't help but chuckle. This had been what I saw in the vision of the oracle, total darkness, so this is it. How underwhelming. 19. Poll. I had to fix a problem with the link, here you go. https://www.strawpoll.me/425489442. There is a poll for my next succulent idea, feel free to vote between the options. 20, Chapter 19. 12. As the darkness began to slowly but surely embrace me, I could hear Annabeth and Lee fighting for their lives, as I wondered, was this it? My destiny was to die a fool? I don't accept it. Fuck the oracle, fuck fate. I don't want to die, I'm not ready to die this time I wanted to live. I'm not going to let a mummy tell me where I'm going to die, I said forcibly as I pushed my eyes open with pure sheer willpower, my body begging to just stop struggling, but no. Fuck my body too, I wanted to live and that was final. I'm not going to let a second-hand mummy tell me what my destiny should be. With my legs shaking in pain and my vision all blurry, I stood from the ground despite all the odds against me, getting a pleasant surprise when I did so because out of nowhere, I felt how my body started to heal on its own. It was a foreign feeling, yet familiar feeling, very unexpected, but I wasn't going to complain, though this would do no difference in this battle, for this self-healing wasn't healing much at all, for now, it was just healing my magically crippling mana fatigue, which was the main reason I was on seconds before on the ground, so this was very welcomed, but at the rate I was recovering, it would take too long for me before I managed to recover my casting abilities. So with a sigh, I grabbed my bow from the ground and got ready to fight, but this time I needed to think this through. For one, I knew that with the current state of my eyes I would never be able to aim at the monster properly again. Right now at long range I was a liability. I had to make the monster come to me, but before doing that, I had to make sure I would kill him. As I tried to think of how to kill the monster, I felt a very familiar sound floating around me. I instinctively stretched out my hand without knowing why. The sound was like the fluttering of wings of a raven, but at the same time it sounded like a book whose pages were being aggressively flipped. It was a mix of tone if I had to pick something. As I touched whatever was hovering around me, I felt my body sucking on something, like a source of energy that immediately took the fatigue away. The second thing that happened that I regained my sight. In shock, I brought my gaze immediately to what I was touching, seeing it was a book. My book of spells. What was it doing here? I didn't know, and how was my mana regenerating just by touching it? I didn't know either, but those were questions for later. This was a welcome surprise, but I knew it wouldn't last long. I could somehow tell the book barely had enough to get me back up to 20% charge mana-wise. At much it I was lucky, as far as I could feel through my hand, that was. But regardless of that I had to act fast, or Annabeth and Lee would die. Before I could start my incantation, I felt something coming from the book, a change of energy to say something. Taking the book to see what was happening, I noticed it was changing, and before I could come with any conclusion the book opened in front of me, and started to erase all the content inside of it, leaving a new title, with the new information inside. Chapter 2 of the Book of Magic, Demonic Arts and Incantations. While my mind was in shock, the book began to turn the pages, and with a somewhat violent glow stopped on one page, which had only one spell. I call the darkness unto me from deepest depths of earth and sea, from ancient evils unawoken, break the one that can't be broken. To blackest night I pledge my soul, I crush my heart to burning coal, to summon forth a deathly power, to see my hatred foe devoured. A spell of great power, but of great cost. This spell does not use mana, nor any earthly energy. The cost for using this spell is the risk of being corrupted by the dark energy of the spell. That spell I had seen it before, in my world, on television, in a cartoon show while I was on one of the many clinics I used to frequent, which could only mean that this book somehow had knowledge of various universes on a magical level. First there was the magic Zatanna wielded. I let that slide, thinking perhaps this world had the same type of magic as some type of cosmic connection, but now this, there was no longer any doubt in my mind that Leto had not given me the book, nor any god of the Olympus pantheon for that matter. This book was too powerful for that to be the case. No god here would give anyone such a weapon. Well, I guess the book wants me to kill the monster with this specific spell. Sighing, I decided to give it a shot. Feeling somewhat brave, I call the darkness unto me from deepest depths of earth and sea, from ancient evils unawoken, break the one that can't be broken. To blackest night I pledge my soul, I crush my heart to burning coal, to summon forth a deathly power, to see my hatred foe devoured. Word by word I felt something frightening forming within me, with my hands burning in a dark cloak of darkness, but it all ended when the incantation was over. All the energy I had called upon had turned into a dark sphere floating slowly but surely in front of me, and without giving any warning it started to shape itself little by little until a raven had taken shape from the foreign energy. The dark animal stared at me for a second showing no emotion, but an overpowering scent of death, and even though it was a construct I had created with my own hands, it was genuinely frightening. It was like staring at death itself, and I knew that one touch from that thing and no amount of will would put me back together. Giving one chillingly terrifying caw, the raven flew from its original position to the monster, who immediately reacted to the sound the construct made and tried to attack it, which was his worst and last mistake the monster made, for as soon as that happened and the monster made contact with the energy, it turned into dust. After that the monster died. I ran to my companions who were on the floor gasping for air. They were safe and that was all it mattered, but before I was able to approach them any further, I felt a new pain invade my head. It felt like my right eye was burning as if someone had ripped my eye out with a molten hot knife. "You're okay," Lee muttered happily, but his expression morphed into worry as soon as he saw my face. "Your eye? What of it?" I asked as the pain stopped. "You need a mirror, I can't describe it," Lee muttered. "What can't you owe in the name of my mother?" Annabeth muttered, staring at me. "I almost died, twice, I got new spells, and new consequences for using them, and I was probably blind on my right eye now. Great day, love it." Yes, I was being sarcastic, I deserve to be right now. 21, Chapter 20. 12. So far in both the Patreon and web novel poll The Witcher novel is winning. Keep voting, the pool closes tomorrow. With the quest completed, there was nothing left for us but to return to the camp. We had all suffered in this mission. Annabeth had a couple of broken ribs, and Lee, well, he had some internal bleeding. As for me, well, I had lost and gained the most, considerably more than they had. For losses, my right eye was gone, well, not gone, but I was blind now, and I could only hope Apollo was able to heal it, otherwise, I would have to learn to live without depth perception. But in the bright side, without the weird monster we had killed, I was now recovering my mana quite fast. "How long till you can teleport us?" Annabeth asked with a weak smile. "Not much," I answered, with a smile. "I don't feel so good," Lee chuckled, coughing blood every 2 words. "I think I need to take a nap. Wake me when we is time to go." "Don't die on me, is my first time babysitting one of my nephews," I chuckled. "Haha, well, you are the worst uncle ever," Lee laughed. After resting for an hour, I teleported us to the camp, where we received medical attention. In my case, as soon as Chiron saw me he got angry, knowing right away that I had used dark magic, saying it was the reason I was blind on an eye now, a curse that took my sight from one eye away, and by how he described the nature of the curse, it was one that only Hecate or Apollo could remove. So I did, the only thing I could, and prayed for Apollo to come. I did not want to be blind, so I prayed, and at first I got no response, and was about to give up on that healing path, until a note appeared in front of me. "Dear little bro, congrats on the quest. Now, about your curse, don't worry and worry, meet the worry meter in the middle. I will remove the curse later today when I get the time to go to the camp without Dad knowing, but heed my warning, if you fall under that curse again, I won't remove it again, not because I want to teach you a valuable lesson, but because I won't be able to do so. This curse is like nothing I have ever seen, it consumes your soul, is the cancer of magic to put in human terms. You are basically very lucky to have the curse at a manageable point, which is why I can remove, but is nearing a state I won't be able to do anything about it. Hecate might know more about this, but I want to keep her out of this matter altogether," she would tell Dad. "Right away, and well, I don't want to think about it. I'll be in your cabin in about 3 hours, please don't use more magic until then. The curse is of the mana corrupting kind, and will spread more and more the more magic you use. Just sit and wait for me." A curse he as a god could not remove twice? I am definitely not using that spell ever again. Alright, time to do nothing, I sighed, as I entered my cabin, wondering what else did my magic book had to offer. What a day, and everything to recover a fucking Tome Colgate, I mean. Hecate threw into the sea. I don't even know the woman and I hate her. Apollo POV. Mom was going to kill me. Adam had not only got badly hurt but was close to dying more than once, and to top that cherry, my little bro had gotten a curse that really put his parentage to question. I mean, what in the name of Tartarus was that curse, actually? Now that I think about it, it felt like something straight from out of Tartarus. After all, the nature of this magical illness was dark, very dark, and I have seen dark, not like this, never like this. In fact, the best term I could come with to describe such anomaly, was to compare it to a magical cancer, or magical HIV. The curse was passive and aggressive, sticking to his core at a molecular level. But not spreading beyond the point it had already taken over. No, this curse didn't spread on a normal basis, this one spread on a more intricate level, waiting for my brother to use magic to spread through his system further and further to the point of no return. Did he really got that by a spell he casted? Artemis asked, shocked a demigod could curse himself on a level only a god could. Yes, apparently the spell was as dark as they come, I nodded, wondering if mother had sired a son of Tartarus. Do you think he's a child of Tartarus? I don't think so, otherwise he would be god, or at least immortal, and he's not, Artemis replied, but it was clear she was also questioning who sired him. He had powers he shouldn't have, and access to dark arts that not even the gods had access to. Mom controls the everything related to childbirth, including if the baby is immortal or not, perhaps, she did that. I sighed, is just I can't understand, his magic is way beyond what the children of Hecate can do, and now he has curses that could only come from those of the realm of Tartarus or Erebos. His dad can't be human, at least of that much I am certain. We should ask Mom, if he has any relationship with the primordials, even a distant one. Father will kill him. We must ask Mom who his father is, Artemis said with resolution, if push comes to shove, I'll just turn him into a woman, father will never find him. Let's not go that far, I snorted, imagining Adam as a huntress. I am sure we can keep Dad occupied, especially with the new son of Poseidon coming into play soon. Oh yeah, that kid, Artemis sighed, very well, but regardless of that, we must find who his father is, before father starts making assumptions. If we are lucky his dad will be a minor god, like Thanatos. Let's hope is that, I nodded, anything above that in the power ladder, and nothing would stop Dad from smiting Adam. 22, Chapter 21. 12. The Witcher won the poll, both polls, Patreon and web novel polls. With the curse gone thanks to Apollo, I decided to focus on my demigod training for the moment being. The last mission had proved I was less than good when it came to it. Heck, I had to push my body to the very limit twice by casting spells when I shouldn't have. So, as to avoid being the youngest demigod of my generation to die, I decided to improve that. I did not want to be that close to dying ever again if possible, so it was time to train. And by train I mean getting my ass mercilessly kicked over and over and over and over, and you guessed it, over again. How can I be so good with magic and bows but suck so hard in other forms of combat? This was frustrating. I'm not sure what has gotten into you, Annabeth smiled, helping me stand up after the ass-kicking she had delivered. Not that I don't enjoy defeating you, over and over and over and over again, but any reason why you are doing this? Well, you see, there is nothing I enjoy more than a woman beating to a pulp, maybe a woman in leather beating me to a pulp. I snorted at her expression of shock. Haha, well, I want to be more reliable. Without my magic I struggled a lot to not die, and girl, I do not want to die, so here I am getting my ass kicked by you. I sighed, I can't believe there are people that pay for this. I added with a chuckle. Ew, Annabeth chuckled, well, then I have to say you are improving. I think the daily ass kicking are imparting you with some battle wisdom. Very funny, I rolled my eyes at her low-tier joke. The only one that could make bad jokes here was me. But in all seriousness, I find what you are doing remarkable. Annabeth smiled, trying to improve yourself beyond your talents is something worthy of praise. Haha, I suppose, it takes a big man to not be bothered by the fact he is losing 100% of the fights, for now. Oh, that was a lie, I was bothered, very bothered, so much in fact that I was eagerly waiting for the day to kick her ass. Day by day my vindictive rage grew, asking for petty revenge. If only Annabeth knew she was going to suffer an overly planned overtop prank the moment after I beat her. I suppose, but don't feel too bad for losing. I doubt anyone here could win against you if you used your magic. Yes, I know that so far you are pretty average in armed and unarmed combat, but with magic you have no equal in the camp, Annabeth stated. The average thing was uncalled for and honestly quite hurtful, I said, pretending to be hurt. I called them like I see them, Annabeth chuckled. Hey guys, Lee came running. Uncle, Miss Godly Locks, he bowed, greeting us both. I have straight hair. God, why did you start that nickname, Adam? Annabeth groaned, rubbing her temples with clear annoyance. Not for long, muahaha muahaha muahaha. Rook ray raya orf et yad. What in the? Annabeth shouted in shock, seeing her hair turn curly, and immediately knew it was me, so turning to me with mild anger, she growled, this better be temporary. Don't be angry, I think you rock this look, I chuckled. Haha, Lee was at this point on the ground laughing so hard he didn't make any sound. You think that? Annabeth started to growl but then saw her reflection in my sword and hummed, you know what, I look kinda cute with this look, maybe I will use you as a hairdresser more often, to change things up. Analyzing data, report completed, prank backfired, aborting pranking protocol, you will never catch me alive. I immediately did what any man on my situation would do, and ran. You could make a lot of money with the girls of the camp. Annabeth shouted as she ran after me, the daughters of Aphrodite would pay you a lot to change their hair and make them clothes. Money? Lots of them? This time I did once again what any man in my position would. I ran back to Annabeth and said, I am open Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. and you need appointment to see me. Really, was that easy to convince you? Annabeth laughed. What can I say? I have the power to target a demographic no other provider can, so I'ma exploit the heck out of that. I smiled, already thinking what I would commission for Hephaestus' cabin will all the money I would make. Alright, I'll start spreading the news then, Annabeth said, with a smile. That was unexpected, Lee commented. Meh, I shrugged. Well, Annabeth was right. The girls and apparently some of the boys in the camp were quite enthusiastic at the idea of having a magical hairdresser to change their looks, with the children of Aphrodite being the first ones to go to my cabin, both boys and girls. They were quite metrosexual, those kids. One even brought a tent just in case he had to sleep outside, like those people waiting for the new iPhone and shit. But I couldn't help her wonder, where did they get the money to pay me? None of them worked, and we didn't get paid for the chores at the camp. Did they have a godly allowance I was not aware of? And if so, how much did they get so as to market my services in a way that would lead me to get all of their money? Hi. I came for a new hairstyle, and mustache removal. That voice, Clarice? Hi. I couldn't help but laugh like a madman as I saw the half-bald Clarice standing in front of me, with the magical mustache I had attached to her face still standing. Alright, I had my fun. Now tell me what hairstyle you want, I said, wiping a few tears of my face, which did not to placate her anger, but even though she did nothing, she had a new emotion for me, fear. I want my old hair back. Clarice replied. Sure, why not? I chuckled. 23, Chapter 22. 12. The Witcher won the poll, both polls, Patreon and web novel polls. Training with Annabeth, resting, and repeating the cycle, over and over again. I was ashamed to admit my routine had become somewhat predictable, turning my days to a quite monotonic tone of repetition, but it was not as if I had anything better to do. I had to learn how to fight without magic. Besides, my magic book had not changed at all since that time during the quest, which led me to believe that it would only change in moments of utmost urgency, or in a sideline crazier theory when the current chapter was mastered, aka the chapter of mnemonic incantation. If my theory was true, I would see a change in the book very soon, since I considered I was close to reaching the point where I could be considered a master of the first chapter, but I really didn't know what kind of requirements the book would have to consider me as such or to let me advance on its contents. But until that happened, here I was training like a bastard, which is technically correct. I am a bastard in a way. You're getting pretty good at it, Annabeth chimed in from the stands as I fought. Or rather struggled against the future traitor, the son of Hermes, Luke. It's admirable to see you have such a resolve, but training so much will only get you into trouble later on. You are overworking your body. Dodging the edge of Luke's sword by a few inches, I looked at Annabeth and said, not a particularly good time, Goldie. It was hard enough to fight Luke, who was way better than me with the sword, but to do so while having a conversation? Nope. So I resolved to ignore the most annoying demigoddess in camp, well, second most annoying in camp. Unfortunately, it was too late for my resolve to ignore her, because the second I looked at Annabeth to reply, everything went downhill. Luke, being more seasoned than me at the art of fighting, took this opportunity and hit me with the blunt side of his blade, knocking me flat to the ground, thus winning the duel. With his sword on my throat, there was nothing else to do but to admit defeat, for I lost count. I surrender. Never take your eyes off the enemy, Luke advised me as he extended a helping hand to help me stand from the ground. Yes, I replied as I looked at Annabeth with annoyance, to which she simply shrugged. God, I wanted to be mad at her, but I just couldn't. I knew very well that even without her interference, I would have lost. She simply accelerated the process. You should use your magic in our duels, Luke offered with a smile. With your magic, I have no doubt you would win every duel. That would defeat the purpose of what I am doing, I replied, as I shook the dirt off my pants. I didn't want to win. Well, I did. But not with magic. This wasn't a death battle or something along those lines, so I was in no obligation of using my magic, and I wanted to become a better fighter, a well-rounded one, and these beatings I was taking were giving me results. Luke smiled one last time, before he left the training yard. You're right. Did you want something, Goldie? I asked Annabeth, who was walking towards me. Just here to remind you that you have to rest. Annabeth rolled her eyes at me. You have been training for 13 hours today, and just by looking over you I can see the wounds. You need to stop overworking yourself. Hey, chicks dig men with scars. I'm just here making myself more beautiful, I joked, getting a playful punch as a response on her part. As if, Annabeth snorted in amusement. Let's go and have lunch. Lee wants to challenge you to an eating contest again. When will he learn I am unmatched when it comes to eating free food? I chuckled. Oh, poor Lee, soon he would once again, unironically taste defeat. You know what? Scratch that, he will ironically be tasting his defeat. Apollo POV. Mom didn't know when Artemis and I went to ask her if she could tell us who Adam's father was and if he was a god. She answered with total honesty that she didn't know, that she was certain he was a human because she had known him for a while because they had dated for a few months. All she knew now is that he disappeared the moment she became pregnant. She told us how for months she looked for him in hopes so she could give Adam a paternal figure, but she didn't find him anywhere. When Artemis heard this she exploded with anger. But that rage was quickly replaced by doubt, when we started to investigate the man with the information that Mom had given us, and to sum it up, there was nothing. Nothing at all. It is as if the guy never existed, to begin with. Do you think Father killed the man? Artemis said, bringing out a good point. There was a very high chance Father killed Adam's father. Is a fit of jealousy, even though father and mother are not together, it was a possibility. It's possible but highly unlikely. While such actions were not out of his normal reactions to things he didn't like, I doubted he was behind this event, because if he wanted to hurt mother for sleeping with a mortal, he would have also killed Adam. Father was not known for his subtlety. Then what? A human disappeared into thin air. Artemis scoffed and then turned to me. What if the man wasn't a human like Mom confirmed? There had been some shapeshifters able to fool the gods before. Is a possibility, but if that were the case, Adam would have inherited shape-shifting skills, not magic, and certainly not magic on this level. I sighed. Our little bro was turning to be more and more puzzling than I first imagined. 24, Chapter 23. 12. The Witcher won the poll, both polls, Patreon and web novel polls. Succulent, that was for a friend that loves this word. The weapon of Zeus, the king of Olympus, had been stolen, the most powerful weapon in existence, the fucking Master Bolt, was lost, and the supernatural world of the gods was in utter chaos, and I had to admit that I had no fucking idea how Luke managed to steal the weapon, and I don't mean the fact he managed to take it, Zeus, no, I mean the guy fucks all day long with anything with a pulse, and without a pulse, completely neglecting his wife, so stealing from him should be in theory easy. What I mean was the fact that for weeks I have been watching Luke with my magic. And yet he managed to escape from my sights, both literal and magical, and from the camp, to steal the weapon. How did he do that? No idea, but the guy was good, I had to admit it, that, or he had stolen the weapon way before I came. Which would leave to question how incompetent was Zeus to not notice his weapon was missing for a couple of months. Oh well, no time to figure out if Luke did a Houdini on us or Zeus just didn't notice until now. I hope it is the latter, otherwise my magic game is being circumvented by him and I don't like that, not at all considering his boss, anyway. I am very concerned about certain details about this event. Normally I would just let bygones be bygones. I mean, Percy is about to come and save the day, but there were certain incriminating things about me in this event that would lead me to an early grave, like the fact I had previously taken Apollo's weapon. And if anyone else found out, I would die. But why, Adam? Why must you be pessimistic? Well, allow me to illuminate. See, Zeus is as paranoid as they come, maybe even more. So if he discovers or hears I was able to summon Apollo's weapon without his consent, he would connect some very bad dots for me, which in turn would end with me being electrocuted to the afterlife or Tartarus, probably Tartarus. And before I hear anyone say, your siblings would never betray you. Well, that is partly true, but Apollo won't be able to help it. He is the god of truth and he always says the truth, which fucks my life if they ask him. So in front of me, I had two options, recovering the Master Bolt myself from Ares, or hoping that no one asks Apollo the right questions, or I could always anonymously hint Ares has the weapons if push comes to shove. Yeah, the last one works, or doesn't, I didn't really know, because I had no idea if my canon knowledge was canonical anymore. I mean, for all I knew my presence here changed who Luke gave the weapons to. So in the meantime, I shall be as secondary as possible. I will be so secondary that if ever make an anime out of me I will be one of those characters they draw in the back to fill the environment. Wanna join the arena later on? Annabeth said as she walked up to me with smirk, while I was currently doing sit-ups out my cabin as part of my training to gain some extra needed stamina. With your current skills I am sure you will get a nice position, and probably a hefty price. Annabeth, I am the sole provider of haircuts and clothes and games in the camp. Money, it's not a problem, I smirked, wiping the sweat of my training with money. Was that necessary? Annabeth chuckled. Yes, I had to assert my dominance. I laughed, drying the money with magic. Not but for real, I don't need the money, I have all the sweaty money I need. Very well, but you are coming to see the fights at least, right? Annabeth asked with a smile. Sure, why not? I nodded. It should be a nice change of pace seeing others getting their asses kicked, which reminds me, if you ever hit me in the nuts again, I will erase your tits out of existence, not that you have any. I muttered the last part just for me to hear as I remembered how she had won the last duel with a super kick to my boys, my poor boys. You almost won our last duel. Annabeth chuckled. I saw an window for victory and I took it. Annabeth, if you ever see that window again, you better not take it. I said, narrowing my eyes at her into a thin line. That is a window you never take, I mean. I avoid hitting you on the breasts, which by the is a privilege you lost with the last nut shot, so next duel be sure to have some armor up there, unless you want a tit shoot. Annabeth sighed and then shuddered. I don't think I want to fight against you anymore. I have a strong feeling you will seek revenge on my chest area. I will avenge my boys one way or another. Annabeth, I will avenge them. I declared to the wines. Is that what a gentleman would do? Oh, trying to play the gentleman card. I believe in gender equality, I smiled at her. Weaponizing my beliefs. Well played, Annabeth clapped her hands admitting she had lost against me in an argument, which for the children of Athena was a rarity. I play to win, I chuckled, but in all seriousness I will be there to see you kick some demigod arse. Perfect, Annabeth perked up at that, so that means no revenge. Oh no, I will have my revenge, but that will come when you least expect it. I laughed like a madman, leaving a very concerned Annabeth behind. I felt bad for her, but it was out of my hands. She had crossed a line, one a man upholds above all, and now I had to plan a very elaborated and over-the-top prank to ruin her first encounter with Percy. Ha ha, mew ha ha ha. 25, Chapter 24. 12. Percy had arrived at the camp, and had met Pennywise. I mean, Annabeth, who I cursed to look like Pennywise for a whole day. Percy's expression and Annabeth's pained expression as she showed Percy around the camp made my day. After enjoying my revenge for a couple of hours, taking lots of pictures for posterity, I decided to go to the camp library secret section Chiron does not allow anyone else but him to enter, to continue with my reading about the other pantheons in this world, which for some reason the Greek gods wanted us to think they were fake. Okay, I take it back. I think I know why the gods want us not to believe in any other pantheon, because without human belief the gods would die, or fade to be more precise. You see, gods need humans or mortal to be precise, to exist, at least in this universe, so when humans start to forget about said god just goes puff. At first, I thought this theory to be bullshit. I mean, what happens when a new god is born? How can humans know about him or her, and how can they believe in him or her? They can't, which in turn would mean they would immediately vanish. So I continued my research about this little phenomenon and found my answer. The fading or absolute death of the gods is caused by a variety of reasons according to the books, but the main ones are: 1. The decline of a god's realm. This implies that people no longer use the realm said god has control of, or simply do not believe in it. For example, if people stopped believing in agriculture, Demeter would die, but with agriculture being so necessary, I highly doubt that will ever happen. Reason number 2, gods can die if people completely abandon their belief in them and what they represent. For this reason, gods that are not well remembered or were never worshipped in the first place usually end up fading. Although this is very rare, most of the gods exist because people believe in their realms, not them. I doubt many worship Zeus, but they do use his realm quite a lot. And the last reason, which I call the suicide reason, if a god loses the will to remain immortal or loses faith in himself, he can begin the process of his death. Of course, this can take a long time since the people and the beliefs in their respective realms can keep the god alive against his or her will. Mortals had immense power over the gods, something Zeus despised. Heck, the main reason the Roman pantheon was even a thing was because the Romans and the Greeks saw the gods very differently but at the same time the same, which ended up with the Greek gods having split personalities and stuff. So, I basically have to start a religion to become a god. Hey, I hummed, the Church of Pranks and Magic. I will work on that later. Ding. Oh, my very convenient magical alarm, that tells me when Chiron is nearby. I love magic, Tropelet otem nebuk. And just like that, I was back in my cabin, with a lot of information, and not really practical ways to use it. One day this will come in handy. Knock. I turned to the door, as I curiously approached to see who was knocking on the door, and through the window I saw that Pennybeth and Percy were at the door, talking. Pennybeth, random guy, what can I do for you? I greeted. I will kill you, Annabeth growled. I can make it permanent, so behave. I smirked. Little did she know I couldn't make it permanent, but what she doesn't know doesn't hurt her. You are just a bully, Percy stated, with a dare I say, angry tone. Let's use my sometimes useful, sometimes useless power, to read his emotion. Angry, guess I didn't need to use it. Me? A bully? I chortled in amusement. Maybe? I mean, I need time to process this. I have come to a decision and I am not a bully, just a very vindictive guy. Maybe because you can't stand to lose, Percy snorted, still angry. Okay, hold the fucking on. How and why is he taking my prank so seriously? I mean, he barely knows Annabeth. Alright, I seem to have awoken some hostile feeling from you, but I'll be honest, I don't care. But if you must know, this was my revenge for the nut punch she delivered our last match. I chuckled. She punched you in there? Percy asked, pointing to the affected area. Yep, and my boys demanded vengeance. I nodded. Oh, well, sorry then, I thought you were just a bully, Percy chuckled. Really? That's it? Annabeth chuckled. I punch him in the groin and everything is okay. Yes, both Percy and I said with one voice. It's the one place you don't hit a man, Percy stated, and I nodded. So, did you two have a reason to be here, besides trying to make the new guy hate me? I asked with a smile. I wanted to show Percy the local prankster and the best magic user on the camp, Pennybeth sighed, pointing to herself as proof, as you can see Percy, he is really talented with magic, and I hate him for it. PFF, nah, you love me, I snorted. As if, Annabeth snorted. You can use magic? Like those magicians in Las Vegas? Percy asked, and for a moment I wondered if he was being serious or not, and then I remembered that even after seeing a minotaur trying to snack on him he didn't outright believe in this world. Is he for real? I had to ask. Yes, unfortunately yes, Annabeth nodded, with a pained expression. Annabeth, you already have too much suffering dealing with him, I sighed. Dealing with Sushi Brain was going to be more painful for her than my curse, so I did the right thing and undid my curse, partially. I kind of liked the Pennywise hairstyle on her, so I will keep that for the day. You are partially free of my curse. How did you, what? Percy muttered as I closed the door on them. 26, Chapter 25. 12. With Percy in the camp, I started to focus on staying on the sidelines, drawing as little attention as possible. I needed to be virtually invisible for my escape plan to succeed. Don't get me wrong, I love the camp as much as I can, but I don't want to stay under a place dear old paranoid Zeus controls. He was a crazy king that saw plots where there were none, and I wanted no part in it. But fear not. For I have a plan. You see. I will wait for Percy to go on his quest to retrieve the Master Bolt and his mom to start my escape. My idea was simple and based on what I knew about Luke, who confirmed to me the gods were not as all-seeing as I originally thought them to be. If they were, well, Luke would be dead and there would be no quest. The point was, I was going to take advantage of the inner conflict between the gods during this quest to escape, and the best part is that they would never find out. How? Well, during the last few weeks I've been testing my golems on the resident god of the camp, to see if he sees them for what they truly are, and little by little I have managed to create something Mr. D can't truly see for what it is. I mean, I have no doubt if he really wanted to see through my golem he could, but the guy barely puts any effort into anything related to the camp, so his I don't give a fuck about this camp attitude worked perfectly. And with that in mind, I created a magical golem of me, being a perfect replica, a masterful construct that will fool the camp and its inhabitants, and will allow me to explore the world and come back as I see it fit. And that wasn't even the best part, the golem worked a teleport beacon, meaning I would be able to teleport to the golem location if any god other than Mr. D appeared in the camp, knowing full well any other would see right through him. With this I had no doubt I would succeed in my endeavors, that were no longer just being free. I had now more interesting goals, like, meeting other pantheons. For what reason? To learn their magic. I think my eyes are a shade darker, I hummed as I tweaked my golem. Just a bit, a voice agreed. Yet I have been caught, haven't it? Well, it's been a while, Murphy, glad you could join. Don't be so tense, the person behind me giggled, I find your work admirable. I turned around to find a 9-year-old girl standing in front of my fireplace, her auburn hair moving in synchrony with the flames and her golden eyes shining like beacons of light. I could feel immeasurable power coming from her alongside a powerful smell of burnt wood and marshmallows that was oddly a very relaxing mix. Hestia. I instinctively said, deep down being that what I said was nothing but the absolute truth. Hestia was standing in front of me, and yet I felt, fine, like even better than with my siblings, the feeling was like being home. Hi, Hestia smiled, so you will use this to escape. I can see how this will fool my nephew, but I can also see how it will fail. Not like it will work anymore, I sighed. So is this the part where you take me to Olympus to meet my fate? I joked. Oh dear no, Hestia shook her head with a smile, I won't snitch on you, that's how kids say it now these days, right? I nodded. So, you will let me go? I asked. I don't see why not. I know the outside world is dangerous, but I can see you want to see so much and do so much. Hestia smiled, giving me a hug out of the blue. You are the living embodiment of free will, and free spirits cannot be caged. Thanks, I was speechless. I knew for a fact she was the best of the Olympians, but I didn't expect her to be so. I don't know, warm? I don't even have words to describe her personality, more than the fact she reminded me of Sally, with both individuals being gentle and of good nature. Such a strange book, Hestia hummed, getting close to my magic book. I think Hecate calls them grimoires, I am not sure. My Atom.exe had yet to restart. Don't worry, like I said. I won't snitch or say anything, I am simply amazed by the contents of this book. Is like nothing I have ever seen before, Hestia informed, confirming my earlier suspicions. This book was not a gift from the gods of this realm, it's almost alive. It is, I muttered. Now, before you went off. I wanted to give you this. Hestia smiled warmly at me, as she handed me a handmade scarf. If you are ever hungry, wear this scarf and just think of anything you want as long as homemade, and the magic of the scarf will create some food, or you can use it with the cold. Is multi-purpose, she giggled. Thanks, but why? I chuckled. Consider it a thanks, Hestia smiled, pointing to my fireplace. You have kept the hearth booming with life, and for that I have to thank you. Isn't the hearth in Olympus? I asked. The hearth is everywhere there is a home willing to accept me, and as long as the home and its inhabitants accept me I will be there to help and protect them to the best of my abilities, and you kept the hearth of your little cabin alive. Hestia answered. I have to be honest, I didn't do it knowing you would come. Heck, I didn't even know that fireplace was the hearth of my cabin. Normally I would have lied, but to her, I kind of felt it was going to hurt me more than anything. I know, you did it without knowing, without ulterior motives, and for that I am grateful. Hestia smiled. Now let us eat. I made some lasagna. I hope you like Italian food. Hestia is definitely the best of Olympus. My name is Adam Garfield Aragon. I smiled. What do you think? Haha, silly, Hestia giggled. 27, Chapter 26. 12. After my brief and unexpected chat with Hestia that ended with her feeding the ever-living crap out of me, with dozens of dishes, each one better than the last, I mean seriously, she should be called the goddess of grandmothers, because I was probably 10 pounds heavier after our talk. Anyway, after our brief chat, she pointed out the two fatal flaws of my plan. For one, she said that my golem, while almost perfect and very detailed, had too many minuscule differences with me, ones that beings like the gods would notice with a simple glance, like for example, the lack of a soul, and while mostly clueless Mr. D apparently would eventually notice. 2. Even if I managed to trick Mr. D, I was marked, something I didn't have the slightest idea of what it meant until Hisha explained it to me. Apparently Artemis had marked me, and the mark worked like a magical tracking device, showing my sister had preemptively planned for my escape. Clever girl. In summary, my brilliant escape plan was not an option anymore, but that didn't mean I would stand down. No, that only meant I had to try harder. So, with that in mind, I created a new plan, one that would revolve around me literally stealing the spotlight from Percy. How? Well, like before, I will use the infernal conflict of the gods to my delicious advantage with my succulent new plan. Allow me to explain. Well, there is not really much to explain, besides the fact that I will go out, recover Zeus's Master Bolt and Hades' helmet, giving them both to their original owners, and in the process, winning a few favors from the gods I plan to cash out. But the problem now was how to recover those powerful items without Zeus thinking I stole them in the first place. Hestia. Of course, if I asked her to make me her champion, she would have the liberty to send me in quests, which in turn would cover both my permission to get out and the reason why I recovered the weapons. With a smile on my face, I ran towards my fireplace and prayed to her. Hey Hestia, I know we talked like an hour ago, but I had an idea, one that would result in less bloodshed for the demigods, and less godly apocalyptic war for the gods. If you want to hear my master plan, please come and bring some cookies. At first I got no response, but a few minutes later, Hisha came out, walking out of the fireplace with a tray full of cookies and drinks. This is so exciting. Hestia giggled. I haven't had a good talk about adventures since Hermes stopped having them. Hermes? I chuckled. Yes, he used to go to my manor to tell me about his grand adventures, you know, when he used to deliver the packages himself. Hestia nodded. So what's your plan now? I thought you were going to use the golem. I was, but I rather avoid being caught immediately. I sighed. You pointed out a lot of mistakes on my plan, so I formulated a new plan. I want to be your champion. Not that I am not flattered, but what is the takeaway? Hestia inquired. Well, if I read correctly on the books, a god can send his champion on secondary quests? I am not sure if that's the term. I chuckled, and I plan to use that to recover what it was stolen from your brother. I had no idea if Hestia knew about Hades and his helmet situation, but it was best to avoid showing too much meta-knowledge. I trusted Hestia, but it's better be safe than sorry. I see, Hestia sighed. You do realize there is a reason why gods don't pick champions as often as we used to, right? I shook my head. I had no idea. Quest without the oracle usually end really bad, so we stopped picking champions. Hestia smiled softly at me. Besides, I can't offer you as much as other gods could. I am not the strongest, and my realms are not battle-oriented, so my blessings will not make you stronger or faster. But you are the one god I can trust with this. My siblings would not approve of my idea, and would force me to stay. I sighed. And I don't care if your blessing don't make me stronger, I am plenty strong as it is. Are you sure? Hestia asked with clear hesitation. I do not want you to be disappointed when the only power you get is awesome cooking skills or minor fire control. Hestia, I would love to be your champion. Let's be honest, any other god beside you and my siblings would use me as a pawn. My brothers care about me in their own ways, and you are too good to evilly use someone. I smiled at her. Very well, Hestia smiled at my words. Who am I? To stop a free spirit from roaming the world for a thrilling adventure. She chuckled as she approached me with her hands covered in flames. I, Hestia, the first and last Olympian, choose Adam Aragon as my champion. May he bring me glory, may he make the hearth proud. I bless my champion with the fire of hearth so that he never feels the cold. I bless my champions with the feasts of Olympus, so that he never has to feel hunger. I bless my champion with the burning coal of the first hearth so that fire never burns him. I felt different, my body felt somewhat lighter, not enough to say I was faster, but enough to notice I had more energy. I also felt warm, as if a heater was inside me. It was an odd but very fulfilling sensation. I hope you are not disappointed with my blessings, Hestia smiled. Now, I suppose I have to send you to recover the Master Bolt. I smiled, yes. 28, Chapter 27. 12. After Hestia made me her champion, for no other reason other than me asking her, I embarked on my journey to find the Master Bolt. Alone. With a positive attitude, I first tried to locate the weapon with my magic, and got nothing, not surprising though, considering Zeus has Hecate on speed dial, but I didn't let that minor inconvenience stop my adventure before it even began, so I did the next best thing, I manically tracked Ares. This time getting a location from the spell, showing the overconfident god of war was not as intelligent as one would think for an immortal being. Seattle. I muttered, looking at the map with a minor degree of disbelief. Of all the places in the world this adventure could have taken me, it took me to Seattle. Oh, well, they do have some nice enchiladas there if I remember correctly, so I suppose the trip will be worth it. Tropolit ot Eltas. With that said, I appeared conveniently inside of an abandoned house, in the middle of what I expect to be Seattle. I really need to start being more specific with where I want to go. I could have just popped into existence midair or close to something, lethal like a woodcutter, I chuckled. Taking a few seconds to gather my thoughts, I walked to the nearest window and inspected the situation outside. By the looks of it, I had teleported to the slums of the city. How did I know that? Well, there were 3 people selling and consuming what I can only assume is crack, not that I am a crack expert to have an accurate depiction of the matter. Alright, I hummed as I took a few steps back from the windows, deciding it was best to have a general idea where to find Ares before getting out of the house. I knew he was in Seattle, but that didn't help at all. Seattle was big as fuck, so I took a needle out the bag Hestia had given me for the quest, and a map, to use them on a spell to locate Ares, Eldine fo et so eta col sira. The needle immediately started to glow in a faint black color that showed the spell was in place. Seconds later it started to move around the map. Haha, yes. Wait for me Ares, I will fuck your idiotic plot. Once again, I celebrated too early, why? Well, allow me to explain, when I started my hunt on Ares, I forgot a few details about the gods and their powers. And to summarize, I forgot gods can be in several places at the same time, which meant my location spell was, well, useless. The fucking nettle had been moving non-stop around the map for hours trying to locate Ares, never stopping in one location for more than 5 seconds, but I suppose not all was in vain. I did learn Ares goes to every bar in Seattle for at least 5 seconds a dozen 100 times an hour, and yes I know that doesn't make sense mathematically speaking, sue me. Hey who the fuck are you? Oh, yeah, I had totally forgotten, I was in Cracktown, and a crack citizen had entered the crack cave. Look, I have a headache and not much time to waste, so go smoke your crack or your drug of choice out of here, I said, not even looking at the guy that had entered the house. You little shit, the guy snarled, walking towards me in what I assumed was his walk of, I'ma show this little shit some respect. I sighed, turning around to stop the guy from trying to stab me, with a quick kick that sent him, literally flying through the drywall of the room we were in. Hey, demigod strength I suppose, I chuckled, wondering if I had killed the guy. Hey are you alright? I asked, getting no response. I will burn the house if you are dead, you know, to burn the evidence, so talk now or die in flames. I'm not dead. And there it is, I almost killed well, I wouldn't say an innocent man, but I can't judge based on his really self-destructive actions, so I will go by. I almost killed an innocent but positively guilty guy, 50-50. Alright, now take that concussion and think about your life, I chuckled. I will. The guy groaned in pain. With a satisfied chuckle I turned around to see that the needle had stopped in a hotel. Ha ha ha, it seems I will get to cock-block a god. I will think of the deadly consequences later. Who said the demigod business gets boring is a fool? No one said that. Good luck with your future life choices, I shouted, as I left the house. Thanks. The guy groaned and I laughed. Ah, this poor guy really cracked me up, haha. Deciding it would be a waste of mana to teleport to the hotel, I walked to the hotel hoping Ares wasn't as quick as a roster on the bed, which for a god would be hilariously bad. The hotel was a somewhat high-end one, but nothing that said I am rich and dumb, more along the lines I am rich and want to fuck. Alright, I sighed, as I looked with trepidation at the hotel entrance, before reluctantly walking in. As soon as I entered the hotel, I could feel the power vibrating in the air, and that sounded very sexual. Following the power to the source, I walked to the elevator and went to where the suits were, all while thinking what would be a godlike cock-blocking line. Here's Johnny. Nah. Cock-a-doodle don't? Maybe. Holy shit. I gasped as the elevator opened on the last floor, shocked to feel something I had failed to notice till now. There was more than one godly figure here, must be Aphrodite, I concluded, considering Ares was head over dick for her, the all-fuckable goddess of love. Oh well, I chuckled, I will exterminate any intercourse in the perimeter. I added with my best Terminator expression. 29, Chapter 28. 12. The moans and other sexual sounds coming out of the presidential suite was, more than enough to point me out that it was the right room, that in the fact it was the only room on the floor with users. And there I stood, seeing the door with an underline of fear. I mean, would Ares know I was on a quest and would he abide by the Olympian rules of not going all out against a demigod on a quest? Or would he forget about such things and kill me for cock-blocking him? I suppose I will find out. Housekeeping, I said as I knocked at the door. If I was going to go out, I would make my last moment hilarious. Housekeeping, I knocked again after getting no response. Get the fuck out. And that has to be Ares, that or Aphrodite has a very deep voice. Housekeeping. I knocked again, as the fear within me was changed for amusement. I mean, he hadn't outright killed me, which meant I was on the right tracks for now. For the love of. I rented the entire floor to avoid interruptions. Now go away. Ares shouted. Housekeeping. Go away. I come in anyway. I was having more fun than I should be allowed to. What? No. Ares shouted in disbelief. I come in anyway, I smiled, opening the door with my magic. Haha, oh dear, as I entered I could see Aphrodite laughing and Ares fuming. I said no. Ares said, in a very angry tone. All right, sorry for the sex break, I said, with a smile, but I'm on a quest from Hestia. A demigod. Ares growled and Aphrodite started to laugh even harder, much to his anger. You didn't notice. Aphrodite giggled looking at Ares before turning her pink eyes to me. I heard from Apollo you were a prankster, and I am glad he didn't oversell you. She winked at me, and now that my eyes rested on her body, her beautifully naked body, I was certain I had never seen a woman so beautiful in my life. She was too perfect to put into words, her breasts, her hair, her everything. What is the fucking quest, and it better be important? Ares demanded, and just now I noticed he was also naked. Oh well, I am part of the Greek pantheon. I was bound to see a dick sooner or later. I am actually surprised it took this long. I was tasked to retrieve the Master Bolt and the Helm of Darkness from you. Hestia found out you have them and she wants to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. I lied. Why did I lie? Well, 1. Ares is afraid of his dad to a very large extent, and if he thinks Hestia knows and will tell Daddy Zeus about his plans to avoid the holy war from breaking, he will be less aggressive in his actions against me, if only to avoid his ass being dusted. You what? Aphrodite hissed, and here I thought she knew. Hestia knows. Ares muttered, ignoring Aphrodite for the moment. Hestia allowed me to come and retrieve the items, but she knows you would not bend down to a simple request, so, let's have a duel, with you on my same level of course. I don't want to die in a nanosecond, I chuckled. If I win you will give me the 2 symbols of power and I will give them back, and don't worry, nor me nor Hestia will tell the king who had them. If you win, I shut my mouth and so does Hestia. Deal. Ares looked at me in contemplation, before a grin broke into his face. Very well, champion of Hestia. Before you two go and fight, I have a question. Aphrodite smiled. Did you plan on asking us to join our bed? I think I saw this little bit on an American show. Wait, Family Guy is a thing here too. No. Too bad, Aphrodite winked, as she walked towards the bathroom. I turned to look at Ares in minor disbelief to see him shrug with thoughtful look. If you survive our duel, I don't mind tossing your ass like a salad kid. The fuck is wrong with you people? I laughed, but this was no laugh of joy, but of panic, pure unadulterated panic. When you live as long as we gods do, the line between sexual orientation starts to blur, Aphrodite commented with a smile. Why have one flavor when you can have them all? Fuck this, I am out. And with that I started to walk out of the room. But first, let us fight. Ares stated with a smile, and all of a sudden we were in the middle of a place that closely resembled a Greek arena. The winner takes all. If I win, you and Hestia will shut their mouths and let me go with my plan. If you win, haha, sorry but I can't finish that sentence without laughing. Cocky little shit, just because he's a god and can basically one-shot me if he fights at full power, he thinks that I don't stand a chance. Well, he's right. But he isn't fighting at his full power, which means I can win. We'll see who laughs at the end. For a consolation prize, kid, my offer still stands. Ares winked. A night with me and Aphrodite. If you survive, it will be a unique experience. I am 11. What was wrong with these gods? I am a child, with powers, but a child. And your point is? Ares asked. Maybe all he needs is a drink to calm his nerves, honey, Aphrodite offered. Still 11. I shouted again, you know what, let's just fight, this is getting weirder and weirder as the conversation progresses. Alright, but remember that ass tossing is up for the grabbing, Ares chuckled, summoning his sword. I need an adult, I muttered. I am an adult, Ares chuckled. Maybe he is more into tossing than getting tossed. Aphrodite commented, does that make it better for you? She asked me. It does not, and again. Still 11:30, chapter 29. 12. I stood with my sword ready, as Ares approached me. The rules in our duel were simple, the first one to get out of the arena, would lose the duel. And I wasn't ready to lose, not today. Not with the stakes at hand. What were those stakes? My ass, and not in the, if I lose I will die, no. I meant quite literally my ass. Ares was attracted to me, and so was Aphrodite it seemed, so Ares put an extra condition to our duel, if I lose. I would have to sleep with them. Don't worry kid, I'll be gentle, Ares smirked. I seriously need an adult, I muttered, keeping my guard up. We are adults, Aphrodite pointed out, very old ones at that, which is why I know, we will make you feel good. The fact you two are thousands of years older than me, makes this. I pointed between them and me, worse, seriously, what appeal, sexual at that, can I have? I haven't even gone through puberty yet, there is nothing sexy about me yet. Oh, a self-burn, those are rare. I don't know, Ares shrugged, I just, like you, the way he said like you, almost made me teleport back to camp. That's it. I wanted to have some fun, maybe learn a bit from the god of war himself in the way of the sword but no, I sighed, and immediately narrowed my eyes at Ares noticing he was smiling in a very smug way, don't you fucking dare, you know I didn't mean that sword. The point is I am done. So you surrender? You know that means I get to tap you. Ares chuckled. Surrender? Oh no, I chuckled, I am beyond that point, you pushed me beyond the point of no return, and you will suffer for it, I smirked. Ares chuckled, this ought to be good, and how do you plan to make me suffer? You know the best thing about rules. I asked him with a smile, is that you gods have to follow them for the most part, I chuckled, you have to fight me on demigod levels of power, meaning, well, for the lack of a better term, you are my bitch. Say what? Ares asked. Noise solps. I think this was the first time in my life, I had used a spell with such an absurd amount of vindictive hate, and yes. I count the one that saved life. Noise solps or explosion, worked exactly as the definition of the word, it exploded, and Ares didn't see it coming, the blast pushed him back, in a loud snap, smashing his body to the wall and then to the ground. What in the fuck was that? Ares exclaimed in shock, bleeding in the ground quite profoundly from his body, showing his physique was of a demigod now, vulnerable to my attacks, good. Noise solps. And so I answered his question, and by answered I mean I exploded his body again and again and again, and again, and again, and, well, you guessed it, again, I stopped doing so once I felt my mana going below the recommended. This is so, bullshit, Ares groaned in pain, since when can demigods blow things like that? Give me, the fucking weapons. I was surprised his demigod or godly depoward body was still intact considering he was using the level of strength normally seen in a demigod to fight me under the Olympian rules of questing, and I am sure that amount of explosions would kill any demigod, alas killing him was not my intention, not that I could have. I ain't done yet, Ares barked, and I smirked. Look where you are. I pointed to his feet. Clever boy, Ares sighed, realizing he was out of the ring, you pushed me with the explosions out of the area, very smart, oh well, rules are rules. He snapped his fingers in annoyance and a bag appeared in front of me, inside the bag, there were the two items I had been tasked to retrieve, the Master Bolt and the Helm of Darkness. Hey, he won, Aphrodite commented, and now I want him more, she added with a smile, if only she was the only one looking for my booty. Oddly enough, me too, Ares chuckled, it has been a while since a demigod fought me like a true warrior, now all I need to do is make him a true man, and things are back to normal. I will not fuck you or get fucked by you, you horny little prick. I stated, my eyes locked on Ares for a second before they turned to Aphrodite, as for you, call me. Aphrodite winked at me, and Ares smiled. Haha, I like the challenge kid, I promise you, you will accept my offer one day, Ares smirked. I hate you, and with that I teleport back to my hideout, the crack house. Is someone there? I need an ambulance, the crack addict I had left a few hours ago muttered, I can see my life flashing before my eyes, and for some reason I only see the kinda gay moments, I need help. I think that's something you have to figure out, I chuckled. Oh no, the child with abnormal strength is back, help. The crack guy tried to shout, but it came out as a whisper. Is that necessary? I asked. Please don't kill me man, I promise I will never smoke anything again man, I will even start going to church. Wow, apparently violence is the answer to solve today's society. Alright, I chuckled, but you better pray to me. You God? The guy asked. No, I'm a demigod, I chuckled. It makes sense now, the strength, the weird abracadabra shit. I got my ass kicked by violent Jesus, the man stated. What? No, 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 I shook my head, I am not Jesus, nor his violent version, I explained going into detail about how different and unrelated to me was the Christian figure, all while wondering was all of this really worth it? I mean I was going to erase his memory soon. Why explain him shit? 31, Chapter 30. 12. Plans are only as good as the planner, and boy do I suck at planning. I mean, what was I supposed to do now? I had the lost symbols of powers and yet I had no plausible way to return them. I mean, what the fuck did I thought? Going to Olympus and being like, hey Zeus, I have your weapon, so how is the weather today? I would probably die before I managed to finish the sentence. Hestia, she could probably help, nobody hates her, so. Hestia, please come. I have what you sent me to retrieve, but I fear I have no idea how to return it. You made me burn, or rather incinerate my cookies, Hestia said, coming into view in a burst of flames. How did you recover the master bolt so fast? There were a lot of sexual things involved, and I think I need to sleep with an eye wide open now, Sue. Let's tackle one problem at a time, I answered with a light shudder, remembering the promises Ares made of tossing my ass like a Greek salad, whatever that meant. I feel like I don't want to ask what you meant by sexual things, Hestia said with a frown and a smile, so, let me guess, you want me to take the master bolt back to Zeus to avoid his possible, and by possible I mean his totally predictable reaction. Pretty much it, I nodded. Wise train of thought, Hestia sighed, all right. I'll do it, she smiled. Thanks, I smiled, handing her the weapon. So, anything else? Hestia inquired with a knowing smile, like why do you have another symbol of power? How? I chuckled. I might not be the strongest Olympian, but if there is something I do well, better than others is seeing, I watch and listen, so tell me, how did you get the other? Hestia inquired, with a smile. Same thing, a lot of sexual things, I shuddered. Do you need help taking that one back? Hestia asked, and I shook my head, very well, I trust to take the other symbol of power back to its owner, she added with a tone of finality. I nodded, and with that Hestia disappeared back into the flames she had created, leaving me on another mission altogether, now to Hades I guess, I sighed. Hades POV. When I saw a kid entering my realm I was confused, then intrigued, what was a child doing on my realm, and how had he entered it? My realm was not easily accessible. Then, I felt my helmet with him, he was carrying it, and I got angry, no, furious, and I couldn't help but wonder was he the one that stole it. But after calming down a bit, I noticed he was carrying a very particular scent, the scent of Hestia, the hearth was all over him. Meaning Hestia trusted him, and if she did, well, perhaps the kid was not all bad, perhaps he was worthy of not killing without looking more into the matter. So I went to him, I wanted to confront him, to see what kind of man he was, and so I met him, and now I was face to face with a new emotion I didn't expect to feel, I was surprised, befuddled at how he treated me. He simply looked at me, smiled and handed me what was rightfully mine, no fear, no disgust, no negative emotions towards me, he even asked me if he could buy an apartment down here, and I couldn't help but laugh. What a refreshing feeling this was, a human, that didn't fear me, so I accepted a bit too eagerly, and offered him a place to live within my realm for free. After all, it was but a small gift of gratitude for his deed, but instead of accepting, he shook his head and said he didn't need the place for free, that he had the money to pay for it, that the only thing he wanted from me was, being my friend. I was so, shocked with the prospect of a demigod, just wanting to have a friendly talk every now and then with me for his heroic deed that I couldn't help but nod. This was so unreal, so unexpected, so, expected actually, he was blessed by Hestia, and if someone was a good judge of character it was her. No wonder this demigod is so different from the ones that had come before him, Hestia herself had blessed him, that alone made him unique. Very well, I nodded with a chuckle, I don't mind being your friend young demigod. Neat, now, about the apartment, what do you have that is good for a vacation time, you know, no monsters and stuff? Adam asked with a smile. You will regret not taking my offer for a free place. I don't plan on giving you a discount now, I smirked. Meh, don't worry, I have quite a lot of money saved up, Adam chuckled. What a strange demigod, I could kill him with a simple thought and yet, he was so relaxed so calmed, and unlike some gods, I like this. Very well, let's see if your wallet is where your mouth is. Zeus POV. Hestia had returned my master bolt, and I didn't know what to think of this whole ordeal. Obviously she didn't recover the item by herself, but someone she knew, there was a chance, it was probably the same person that stole it, and she had found out and was now protecting said person, or someone that knew who had stolen it, and had said nothing about it, but I inclined to the first option. So naturally I demanded to know who was the one that recovered my weapon, so that I could smite him for his hubris, but Hestia, instead of doing what her king had asked her, she had the audacity to deny my request. Hestia, tell me now! I shouted, making Olympus itself shake with my rage. Zeus, this is the reason why I came here instead of the hero who retrieved your weapon, you see enemies where there are none. Hestia once again refused to follow my orders. 32, Chapter 31. 12. At the end of my second quest, everything ended. Quite well, too well, and things never go this way for me, Hades agreeing to have a friendship with me. Zeus not smiting me, a mission where I didn't end up almost dying, granted this was my second quest so far, but still. And now that I was back on the camp I couldn't help but wonder, was something terribly wrong going to fuck my recently acquired luck streak? Oh wait. No, I suppose Hades and his ridiculously high prices count as the negative highlight of my day, so I should be on the green, I mean his prices were. I don't know how to explain it, but why did he have to be such a greedy emo? He has no market to target, and yet sells properties on his realm like townhouses in Beverly Hills or something. It almost made me reconsider returning his friendship and getting the property for free, I mean I still had the receipt. Champion of Hestia, hey! Annabeth commented as she entered my hair salon / cloth store / makeup / everything magic can summon shop. Hi Pennybeth, I chuckled, that was never going to get old. Very funny, but I'm here for my weekly hair retouch, not for your lame jokes, Annabeth chuckled, snapping her finger in a very diva-like way. Is it really wise to mess with the guy that does your hair? I smirked at her, and for a moment she opened her mouth to reply, but giving honor to her original nickname, the wise girl shut her mouth into a thin line. I thought so, I love my job, and the privileges it gives me. So, why didn't you tell me Hestia made you her champion? Pennybeth said, trying to worm her way to a few answers she somehow thought she deserved. She was my friend, but even friends don't tell everything to each other. Two can play that game. Why didn't you tell me you had your period last week? I asked. That's personal. Annabeth barked. And so are my champion deals, I shot back with a smile. Now, you have a new color or? I added, touching her hair to make a point. Sometimes I can't tell if you are too smart, or just random enough to appear smart, Annabeth sighed. I want the same style, but with some blue shades. I like to think I am both very smart and very random, I chuckled. Blue shades, got it. Zeus POV. Hestia refused to answer my question, my demands over and over again, but it mattered not. I knew now who had recovered my weapon, I knew now who had stolen it. Bring me Adam Aragon, now! I shouted, ordering my daughter Artemis to do so, and for a brief moment I was able to see a faint but unbecoming tint of doubt on Artemis, as if she was weighing whether or not to obey. I will, father, Ares stated with a bright smile, which was odd, very odd. Ares would never offer himself for a task he would always say was beneath him. Perhaps he wanted to impress me? No, I will go. Artemis snarled at him. In all honesty, it surprised me. Why was she so angry with Ares all of the sudden? It was just a boy, a son of Leto. He was a son of Leto. Artemis was angry at the prospect of Ares killing him. No, I smiled, looking over Ares. Go son, and retrieve him. But father, the hunt is... Artemis started, but I cut her off with a glare. Ares will do, he offered himself to do the job, I stated, leaving no room for discussion. Adam POV. Another day, another buttload of money I siphoned out of the demigod's pocket with my very versatile skills. Not bad, not bad. Alright, time to see if Hestia wants to eat some cookies. I could go for a cookie, that voice. Ares. What are you doing here? I asked, looking at the man that wanted to tap my no square. I'll put it in terms you understand, Dad. My dad is pissed, very pissed. He thinks you stole his weapon and returned it out of fear, so he wants to kill you, Ares said with a smile, and I started to see any possible routes of escape. Ares, noticing this, smiled. I have a way out of this, a easy way out. Oh no, what? I asked, almost sure I was not going to like the answer. I will convince Dad it wasn't you, and in exchange, I will get what I want. I could almost hear in the background, the booty warrior shouting, I like ye, and I want ye, you, me and Aphrodite, once a month, deal. I am ELE, forget about it, age clearly has no importance to you. I couldn't believe it, my destiny had found a new way to fuck me, this time quite literally. I'll make it even easier for you, this deal will start once you are 16? Is that better? Ares offered. I think 5 years to mentally prepare are good enough for human standards. 5 years, well, 4.5 to plan the most important plan of all, Operation Save My Booty. Alright, I accept. Nah, swear it to the river of the Styx, Ares smirked, and I sighed. I swear it of the river of the Styx, that I will do what you said about having a trio with you and Aphrodite, once I grow up." As soon as I said that, the loud thundering noise of a thunder was heard in the distance. "All right, now. Let's save that ass, I need it alive so that I can toss it," Ares barked in a laugh, and that day I knew he was going to be the first god to die by my hands. "Yeah, let's go," I nodded. "Now, let me do the talking. Dad is easy to manage if you know what to do and say in the right moments, so please shut the fuck up," Ares ordered, and I nodded, not like I had much of a choice. If I ran for it, I would literally put a target on my head, and every god would hunt me down. This way, the booty-selling way, was the best way. 33. Snowflakes. In a dark room, Adam was sitting in front of the hearth of his cabin, drinking hot chocolate. The day was cozy and deserved to be enjoyed. "Oh hi," Adam smiled, turning to Nowhere in particular. "Hi readers, it's your prankster and for now fourth wall breaker, Adam," he chuckled. "I read the comment section of the last chapter, and I thought, it's up to me to answer some questions." Adam gently put his cup of hot chocolate on the floor. "I saw many people crying about my booty. Are you guys attracted to me? I mean, why would you cry for my booty? Don't tell me, you guys are otherworldly versions of Ares." Adam shuddered. All right, enough messing around," he laughed. "I know many are angry at the deal I made with Ares. Believe me, my booty is angry too," Adam sighed, "but it was either that or total damnation. Besides, I have a secret to confess. I plan on saving my booty." Adam chuckled. "I will not let Ares clap them cheeks, but for now him believing that saves me from dealing with a being I can't hope to match, Zeus." Adam smiled and grabbed his cup of chocolate. "Operation Save the Booty will be filled with unnecessary but hilarious steps, which may or may not be necessary for the mission to be completed. Oh well, just wanted to clarify that, my dear snowflakes." Adam grinned. "Oh, and besides, it would not be the first time someone breaks an oath to the Styx, but I suppose in my case, I am operating under the Grey's lines. Hee hee, you'll see. See ya next time you guys get offended. I have to go back to troll Annabeth. See ya." 34, Chapter 32. 12. I was terrified. Meeting with Zeus was not something I wanted to do, not in the near future. I wanted to live a bit before that. And here I was, on the Olympus, watching Ares and Zeus talking to each other, all while Artemis looked at me worriedly. "My son says you are innocent," Zeus said, almost as if not believing his son didn't want someone to die. If only he knew his son was as much of a horny dog as him. "Is it true you only recovered my weapon?" he inquired. "Yes," I nodded. "Very well, then I owe you a reward, for doing Olympus a favor, just like that? No other questions? I mean, I don't complain, but holy crap, one question and done? How can he be paranoid and so stupid at the same time?" Let it go, Adam, you have shit to do." I couldn't possibly ask for anything. I really hope he sucks at telling if people are lying, because I was lying through my teeth right now, putting a humble uninterested shoe when I would most absolutely take any rewards. I like stuff, and free stuff holds a special place in my heart. "I know, I will give you a nice weapon, it's a fitting gift for what you did," Zeus smiled. "Now, feel free to explore Olympus for today. After all, you didn't get to come during the last field trip, so, take this chance to see the place, consider that another reward." And with that, Zeus was gone. I told ye, "Now, let's go and see Aphrodite, I want to let her know, we will have you soon with us," Ares smirked. "Nope," I shook my head, "I want to go back. Olympus is too blindingly white, everything shines here. I am pretty sure I will need glasses after coming here. I couldn't even see your father completely, so I want out." "And he will go out," Artemis stated, stopping Ares from arguing the subject any further. "Fine," Ares sighed, as he started to walk away, leaving me with my sister. "How did you find out where the weapons were? Why didn't you tell me? And why is Ares so friendly with you?" Artemis bombed me with a bunch of questions. She was worried. "A dream," I lied, "I didn't want to annoy you, and well, let's say Ares wants to toss my ass like a salad. That sounds rather unhygienic, and, oh, ew, wow, I knew she's a virgin, one of the 3 maidens of Olympus, but still that sexual innuendo took way too long to hit her. I see. And well, he helped me. In exchange for my precious booty, little did he know he was not going to tap my no square that easily. No. I would make his path to it a life-threatening experience. I will keep an eye on him," Artemis sighed, noticing my discomfort. "Now let me take you back to the camp, and please, don't get the attention of anyone else for a while." "Sorry sister, but I am fabulous. In the no homo way." With a flash, I was back to the camp, inside my cabin to be precise, so retaking things where I left them, I walked to my bed with a smile on my face, and I couldn't help but sigh in relief, fully realizing I had survived Zeus and his paranoid ass, a feat not many had done. "I'm sorry," Hestia said, coming inside my house through the fireplace, tackling me into a hug. "I never expected him to summon you." "It's all right," I sighed. Ares POV. Adam, intrigued me, he was both strong and appealing, not only to me but to my Aphrodite, maybe he was the third we were so desperately looking for, a third to fuck for weeks at a time. With him, I would have access to more fun, Aphrodite seemed eager to have more toys to play with, and so was I. So 5 years? Aphrodite asked, with a smile, and I nodded. You should have seen his face, it was precious, I barked with laughter. Of that, I have no doubt, Aphrodite giggled. Luke POV. Adam has been a problem since he arrived, but now? Things had gotten out of control, he had retrieved the symbols of power, in a day. And Cronus was not happy, not at all, that kid was an unknown before, but now he is a threat to our plans, Cronus stated, angry. What do you want me to do? I asked, knowing what he would ask. Kill him, and make sure he suffers. He can't be allowed to exist, Cronus growled. I didn't like the guy, but I didn't hate him that much, what if I convince him to join us? I asked. You think that's possible? Cronus asked after a long second of silence, and possibly contemplation about that prospect. While he doesn't hate the gods like most of the camp does, he hates people equally, be it gods or mortals from taking his freedom, we could easily offer him more freedom in exchange of taking the Olympians down with us, I explained. Hey, very well, try to convince him, if not kill, Cronus said, his voice vanishing into the abyss. I hope for your own good Adam that you see my way is for the best, for us. Adam Aragon POV next day. Another day, another dollar, or rather a few thousand, a lot of thousands. Hey Percy, what are you doing here? I asked as I saw Percy enter my magic shop of services. I have a quest, and, well it's to retrieve my mom, and I want you to come with me and Annabeth, Percy said with a smile. A chance to annoy Annabeth even more? Sure, besides, this would be a great opportunity to flex my friendship with Hades. Thanks, I will never forget this. Percy smiled, beaming with happiness. No problem, now, let me take a nap, and I'll be good to go in no time, I chuckled. I wanted to recover the mana I had lost during my normal day-to-day life with my new beauty business, better full than lacking half of it in the middle of an important battle. 35, Chapter 33. 12. When I was invited by Percy to help him, I expected things to go smoothly, I mean I had derailed the plot like a supreme Chad. But I failed to account for one little, almost non-important and easily forgettable detail. Percy has even worse luck than me. The quest was simple, go to the underworld and retrieve Percy's mom, alas simple was not a word or state of life we demigods could enjoy. But Adam, what do you mean? Well, here I was running from a Cyclops who was basically immune to damage, why was the Cyclops attacking us? Well, Percy smells like the best fucking thing that's why. Don't you have anything to kill him? Percy asked. Of course Percy, I enjoy running for my life, what do you think? There were idiots and then there was Percy, I mean come on, if I could kill the bastard, I would. You don't have to be an ass, Percy replied. An ass? I am running with you guys. This little shit thought I was being an ass. Well let me show him what an ass is, Ataivel. I levitated myself over the monster, now I'm being an ass. See the difference? Levitate us. Annabeth demanded, I know he's an idiot, but I refuse to die because of it. Not like I was going to let them die. I wasn't, I swear it. Ataivel akray pdna tibana. I rolled my eyes at her, as I levitated them out of the Cyclops' reach, and here I thought I had bad luck, so far we have fought 3 Minotaurs, 1 Cyclops, and a big-ass snake. Is not that bad, Percy muttered. We left the camp 30 minutes ago. 30. Both me and Annabeth shouted. Sorry. Percy chuckled. Alright, so, I doubt we will make it to the underworld alive, so any ideas? I asked Annabeth, only Annabeth, Percy was a nice guy, but, yet. Well, first we have to find an entrance to the underworld, Annabeth sighed. Come down. The Cyclops whined, jumping over and over again trying to reach us. I know one, I answered, turning my eyes to the Cyclops, you are on a diet now, look at how fat you are, too many demigods I tell you, you need more veggies, less godly children. Is it wise to tease him? Percy asked with a frown. I enjoy it, I shrugged, besides your fish smells attract them regardless of my teasing, so, good luck in the future. Shut up Percy, Annabeth ordered, now about that entrance to the underworld, where is it? She asked me. In the train station, close to the Starbucks that is nearby the station, I answered getting a few odd looks from Percy and Annabeth. What? Hades likes his Starbucks, and so does Persephone, so he created a door close to his favorite store, that was literally the expiation Hades gave me. You know Lord Hades? Annabeth muttered in disbelief. Bitch I am going places, yes, we know each other, nothing bad I assure you. Did you know he took my mom? Percy asked angry. Yes, and so did you, I nodded, unsure why he was angry. If you are asking if I knew and didn't do anything to rescue her, then yes. I mean, I have no power over that, what did you expect? Percy muttered. No time for that. Annabeth sighed, can you teleport us to the specific Starbucks? Yes, and no, I sighed, I have wasted a lot of mana avoiding the hurricane Percy, I pointed to Percy who frowned at that, don't get mad man, it's the truth, I chuckled. So you don't have enough mana? Annabeth sighed and I shook my head. I do, but if I learned something during my first quest was to never waste any mana, and if I teleport us I will be dry for a bit, besides for some reason Percy is what I like to call a magical leech, levitating him is costing me twice as much mana as is taking me to levitate the both of us. Of course Percy had to had another stupid thing, Annabeth muttered. Sorry, Percy muttered. It's alright, I shrugged, I think is because of your dad, as the son of one of the big three you probably have a bigger pool of mana which in turn would make you heavier mana-wise or it would give you a considerably better magic resistance than most, or if my theory is correct, your body is simply rejecting my hold, and as a result it consumes a lot more, that's just a theory though. Can you fly us there? Annabeth asked and I chuckled. And what? Say hi to New York from the skies. I chuckled, you do realize I don't have any invisibility spells. Then. I have an idea, Annabeth grinned, and I didn't like it. Annabeth's plan was, well, it made me question if she was as smart as she thought she was, I mean, her idea was, so basic, stealing a car and driving that shit like GTA. The plan had other details like me changing our looks to not get profiled as criminals and stuffs. In this plan Annabeth would drive, I would keep the Cyclops at bay with my magic and Percy, while he would exist in the car? Man I don't know, so far his utility to the team has been attracting monsters like crazy and stuff. I am having an inner struggle to decide if you are smart or simply an idiot with knowledge, I sighed, shooting fireballs at the monster. Another monster in front of us. Percy shouted. I will kill you before we rescue your mom, you have no idea how close to that point I am, I sighed, oh well, the more the merrier. Come at me fuckers, I am a demigod low in fat, dairy-free, gluten-free, keto-friendly, low in sodium and paleo-friendly. I chuckled, as I took a deep breath to shout a mighty battle cry. I am. Organiauk. 36, Chapter 34. 12. After a long hour of monsters chasing us, followed by a police chase that might or might not been directed towards us considering the mist. That ended on a crash where Annabeth almost blew up the car, we were finally in the underworld. Well, I have certainly grown to hate you now Percy, I chuckled, patting the fish demigod on the back, now let's get your mom out of here, before your awful luck fucks with us even more. Just as I finished that sentence, a mighty and frightening growl was heard behind us. Sorry. Percy chuckled. No you don't bitch, I narrowed my eyes at Percy into a thin line, alright Scooby, I turned to see the massive dog running at us, his teeth promising a lot of pain, I have permission to be here, check with your daddy, so be good doggo and fuck off, or eat Percy I don't care. Dude. Percy growled. I'm cool either way, Annabeth chuckled, getting an exasperated look from Percy that only made her laugh harder. Cerberus looked at me, and my group, and after a long moment of considering my words, he licked me. Showing his approval. Ew, I shuddered, as the disgusting feeling of my body being fully covered in saliva sinked in, cute on small dogs, disgusting on big. I think he likes you, Annabeth giggled. Cerberus, I smiled at the three-headed dog who tilted his head at the calling of his name, lick those two, I grinned and much to the dismay of my companions, Cerberus obeyed. Did you have to order him that? Annabeth muttered, in a rather sour tone, one win, that's all I ask, let me prank you once without repercussions. That's what we have training for, I rolled my eyes at her. You turned me into a killer clown. People still call me Penny Beth. Annabeth shouted, and that was the result of you getting angry in one training session. No, that was the result of you hitting me in the nuts, I corrected, normalus whoopings? I don't do nothing, but my boys have insurance, and is me. Yep, Percy nodded. Well, if we continue like this we should be arriving at the castle in about 6 to 8 hours, I stated, changing the subject. Quite a long way on foot, Annabeth sighed. I chuckled, realizing I had nothing to do here, and by we I mean you two will have to walk for hours, not me, I winked at them, I will be having some tea with Persephone and Hades while you two get to the castle. You are going to leave us? Percy muttered in disbelief. How could you? Annabeth growled. Oh, no, Percy I'm just going to open you some field with them, I lied. Oh, I see, Percy smiled, soften them up for me. Oh god, he's an idiot, Annabeth groaned. Yes, and after that show of blind faith Percy had in my word, I teleported away, promising to bring the subject of Percy's mom to Hades later, he kinda made me feel bad. Having tea with Hades was delightful, both him and his wife Persephone were very good treating guests. Persephone in fact seemed happy to have visitors. I hope you like the cookies, Persephone smiled, putting her freshly baked cookies on the table. There aren't by any means on Hestia's level, but I like to think they are good. Delicious, I smiled, taking a bite. So, the kid is here for his mother? Hades inquired and I nodded. Do you want to help him? Kinda. I answered somewhat unsure. I don't want to leave his poor mother here. I meet the woman and she's like a human version of Hestia. I see, Hades nodded. But I also want Percy to work for it, I chuckled. I mean, I have been carrying the team all day long, so. A wise choice, Hades chuckled. Now, while he makes his way here, how about we play some Smash? Sure, but when Percy and Annabeth get here, tell them I was going through some trials or something like that, I chuckled. Don't worry, we got you, Persephone smiled, pushing me into the underworld arcade, where we played for hours, and where I found out Persephone was a mean Wario main, beating Hades in almost every round. 5 hours later Annabeth POV. 5 hours ago, Adam left us. God, how much I hated that man. Sometimes, not nearly as much as the hate I had for Percy, he actually believed Adam was talking to the gods on his favor, as if. Adam is a good guy, but if he doesn't feel you are going to die, he lets you suffer for his twisted entertainment. I see the last 2 demigods have finally arrived. The power I felt coming from that voice was enough to push my head down in reverence. Hades, the most terrifying god, was standing in front of us. Your friend was here a few hours ago, and he, did so challenges? Yes, challenges, to gain this audience you two are having. I wasn't sure what to think of this. It almost sounded like Lord Hades was unsure about what he was saying. Where is he right now? Percy asked, showing clear distress over our friend. He is on a challenge, right now, Hades answered, once again sounding unsure. Yes, Percy. I'm on a challenge. Adam shouted, and for some reason he sounded off. I took a deep breath and decided to understand the situation better because something was off. Looking at Lord Hades I noticed he was wearing sandals, spa sandals. That alone was suspicious. Beside that, the smell in the room was not like the rest of the castle that smelled like lemons. No, the room smelled like coconut oil, and scented candles commonly found in spas. Was Lord Hades having a spa day before we arrived? If so, where was Adam? Adam POV 1 hour earlier. After getting my ass obliterated in Smash, like for real, I have never seen anyone as good as Persephone in the game. Anyway, after I lost to Persephone an innumerable amount of times, the queen of the underworld decided we all needed a good time of relaxation. I was perplexed with the fact that they had a spa in the underworld, and seeing I was in good need of some pampering I accepted. The spa was probably the best thing in the world. Hades would use his power to summon the best people to treat us, leading to a super premium experience. The challenge here is not falling asleep, I mumbled in my deep trance of relaxation. That is, correct, Hades nodded. It's good to have visits, Persephone smiled, not often we can do this. It's nice, I mumbled, falling asleep. Failing the challenge completely. 37, Chapter 35. 12. After my spa day with Hades and Persephone, I mean, my difficult challenge to help Percy, I rejoined my teammates, with Percy being elated to see me and Annabeth, glaring at me. I'm sorry, the challenge was challenging, especially the deep tissue massage. Why do you smell like coconut oil? Annabeth inquired, narrowing her eyes at me. Part of the challenge was conveniently solved with coconut oil, I replied with a smile. And I suppose the same answer applies as to why you have 2 slices of cucumber on your eyes, and sandals that say Hades Hellish Spa Resort, Annabeth shot back. Wow, you really are smart, I chuckled. He went to a spa? Percy asked. He went to a spa, Annabeth confirmed. I did not do such a thing, I gasped. You have the spa pamphlet in your hand. Percy pointed out. Percy, are you gonna sit here and ask me about what I did or didn't do, or are you gonna get your mom? Seriously, what's their problem? Hades hasn't. Percy started but was silenced when his mom was magically teleported to the room we were in, as Hades walked towards us, wearing the same attire I had, the spa attire. Percy, your friend here completed all my challenges, and for that, here you go, Hades said as we rehearsed, pointing to Sally. And just like that, Percy turned from mad to grateful. Thank, Percy breathed out, running to his mom, all while I gave Hades the thumbs up. Oh come on. Annabeth on the other hand, was less than happy with the situation for some reason. Are we just gonna forget he left us for hours for a spa day? Her questions were left unanswered by Percy, who was rejoiced to have his mother back. Annabeth, you should know by now I always win, I winked at her, which only enraged her even more. One day, Annabeth muttered. The day I let you, I snorted. Thank you for saving me, Sally hugged me, this is the second time. Hey. Percy and Annabeth looked at me. Oh yeah, I met your mom a few months ago, I chuckled, I helped her with Gabe back then. So that's why he was behaving like a robot. Percy muttered, while Annabeth just kept staring at me. Yep, I nodded, now. I would recommend getting a divorce, or would you rather be a widow? I asked Sally, wondering what spell I would have to use this time. Oh, maybe we could commit insurance fraud and make her rich, that would be nice. I don't know, what do you recommend? Sally asked, much to Percy's surprise. Put the fat bastard on an insurance policy, and wait for a bit, then I will force him to off himself, and voila. Oh wait, I don't think it counts if it's a suicide. Oh well, heart attack it is, I shrugged. You are planning to kill a human? Annabeth asked, eyes wide open in shock. What kind of person are you? A demigod that kills monsters, I sighed, a man that takes pleasure in beating his wife, and her child, even though she tried to be the best wife, deserves no mercy. Besides, I am the champion of Hestia, house affairs are under my jurisdiction. I chuckled, I know Sally used him for his disgusting smell, but I also know she tried her best to live to the lie she had created for her son. Besides, if I don't kill him, Percy will. I pointed to the young demigod who was fuming in anger. I didn't know you suffered so much. Percy was struggling to speak, anger clouding his most basic functions. I will kill him. Don't be stupid, Percy, be angry and smart, I chuckled, right, he is under my control, and with a few tweaks here and there, your mom will be rich, and he will be gone, win-win, I winked. It just feels wrong. Annabeth breathed out. I asked Hades, and he confirmed he wasn't going to. Greek heaven, I sighed, maybe if she knew Gabe wasn't going to Elysium, she would feel better. So, he is not different to the monsters we kill, Annabeth chuckled with no humor behind. Oh, there is a difference between them, I smiled, the monsters most of the time, don't have a choice. Gabe, he did have a choice. No matter how much he hit me, everything was worth it to keep my little piece of the sea with me as long as possible, Sally added with a smile, kissing Percy on the forehead. Now, to the Atom Mobile. I cackled. To the what? Everyone said, and I smiled, oh, the wonders of having money and magic to modify a car to look like yourself, I love my life. I stated to sing as I ran towards my car. Atom. Hades POV. Atom was a mystery I enjoyed having close, he was both random and very to the point, a weird mix if you ask me. His sense of humor was a good change of pace, to the everlasting sorrow my realm normally was. Persephone loved him, the moment she saw him, the became BFFs, a human term for best friends, and seeing my sweet Sprint Rose smile made his presence all the more worth it. Is that a car, with his face on it? Persephone asked, suppressing with all her might the need to laugh. It is, I was not going to lie, I was also having a hard time keeping my composure. It seems he also has a theme song now. Persephone snorted at the sight of Atom jumping into his car. Can we keep him, please? See. He is planning to buy a place down here, so, I suppose we will, I chuckled. He also has an Atom signal. How did he do that? Persephone added as she entered a fit of laugh. Magic. And right here was the point I lost it, and the king of the underworld fell to his knees laughing. 38, Chapter 36. 12. Chiron POV. Things had certainly changed since a certain demigod got to this camp, the prank ratio increased to a 1000%, but he was a master on his craft, and we never had any proof to ground him. But, taking out the bad part, he was a nice kid. Helping others out, giving the demigods on the camp a semblance of what is to have a normal life, and yes, I know he makes money of that, but everyone here seems happier than before. His cabin was a shopping mall for demigods, one that I myself had used more than once. What can I say, he sells the best horseshoes in the market. The camp is quieter without the brat, Lord Dionysus commented with a frown, but I really knew what he was trying to say. I miss the brat and his pastries, the ones he gets from Hestia herself to sell. He will be back, Lord Dionysus, I smiled, he has to, you are his best client. Lord Dionysus snorted, I still can't understand how he convinced Hestia to work with him, but yet, you are right, he has to, he owes me 3 cakes, and if I have to go to the underworld to get them I will, he laughed. We both know that kid is hard to kill, I allowed myself to laugh, he is a crafty one, a bit reckless, but he was probably the strongest demigod of this generation. That he is, Lord Dionysus agreed. Can you hear that? I focused on the sounds around us, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. That was until a song caught my ears. I couldn't quite describe what the song was saying or if it was a song to begin with, but it was getting closer. It's coming this way. That brat. Ha 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 ha, Lord Dionysus snorted, I will hand it to him, he has a lot of creativity, he smiled, not like the brain-dead fish we got recently. Before I could reply, the song that my ears had faintly caught stopped, for now the lyrics were clear. With that a car broke into the camp with Percy, Annabeth, and Adam inside. Adam. Oh, for the love of God, kill me. Annabeth begged. I welcome the abyss, Percy muttered. Oh come on, the song isn't that bad, Adam said, jumping out of the car. Besides, the Adam Mobile needed a song. 5 hours, we listened to the same, God fucking da-day, verse for 5 hours. Annabeth growled. Mr. D. Is the offer to liquefy my molecules still up? Percy muttered, looking at Lord Dionysus with pleading eyes. Lord Dionysus looked at Percy and then at Adam and smiled. You did good, brat, you did good. A pleasure to be of assistance, Adam bowed. I don't think I get paid enough for this, so I will go to the training camps, and so I galloped out of that weird situation, ignoring Annabeth and Percy calling for me. I was conflicted, but I knew they had to face this battle alone. Adam POV. I think by this point psychologically trolling Annabeth was a hobby, one that I was stupidly good at. The Adam Mobile was just the first phase of my trolling master plan. The real part was my theme song, which I put on a loop for hours. But Adam, isn't that going to hurt you too? Well, if I was an idiot, it would. But alas, I was not this time at least. You see, I muted my ears to avoid hearing the song altogether. Genius, isn't it? And with my ears protected I let Annabeth and Percy suffer the worst thing you can do to the human mind, putting a catchy song on a loop. It will take them months to control their humming of my song, haha. Haha, mew-ah-ha-ha. I laughed, for victory was mine again. Mew-ah-ha-ha-ha-ha. I stopped my evil laugh when I heard someone else had joined in on my evil laugh, and that someone was Hestia, who had flames around her to accentuate her laugh. Sorry, it just seemed fun, she apologized seeing I had stopped. Do you know why I'm laughing? I couldn't help but wonder if she would laugh if she knew the answer. You pranked Percy and Annabeth, practically inserting a song they will never be able to get out of their heads, right? Hestia smiled. Hey. I did not expect you to be okay with that, I admitted. I knew you were a prankster before I even talked to you, Hestia snorted. I have nothing against it, is all in good fun, no one is dying, so thumbs up. I see, I chuckled. May we restart our evil laugh? I don't see why not, Hestia nodded. Mew-ah-ha-ha-ha-ha. And so we laughed, flames burning around us with the passion of our pranking hearts. Annabeth POV. God fucking damn it. I will find a way to have my revenge. I can't keep on losing, I muttered. No. I can't stop humming the song. I think he broke us, Percy muttered. All I think about is the song, every freaking second. We will have our revenge, Percy, I promised, even if it was the last thing I did, We can't beat him. He is unstoppable when it comes to pranks, Percy sighed. Then we will find a way, no one was unstoppable, I have but one question. Lee, who had come to sit with us, said, why are you saying every other sentence? I hate Adam, Percy and I said in one voice, 39, Chapter 37. 12. Day by day, Percy and Annabeth tried and ultimately failed to enact their revenge. It was funny really for the mere mortals to hope to match my might in the pranking arts. As a result of their hubris, I had cursed Annabeth and Percy to watch a documentary on how to make a documentary about how to make a documentary about documentaries. Needless to say, they stopped after that. 10 hours of uselessness made quite an impact on them, stopping their useless but entertaining pranking assaults. You made them watch that? Hestia commented, while taking my copy of the documentary on how to make a documentary about how to make a documentary about documentaries. I feel the need to burn this, and I don't know why. It's probably a weapon strong enough to kill a god, I nodded gravely. I see, Hestia nodded, carefully putting the CD back to where it came from. So now, what's your plan? My plan is to mess with Ares and his need to tap my booty, I informed her. He wants to what? Hestia asked in mild shock. He wants to, and I quote, toss my ass like a salad, I shuddered. If you want I can talk with him, Hestia offered. No, I will simply use his plan to fuck his original idea, I laughed. You see. I realized Zeus has yet to reward me for my deed even though he said he was going to give me a weapon, so I decided I will cash that reward out, and as my reward I will get some booty insurance against all gods. That is, remarkably smart, Hestia smiled. So, you want a lift to his office? She offered and I nodded. Zeus POV. I didn't expect Adam to pop into existence in the throne room unannounced and uninvited. But considering he was with Hestia, I allowed myself to see what he wanted before killing him if it was a waste of my time. And I had to admit, I did not see his request coming, not even by a long shot. For his deed recovering my master bolt, he didn't request immortality like most demigods would, or even a weapon like I had originally offered. No, instead he asked for booty insurance. He was very specific, with his request, oddly specific. And for some reason Ares was mad at that. I will grant you your request, no god shall pursue you unless you personally give them the green lights. I was unsure how to feel with this request. Had any gods offered to sleep with him, or was he simply preemptively avoiding that? Thank you, Adam bowed and Hestia giggled. Are you sure that's what you want? Hera, my wife asked, with a frown on her face. I do, Adam nodded with a smile. I find that request a bit presumptuous. Why would a god pursue you, unless... Hera said, narrowing her eyes at me, and then at him. Wait, you think he... No, 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 Adam said with clear disgust, placating her wrath a bit, no. Like a big no. I told you honey. I narrowed my eyes at him, wondering why he was so disgusted by the prospect of me courting him. Adam POV. I thank you for you gift my king. I bowed and left with Hestia back to the camp, where Ares was angrily waiting for us. You bitch! Ares screamed and I smiled, you cheated. So did you, I pointed out. You still made a promise, when you are 16, you will be ours or face the consequences of breaking a holy promise, Ares smirked. I don't think so, I smirked at his obvious lack of memory. I promised to do so when I grew up, and that, my dear friend, leaves a lot of grey areas. It could be tomorrow, it could be in a million years, who knows. Ares blinked, opening his mouth to answer, but failing to do so. Yet, you have been played by a teenager. Ares laughed, well played, this just makes the hunt more interesting, but for now, well played kid, well played. Ares, to quote a famous old song, you are never gonna get it, never gonna get it, I chuckled. We'll see, Ares chuckled, as he teleported back to Olympus. I find this both highly disturbing and entertaining. I have never seen a mortal play with the gods so much, without invoking their wrath. Is like you know how to push their buttons, Hestia commented. I suppose, I smiled. Now, what do we do now that my booty has FBI protection? FBI? Hestia asked. Federal Booty Insurance, I explained. Annabeth POV. Beating Adam was impossible, today, he was a master of his craft like Percy said. He would not only counter our every attempt to prank, but he would return said attempt, tenfolds back. At first, he started small, by making us look like killer clowns, Pennywise 1 and 2, then he stepped up on that, and made sure his song was everyone around us, da-da-day. But, his last prank was utterly diabolical da-day. He made us watch a documentary, about documentaries about how to make a documentary about documentaries. It was so stupid, so time-consuming, I almost considered burning the camp. But I was not done yet. I still had faith we would find a weakness in his being. I think we can. No. Percy interrupted, I had enough. Annabeth, we must know when to quit, can you see? He made us watch a documentary that was the definition of useless. And the worst part was that he said it was on his top 20 most boring DVDs. I don't want to know what the first one on his list has. I struggled to reply, for he had brought a very good point. Fine. I relented. See, Brain was right, Adam had won, for now. I thank the gods you reconsidered, Percy cried. I fear seeing that documentary flashing before my eyes when my time comes, da-day. I know what you feel, da-day, I nodded. 40, Chapter 38. 12. The unexpected is, as the word itself says, something you don't, well, expect, and let's face it, no matter how smart you are, you can't really prepare to face the unexpected, because there are so many things that can happen making it impossible to account for each possible scenario. So, you can imagine my surprise when a fucking ray of pure light hit me, as I was doing some shopping for summer sale in my shop/cabin. And before you ask, yes, it was a literal beam of light. It's not a metaphor, I didn't even have the time to process what was going on. I simply felt the beam hit and thought, well, this is it. This is my end, da-day. Imagine my surprise, when I didn't feel any pain or something along those lines. In fact, what I felt was strange to say something, it was as if something was magically moving me from where I was, to a new place. Maybe a new adventure awaited for me? Welcome to my realm, a sweet charming voice said, a voice I recognized. Aphrodite. So, is this your way to ask me out? I asked, wondering what kind of trick would she use to get me to fuck with her and Ares this time. No, this is me taking the offer you gave me last time, Aphrodite winked at me, you told me to call you, and here I am. Ares failed, so I will take what I want, she licked her lips, ready to bet a goddess. I eyed the goddess, and asked, so just you and me? Yes, Aphrodite smiled in a terrifying yet seductive way, all while levitating me to her, moving her finger in suggestive way. I will have you, for a month straight, no breaks, nothing but sex, so don't die on me. So this is how I die? Fucking to my death, not bad, a pretty honorable death, I will go out like a champ, Dorime, int irimo aipere, Dorime amino, amino latire, laudirimo, Dorime, I welcomed my destiny, death by snoo snoo. No. A scream broke into the room, with an arrow hitting Aphrodite on the shoulder, as flames formed around me, like a shield. You dare! Artemis screamed, holding her bow high, you dare to try and fornicate with my little brother. She was livid, maybe it was best if I didn't tell her I was okay with my destiny. I will not let you take my champion, Hestia stated, I find this behavior less than pleasing, Aphrodite. He didn't seem to mind, Aphrodite pointed to Adam Jr. who was more than happy under my pants. I will not dignify that with an answer, I feigned taking insult to that. We all know your tricks. No man, god or not can resist your smell, so don't patronize us, Artemis growled, if I see you initiating contact with my little brother again, taking advantage of his male weakness, you will face my wrath. I am shaking with fear, Aphrodite rolled her eyes. As my champion, he is within my domain, so unless he actively looks for you, you better stop, Aphrodite, Hestia said with a smile, which some way seemed to terrify Aphrodite more than the threats Artemis was throwing at her. Fine, Aphrodite sighed, I will wait for you, Adam. She added with a wink. Despicable whore, Artemis growled under her breath. I was so close to go out like a champ, a true hero among heroes, alas Artemis and Hestia saved me from that destiny. After that I was teleported back to my cabin, where I found 3 letters. Dear little bro. I am so sorry Artemis and Hestia stopped your fun. I am proud of you, almost sleeping with Aphrodite, it's something not many can brag about, or, well, maybe a lot of people can brag about that, but still, proud of you Apollo. Okay. It was I. Ares the one that cock-blocked you. If I can have fun with you too nobody can. I was the one that told Hestia and Artemis where you were. Ha ha ha. I hope this teaches you a lesson. You either clap with me. Or you don't clap Ares. So that's how they came into my rescue, Ares told them. Adam Aragon, I have sent this letter with the intention to thank you once again for recovering my master bolt. In other unrelated matters, I wanted to ask, why did you look so disgusted at the fact of me trying to sleep with you? Not that I want to, but, well, have I gotten ugly for today's standards? I just can't understand why you took such offense to what my wife insinuated that time. I expect an answer Zeus. What in the actual fuck? Apollo POV. I was proud of my little brother, no proud didn't even begin to express what I felt for him right now, he almost clapped them godly cheeks. The kid sure is something, Hermes chuckled, I find this bad/good luck impressive, he added. He does have a weird streak of luck, I chuckled. I honestly expected him to be dead by this point, Hermes admitted, but he apparently likes to prove us gods wrong. He is my brother, I stated proudly. As if that was a compliment, Hermes mocked. You're just mad you don't share the awesomeness we the children of Leto have, I smirked. Don't need it, I'm plenty awesome on my own, Hermes chuckled. Ex-crack addict priest of the new Church of Adamus. I had seen the light that day, the one true God has descended, and had kicked me into the right path, into the light, literally. His way was hard, but fair. He will kick our sins away, breaking our bones and building us anew. I proclaimed, as the few believers I had managed to gather to adore our true Savior bowed, soon everyone would know of the word of our true Lord, it was my duty as his first priest. 41, Chapter 39. 12. I was a genius, alright, maybe I'm overselling my status, but fuck it. I was happy today, happier than I was yesterday. 2 weeks after Hestia and Artemis cock-blocked my sweet destiny, I had completed the mnemonic chapter of my Grimery. How did I know that? Well, the book was now letting me change motherfuckering chapters. I had now access to 2 chapters within the book, the one I had completed and the demonic arts and curses one. So many spells, I was giggling like a teenager with a crush, so many pranking possibilities. My giggling by this point had turned to an evil maniacal laughter. I schemed through the book, catching quick but very insightful glimpses of the hundreds of new spells I had acquired access to and would have to practice soon enough, when suddenly I violently stopped on one page, because one particular spell had caught my attention. The All-Seeing Eye. A spell created to spy and see everything everywhere without being seen, it has no real cost, except for a large amount of mana. Incantation, I summon the All-Seeing Eye to tear a hole into the sky, reveal to me that which is hidden, unveil to me what is forbidden. This confirmed it, my book has access to magical knowledge of other universes, muahaha, I laughed evil burning within me with glee, as I got ready to try my new spell, I summon the All-Seeing Eye to tear a hole into the sky, reveal to me that which is hidden, unveil to me what is forbidden. The target of my spell, Annabeth and Percy. Immediately after those words left my mouth, a magical window, that was as I would expect to as oval-shaped appeared, showing me what Percy and Annabeth were doing. Annabeth was sitting on her bed, with Percy on the opposite side. She had a scheming look on her face. With a smile, a desperate one, she said, I think I know how to beat him. Oh, she's talking about me. I unknowingly smiled at that. You sure? I just got the song out of my system. Percy shuddered. Yes, the thing is, we have to enact our revenge slowly. Our mistake was to rush at him. Only if we play our cards slowly, he will not see it coming, Annabeth declared with confidence. You in a slow plan? Please slow, Beth. I'm leagues above you. I thought we agreed on surrendering to his might. Percy sighed, somewhat exhausted. Never. Annabeth shook her head, and I took this as a cue to curse them to hear my awesome song. He knew. Percy screamed, running out of the room. How did he? Did he? No. And just like that I had broken the daughter of Athena, once again. I think it's the 5th time this weekend. Unknown POV. My son had grown to be vastly different to what I had expected or foreseen, but I wasn't disappointed. On the contrary, I was intrigued. Well, I suppose that's not entirely true, because in reality I was a bit disappointed in him. He had yet to discover his true power as my son, but that wasn't something of importance for now. Sooner or later he would, and I would be the first one to know. I knew that woman would produce an interesting child. I laughed. Adam POV. The all-seeing eye was awesome but very taxing mana-wise. Using it a few times was more than enough to drain me, and I had a lot of mana. So, I decided to leave that spell for really special occasions, or very good pranks. As for the other spells of the book, well, their difficulty and costs varied a lot. Some had no cost, others would literally charge you, well, your life, like for example the Endura Curse. The second chapter of the book was so complex I had no idea if I would be able to move from it, especially with spells that literally ask for your life to be casted. I suppose I will have to find a way to solve that later, but for now, I would enjoy a day off. Maybe I can go to the underworld and cash the coupon Hades gave me for a full day spa. Hestia, if you can hear me, I'm going to the underworld. I need a good massage. Make sure nobody burns the house. I called out just for Hestia to appear in front of me, with a burst of flames. That was fast. I chuckled. I'm going with you. Hestia stated with a smile, that said I will not accept a no for an answer. I haven't seen my little brother in a while, and a spa day sounds awesome. Sure, I chuckled. Hades POV. Adam had come to another spa day with Persephone and me, with Hestia accompanying him, and I was elated to have her with us. Hestia, I greeted with a smile I couldn't contain. Having Hestia to visit is always a reason to be happy, especially if she brings cookies. Hades, Hestia smiled, hugging me. Hey Hades, Adam greeted. Hi, I waved at him, Hestia still hugging me. Persephone wants to show you some apartments. I chuckled. Poor Adam, now that Persephone wanted him to move here, nothing would stop her, and he would be forced to see apartments until she was sure he was going to buy. Awesome. Adam said, somewhat unsure, as if knowing the hellish nightmare that awaited him. Now, let's have a nice day off. I chuckled as I walked towards the spa, with Hestia and Adam following me close behind. I won't go back home today, am I? Adam asked. Ha 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 ha, no. I laughed. Percy POV. This is the last time I defy Adam. His pranking powers are beyond comprehension. Even talking about defiance is met with swift retribution. Annabeth was from this point on alone. I was not going to fight Adam in a realm he has no competition, no equal. 42, Chapter 40. 12. The room was dark, and a bit damp, a result of my practice in the dark arts. I had no idea why, but apparently practicing the dark arts in my book seemed to change the environment of where I practiced. The dark arts in my book were dangerous. Although they brought a lot of benefits, they also brought a lot of consequences when using them. But it wasn't all bad. Certain spells had no over-the-top prices, they were simple curses, so to speak. But if I had to be honest, I didn't know how I was going to complete this chapter. The last chapter had no real high requirements besides memorization, but this one had a lot of highs and lows to it, which would make it very difficult to complete. But if I had learned anything, it was that no matter how difficult the chapter seemed, the book had a conscience of its own. It had saved me once when the sirens almost killed me, which indicated that maybe it wasn't me deciding when to move on, but the book deciding when I was ready to do so. The curses and spells in the book varied in power and strength. Some were simply designed to trick the enemy with small illusions, mirages, and the likes. Others were made to give minor afflictions to my targets, like diseases that work on magical creatures. Up to this point none of them cost anything really expensive, most of them were mana-oriented. But once you crossed that line, things would go down. The real heavy weapons, or the big boys as I called them, were curses so powerful that if I went by the description alone, they could even harm the likes of the gods. These curses were very expensive though. Some of them would corrupt you, like the first spell I used from this chapter, and although I didn't know exactly what they meant by corruption, since this term varied too much depending on the person it was corrupting, I didn't want to find out. the point is that some of them charged you too much, like what's the point of winning if you die? With this in mind, I decided to practice the low-cost spells of this chapter for the moment being. Later on, I would see how to master the rest of the chapter without dying. Adam. Hestia greeted coming into existence in my room with her usual smile, one that could light up the whole world even is the worst day. Still practicing? She asked, her lips forming a pout. Yes, I replied with a soft sigh, I forgot we were going to see a Disney marathon today. Then close that book, Hestia declared, I want to start with The Lion King, she added, dragging me out of my room. Okay, Hestia was not a person you could say no to, she was the definition of adorable. Hestia continued to drag me along until we reached the living room of my cabin, where she threw me against the couch like a stuffed animal. I'll go cook the snacks, do you want anything specific? She asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Totally adorable, whatever you want, after all, everything you cook is delicious, I replied. Hestia blushed, and with a smile trotted off to the kitchen. I'll cook something to die for, she declared with pure excitement, and I wholly believed her. Don't you want to know where you come from? A voice whispered in my ear, hoarse but yet deep. Instinctively I looked around trying to find the intruder, but found nothing. Was I imagining things? Go to Boston, if you want answers, boy, the voice said, and as soon as the unknown entity said that, I felt that something had left my cabin. What was that? Hestia questioned, her gaze distant. I have no idea, I said, not at all surprised that she as a goddess had realized what happened. We'll discuss it after the movies. Hestia sighed, whatever it wasn't Greek. Unknown POV. I did as I was told, the child now knows there is a mystery he has to unveil, I informed the council. Good, let's hope he takes the bait. It would be best to have him in our side, before his father corrupts him. Don't you want to know where you come from? What did that mean? I knew I was a reincarnated being, did the voice knew that? If so, what would I find in Boston? I wasn't sure what to do. If I went to Boston, I might get caught in a trap, but if I didn't, curiosity would eat me up. I think you should go to Boston and see who contacted you, Hestia said, noting that she wasn't paying attention to the movies. No one would dare kill you just because, if they did they'd be looking for trouble with the Greek pantheon, and besides whatever came into your cabin wasn't Greek, but it was welcomed by you. The hearth only allows those of Greek blood and those your heart welcomes, meaning whoever it was family or someone you know. Someone I know. My father? Perhaps it's your father, Hestia smiled, as if reading my mind. It would not be the first time two pantheons birth a child together. But it would be the first time Zeus allows the child to live long enough to know what he is, even if he is doing so unknowingly, so be careful. Of course, Zeus was once again the thorn to my side. I nodded with a smile, but first let's see our movies. I winked at her. Now that I know what to do, I want to enjoy what it could be my last day of chilling. Hestia snorted, that sounds about right, and with that, we started to watch the movie marathon once again, my mind this time at ease. For now, I had the answer I was looking for. I would go to Boston and see who was the one that contacted me. 43. Hello there. I walked to my kitchen, opening the fridge ever so lightly to grab my triple heart attack double bacon burger. Oh hi, I waved to nowhere in particular. I didn't see you there, I smiled. It was time to Dora the Explorer my day. I sat on my kitchen table and chuckled. This author note, wait, can it even be called that? I mean, it's me, the most deliciously peeking demigod. Oh well, whatever this is not to call any of you snowflakes, like the last time I kidnapped the author to do so. I laughed while the author cried for help in my basement. This is to let you guys know I convinced the author to drop previews to his upcoming novels here. How? Well, easy. He will post the first chapter of his next project so that people can see what it's about, and will start updating when the time comes. Let me out. The author cried, breaking the basement door. Oh my, it seems he's trying to escape. I laughed. Oh well, see you guys later. 44. Hi, Adam again. The novel's previews are posters for 2 of the 4 he is working on. Resident Evil, RPG. And Twilight, We Are Venom. Go and check them out. We'll make the author delete this note later. 45. Chapter 41. 12. Boston was exactly like I remembered in my past life. Well, not exactly, because this time I'm not in a hospital. But it was pretty similar in the end. Hestia had sent me on another quest, to avoid the Olympians hunting my ass. I really appreciate what she does for me. Anyway, with my quest at hand I explored Boston left and right, and boy I noticed a little detail a bit too late. If only disembodied voices were more descriptive with their messages. I groaned. Boston was fucking massive. What did the voice expect? Go to Boston? The fucker might as well have said go to China and I would have been in the same situation. That shit was not specific at all. It's like saying loom for a cow in Texas, though I suppose that would have been better than what I have. And then it clicked. Oh my god, I'm a big idiot, I've been looking at this mission all wrong. Instead of trying to find something odd in Boston with my two mortal eyes, I should have focused on searching magic in the area. I just didn't think of it because I had nothing in particular to search for, but if the being was strong enough to alert Hestia of his presence, then, his magic should be leagues above anything considered normal within Boston. Alright, grabbing the map of Boston I had conveniently acquired in the local post office, and with a generic mnemonic incantation I started to search the map for any magical anomalies within the state. This would take a while to do so. Boston was big, and with no parameters for the search it was basically like googling a random letter, or something along those lines. Nonetheless the spell did its job, eventually highlighting one where I had to go, an hotel, which was. I swear to chaos if Ares is behind this I will make my personal mission to kill him. Begrudgingly I teleport to the alley behind the hotel, ready to nut punch the god of war. Fuck the man. Manuel Ares had crossed the line where his nuts were secure, ready to fight. I walked towards the hotel, walking through the alley, and much to my pleasing surprise the energy coming from the hotel was not anything like the magical signature I was used to feel in Ares. This one was vastly stronger. And before anyone ask, but Adam, if the being inside the hotel is stronger than Ares, shouldn't you be afraid? And to answer that question, are you retarded or forgot to charge your brain last night? Right now even Hestia could one-shot me, so operating under that logic, fearing the unknown entity more than Ares was stupid, because both of them could kill me with a blink, for now. But fear not, I wasn't going to enter unprotected. I had a bunch of magical buffs to help me out if things got tough. So taking a deep breath, I opened the door to the hotel lobby and, that was it, I was immediately knocked down with what I can assume was the force of a horse punching my face with its four hooves at the same time. Literally, the moment I touched the door, and moved that bitch a little I was down for the count. Unknown. POV. This shouldn't be possible, I stated, looking at the kid I had knocked down with my customized weapon, the four hooves. A warhammer that was shaped to look like door hooves of a horse together. Isn't he Greek? He smells Greek, sister, my sister said. He does, I nodded, but he isn't entirely Greek. The officer won't be too happy that a living, Greek demigod entered his hotel. Only the dead should be able to enter the Valhalla. He isn't dead. I think, my sister hummed, poking the unconscious or dead kid with a stick. Well, if I killed him we are solving 50% of our problems. I offered. That is a bad joke. My sister sighed. Now let's take the kid to Helgi, he will know what to do. I nodded. Adam POV. I opened my eyes to find I was alive, which meant I had someone to hunt. What kind of asshole attacks an 11-year-old kid without even announcing his presence? Not an anime enemy, that's for sure. You are finally awake, a man with a massively long beard said. His beard it touched the floor, that just be a pain in the ass to keep. Observing the man I noticed right away he wasn't the one that knocked me out. His was weaker than me, considerably weaker, I could tell that, so I opted to observe him. His hair looked like a buzzard that exploded inside of a volcano, odd considering his beard was well kept. As for his clothes, he was dressed in a forest green pinstripe suit, with black designer boots. As for accessories he was wearing gold rings and chains, many of them, Are you a pimp? He literally looked like a pimp, he was like the Santa version of one. What? No. The man shouted in response, my name is Helgi. I'm a hero. Well, you look like a pimp, you should go easy on the gold accessories, and maybe change that suit, I replied. How dare you? Helgi the pimp shouted. So where am I? And who knocked me out? I asked, and the man sighed. You are on Asgard, Hotel Valhalla to be precise, and the one that knocked you out was one of the 12 Valkyries serving the Alfather. Helgi sighed. I see, analyzing data, analysis complete, starting run the fuck away from here program, you'll never catch me alive. Why did I run? Well, I'm not sure myself, but it felt at the time like the right call. Stop on the name of the Alfather. Helgi the pimp shouted, running after me. Never. 46, Chapter 42. 12. I ran through the hotel with no idea where I was going, with Helgi chasing me close behind until I managed to escape the Nordic hero in one of the hundreds of corridors the hotel had, where I immediately changed form, to that of an animal, a raven to be precise. Alright, Adam, focus. Some way, some fucking how, you managed to get into the famous Valhalla. Now think, was this the place the voice in my cabin wanted me to see? If so, was I related to the Norse gods some way? Interesting magic you have there, someone remarked with a chuckle behind me. Startled I turned around to see who had said that, and a single thought crossed my mind, fuck, in front of me, stood a barrel-chested man with massive arms, grey hair and a square-cut beard that accentuated his weathered face. His left eye was covered with a black patch, leaving only his right eye shining with curiosity. As for his clothes he was wearing a polo shirt, and some khaki shorts. Gotta stay on character. Quack. Ravens don't quack, the man I knew to be Odin chuckled, but I must admit is hilarious to see you try and fail so badly. So, you are going to kill me? I hesitantly asked. Odin snorted, the all-fucking father snorted, I think you have been spending too much time with the Greeks. He laughed, why would I do that, so far you haven't done anything worth killing you. I might have, I conceded with a small chuckle. Now, why are you here? Odin asked, gesturing around, confused as to why I had chosen to hide in one of the cleaning supply rooms his hotel had. I will assume you ask why I am here, in this broom closet. Well. I kinda panicked and ran from the Helgi the pimp. I chuckled, but then processed what I had just said. I called one of his employees a pimp to his face. Do I really want to die? Ha 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 ha, he does look like one, doesn't he? Odin laughed, his guffaws echoing in the large room, causing the brooms to shake and the cleaning supplies to fall. He is surprisingly chill for someone on the same level as Zeus, maybe even stronger. He does, I nodded. Alright, drop the transformation, you are on the clear. Odin said, taking a deep breath, recovering from the fit of laughter he had let out a few seconds ago. With my approval, no one will touch you, he added with a smile, and decided it was best to follow his command. I did as I was told. So. I have a question if I'm permitted to ask, I said, being as respectful as possible. Then again, if Odin killed me, Ares and Zeus would never get the pleasure to do so themselves. A win-win situation. Odin looked at me, and said, sure, he smiled. Do you know if anyone contacted me in my cabin, in Camp Half-Blood? I asked. If someone could answer, this was him. He was supposed to be all-knowing. No, Odin answered with a smile, I have no idea who or what contacted you, which is both refreshing and alarming. He chuckled, but I wouldn't worry about it too much if I were you. I see, I sighed. Now, let's talk about your magic. It's very unique. Odin looked at me with his right eye, or only eye for that matter, and smiled like a child with a new toy, something that genuinely terrified me. Do you infuse mana into your constructs? Or into your incantations? I spend hours, talking with Odin about my magic, and even the most insignificant details were enough to have the god of magic smiling like a love-struck fool. He asked me questions about things I had no idea how to respond or if I even could to begin with. In the end I decided to tell him a little about my grimery, and with a Kakashi-style one-eye smile he offered me asylum on his hotel, under the condition I would answer his questions about my magical powers every now and then to the best of my abilities. In summary, Odin was a weird, very friendly yet terrifying. Unlike Hestia, where I knew no matter what I did she would never hurt me, I instinctively knew I had to tread carefully with Odin. He was like a tamed lion, one wrong move and he's not tamed anymore, at least that's what I felt, like I was a kid, walking on a minefield. I recognized that look. A very, very muscular girl said, walking towards me with a smile. The girl in question was a tall, burly teen with pale blue eyes, and snow-blonde hair braided down her shoulders. Let me guess, the Alfather found you interesting? She asked with a knowing smirk, and I nodded. The name is Gunilla, daughter of the god of thunder, Thor, and captain of the Valkyries serving the Alfather, Odin. Gunilla smiled. I apologize for what one of my sisters did to you. Have no doubt she has been thoroughly punished for hurting an innocent man. A pleasure to meet you, I bowed dramatically. The name is Aragon. Adam Aragon, son of the Titaness of Motherhood Leto, founder of the pranking sect of Camp Half-Blood, and owner of the anything you can buy as long as you have money store. I chuckled. Gunilla stared at me, uncomfortable all of the sudden. Had I said something wrong? I see. Well, welcome to Hotel Valhalla. I hope you enjoy your stay, she said, all sense of friendliness gone, as she walked away from me. What is it with muscle ladies hating me? I sighed. First Clarice and now her. Oh well, I can always bald her if she tries to bully me. I shrugged. With that said and done, I decided to explore the hotel, and see if I could find something interesting to do. Who knows? I might have some fun around here. 47, Chapter 43. 12. Odin POV. The boy had arrived, earlier than I had expected, but here he was, in my kingdom. If only Zeus knew who he had under his thumb for so long, the boy would be dead by now. Who is he? Asked the captain of my Valkyries, Gunilla with a frown. I feel he is partly Greek, but that's not all there is to him. I looked at Gunilla with a knowing smile. I expected nothing less from my granddaughter. Yes, but you can't know that, neither can he. Not yet, he's not ready. Your will is my way, Gunilla said, kneeling down. Don't worry, I smiled at her, noticing that she was tense. He has a good heart, and a pure soul. His presence will not bring any harm to Asgard. I understand, Gunilla said, still kneeling. Now, go and see that our guest is not treated badly, I said, winking at her. I will take a walk, alone. Pure of heart, he was. But if he fell into the wrong hands, if his father managed to corrupt him, it would be the end of Midgard, so it was written. The boy, he looks more innocent than I had expected, my beautiful wife, Frigg said, teleporting to my side. For a guy destined to destroy Midgard, I was expecting something more. I don't know, evil. Yeah, I wasn't expecting someone like him either, I replied with a laugh. He reminds me of Balder, Frigg said, sighing with sadness, tears threatening to form in her beautiful eyes. I grabbed her arms gently and pulled her into a hug, her head gently touching my chest. Yeah, although Balder wasn't much of a joker, and let me tell you Adam is, I commented with a short chuckle. Of course they are different in personality, Frigg stated with a snort, but their souls, they are so alike, they both genuinely don't want to hurt others, but alas they have both been forced to do so. Ah, I see, I chuckled, you are right. I just don't understand, how can he be the one destined to destroy Midgard? Frigg sighed, how can someone that is inherently good, be the one that will bring upon the end of times for Midgard? Well, when a man learns to love he bears the risk of hatred, I sighed, and so he will learn to love, and I would make sure, things didn't end like in my vision of the future, unlike Ragnarok, this future was not written in stone. Adam POV. Hotel Asgard was so far, way more, and I mean way more interesting, than Camp Half-Blood, for one the hotel alone was several times bigger than the camp, and it had a more, advanced facility for training. From sword training to guns. It was cool, I had to admit. Brat, Helgi greeted as I walked to the lobby, and right away I could tell he was angry. Pimp, I greeted. I am not a pimp. Helgi growled. And I'm not a brat, I shot back. I don't know why they let you be here, but I will enjoy the day our king kicks you out, Helgi sneered. Sure, pimp, I waved him off. That's it. I'm ending you. Helgi growled, jumping out of his desk. You would be wise to drop this little circus act, Helgi, Gunilla said coming out of nowhere, her voice carrying a cold undertone. The Alfather has declared he is welcomed here, and until he says otherwise, you will treat him with the utmost respect, or I will show you why I lead the Valkyries into battle. Damn. I chuckled, loving the poetic justice of the situation. Fine, Helgi muttered, lowering his head. A wise choice, Gunilla said, her eyes cold and unmoving, almost as if she was dead. Wait a second, is she dead though? If I recall correctly only dead people go to Valhalla. Thanks for the save, I smiled, I almost thought you didn't like me, I added with a teasing grin. I don't, Gunilla stated, and ouch. But I'm not here to like people, I'm here to obey the commands the Alfather gives, and he likes you, and that's all I need to know. Hey, Odin likes me, that's already a win, alright, well, if you'll excuse me. I will go down to the training facilities. I chuckled. As you wish, Gunilla said, walking away, what a weird lady. Hestia POV. It has been 6 days since Adam left the camp, and well I couldn't help but miss him, he was such a nice change from my old life. I hope everything goes right. I muttered. He's a strong and rather unique kid, Hades assured me, he will survive, and if he doesn't, well you can always come and visit him, Hades chuckled, and Persephone hit him, what? Don't pay attention to him, Persephone sighed, he is just trying to be funny and nice. She glared at him, and Hades shuddered. I know, it's just I can't shake this feeling, something big will happen to him. I sighed, and I don't know if this change will be for good or for bad, and that's what worries me. We might be gods, but even us can't control everything, Hades sighed, all we can do is trust him, and see what happens, he smiled. Yes, I smiled, all we can do is hope for the best, those words were nice, and yet I did not believe them, not because Hades was lying, but because, the situation felt, ominous. Don't worry, Persephone smiled, now, let's continue decorating his apartment, I want to surprise him when he comes back, she giggled. I looked at the apartment we were currently painting like mortals would do, and smiled, yeah let's. I chuckled. I don't understand why can't we let our servants do this? Hades grumbled, or at least use our powers. Because it would not be as special, Persephone added, sticking her tongue out at him, to which I laughed. 48, Chapter 44. 12. Odin had given me, a very good advice, something I failed to see or think of until he told me, the reason why mages in his realm were so good fighters, mana enhancement. He said the reason I was losing so much was because my muscles were barely getting any mana. It was so simple and even then that simplistic idea flew over my head until now, because realistically I only used mana with my spells out of that, I had no idea how to use that valuable resource. So Odin had someone teach me how to do so, it wasn't hard, just different, considering I was used to gather mana with my incantations, but once I managed to do it, the results were incredible, I was faster, way faster than before, stronger, but even with all those gains I was clumsier. I had lost finesse, moving faster, shortened my reaction time, and my new mana-infused strength was hard to control. Meaning I would have to learn how to fight all over again, but considering the improvements were too good for me to even care, and the fact it barely consumed any mana I was happy, I would get stronger and stronger, but it had a limit, for what Odin told me, each body has a limit of how much they could enhance with mana, that limit depends on the age and power of the person or god in question. People like Percy and Annabeth, who don't use the mystic arts to fight, apparently have their bodies function in a different way. A mage, and a non-mage, are very different in one single aspect. One of them can control their mana entirely, while the other basically functions in something akin to autopilot. What did this mean? Well, people like them have their bodies decide how to distribute the mana within them, but mages, like me, have to do everything manually. For better or for worse, we control our mana almost entirely. I feel like I could crush Clarice with a single punch, I chuckled, as I punched a rock, shattering it. If she's a rock, and doesn't move, perhaps, Gunilla commented, God damn it, I need to put a bell on here. Sorry, excited I got a physical boost. I wasn't sure I could call it that, meh, I'll go with that. Impressive, Gunilla said, sounding not impressed at all, but far from the strongest I have seen. If you want to bring glory to your name, you need to train. Force is meaningless without skill. She was right about that, can't refute that. But while I can't refute that, it doesn't mean I will not tease her, and, let me guess, you will train me. I smirked, and much to my unexpected surprise she smirked back. Yes, I will. Gunilla stated, a smug grin on her face, and something akin to amusement on her eyes. I can't let you shame the Alfather by leaving Valhalla with such a disgusting fighting skill. Excuse me bitch, I don't even have a full year training. Alas, it was a good opportunity. The Valkyries were legendary. I see, Wheel, let's get to it. I rolled my eyes at her, and without a warning she punched me, with enough strength to dislocate my jaw. I stared at her, eyes wide open, my jaw hurting a ton. Lesson 1, never lower your guard. You probably thought as long as I can cast my spells I can win anything. Well, all it took was a single hit to disable your magic. Yep, this was war. Taking a deep painful breath, I put my jaw back into its place, and said, I hope you know this means war, right? God, even after fixing it, it hurt. 1. It will take you a long time to win, Gunilla stated, amused. Day and night I would fight Gunilla and her sisters, not because our training schedule said so, but because she was training me for the unexpected. According to her, a warrior must always be ready to fight, anytime anywhere. And I can understand that. I mean, it makes sense, but fucking damn it. I would be sleeping and boom, a Valkyrie would swat my room and beat the crap out of me. I would be taking a dump and boom, Valkyries, eating? You guess it, Valkyries. And the worst part was that even with my enhanced strength and speed it was hard as fuck to hit them. In 1 week, they had broken and healed almost every bone I could name. Granted I can't name many, but having over 20 fractures in a week was a bit traumatizing, even if they could heal the fractures right away. But I had to admit, Gunilla's method was working. I was lasting more and more each fight, my body was reacting better to the random encounters, and while they still beat me, I was getting a hand of my new strength. I heard my granddaughter has been beating you, Odin laughed, walking to what was left of me for the day. Not only her, each and every single one of your Valkyries. I chuckled. If you don't want this, all you have to do is say it. Odin smirked. At this point, I snorted, oh no, I will keep trying until I can make your granddaughter say uncle. I was going to make every Valkyrie submit, before I stopped this. Ha ha ha, good luck with that, Odin added with a grin, beware though, if my son hears you beat his daughter. He sighed, and my eyes widen, would Thor kill me for that? He will invite you a drink, and then he will fight you, not out of revenge, but desire for a challenge, as if I was near to challenge a god. I weighed my options, and well, you all know me, I'm a vindictive asshole, I will get my revenge regardless of the consequences of it. So, for our chat today, what curses are troubling you from the book? Odin smiled and I started to show him some of the spells I was afraid to use. 49, Chapter 45. 12. 1 month of suffering later. It had been a month and 11 days since I arrived at the Valhalla Hotel, of which I had been fighting day and night against the Valkyries. Today, I had my weekly duel with Gunilla, to see my improvements. I still hadn't managed to beat any of them, but to be fair they attacked me in groups, so I had faith that 1 against 1, I would have a better chance of defending myself. My fight against Gunilla started like any other, with her trying to crush me in less than a couple of minutes, something she had managed to do the first couple times, but thanks to the psychological terror she had inflicted on me, with attacks at all times, I was on high alert and thanks to that I was able to keep her away from victory, dodging her attacks, one after another. But dodging wasn't going to win me the fight. If I wanted to win, I had to attack. With that in mind, I curled my hand into a fist and aimed at her nose when the opportunity arose, which thanks to my mana-enhanced body and her predominantly being a close-up fighter came rather soon, pushing my speed to the limit, and with our bodies being a few inches apart there was nothing she could do to avoid my attack, and so my fist hit the bridge of her nose. Her blood splattered all over the training ground, but she didn't even flinch at that. She simply looked at me, and with something that could only be described as a happy growl of approval, she grabbed my arm before I could pull it back, locking me in place, and hit me straight in the face with a mean left jab. Almost immediately I tasted blood, my blood, as I fell to the ground thinking. Come on Adam, you've been fighting her for a month straight now, day and night, don't let her get the best of you. But before I could process how to recover myself from this, she grabbed my head, her fingers digging into my scalp, and like a rag doll lifted me above the ground, my feet dangling in the air a few inches from the floor, and with a smile that lasted about a second, she slammed her right hand into my ribs with great force, my vision blurry upon impact. I could feel the pain rippling across my stomach, making me feel dizzy, disoriented. But it wasn't over yet. I was not going to go down with a single punch. Willing my body to obey, I threw a fast hook at her with my right hand, which she parried with a left hand, releasing my head in the process. Taking this little window of chance, I forced my body to move mid-air, throwing a side kick with my left leg, which took her by surprise. If the look of her face was anything to go by, the kick hit her right in the ribs, and pushed her a few meters to the right. You going soft on me, love? I chuckled, as I tried to sound as tough as possible, but deep down I was struggling to keep my shit together. That punch she had delivered had done more damage than I had expected. I knew if I closed my eyes even for a second I would fall to the ground. Gunilla looked at me, her eyes ever so mysterious, as an unreadable emotion ignited inside of her. Maybe I am, she laughed. Taking a deep breath, I rushed at her. I was determined not to lose this time, even if my odds were pretty low. Gunilla smiled, a predatory smile that I had never seen on her before. She was enjoying this? I'm a fucking magnet for crazy. Daki madobti et rewap fo et red nut. My spell was simple, covering my body in a magical field of electricity, making me a living taser, adding some firepower to my hand-to-hand arsenal. Interesting, Gunilla commented, dodging my attacks with relative ease. It will be a shocking surprise when you hit me, or I hit you, I replied with a lame pun, as I continued my assault. Thor POV. From above the training grounds I watched as my daughter, Gunilla, was fighting my father's guest Adam, in an honorable match. I expected nothing less from my fucking daughter. I was proud of her. Do you think the kid can win? I asked my father, as more beer was poured for me. It was a one of those questions people don't expect answers to. No, not today. In a fortnight he will win his first fight against her, Odin replied with a laugh. Gunilla won't be happy at all, but she will be happy, ha ha ha, and I was fucking surprised. That little shit was going to defeat a trained Valkyrie after a month of training. Ha ha ha, I can already tell we will be great friends. I bellowed in laughter, beer dripping to the floor. He is very friendly, Odin chuckled. He is going to lose in 10 seconds. How? I asked, smiling ear to ear. This was exciting. There was nothing better than watching a fight go down. He has highly underestimated Gunilla's pain threshold. While is true she has no thunder powers like you, she inherited your strength and will, Odin laughed, and then I saw it, Adam electrocuting my daughter, and much to his dismay, this was barely slowing her down. She was feeling pain all right, I could tell by the look of her face, but years of training had honed her to act through it as any Valkyrie should. Fuck, Adam sighed, as Gunilla knocked him out with an uppercut that sent him flying. I fucking love this kid, I laughed, banging my hammer to the ground as I rolled on the floor laughing. I lay claim to him as my possible new drinking buddy. Our bar fights will be legendary. Father. Gunilla groaned. Adam didn't say anything funny. Frigg muttered. He is overjoyed at the fact he has found a demigod that lacks all decorum, like him, Odin snorted. 50, Chapter 46. 12. After my defeat at Gunilla's hands, once again. Hey, I am seeing a pattern here. First Clarice, granted I got my revenge, then Annabeth. I also got my revenge. And now Gunilla. Maybe I'm actually into girls beating me so I can enact over-the-top revenge plans. I'll have to look into that later. In the meantime, it's time to experiment with my new skill. I knew I could take my monobody enhancement technique to a higher level if I focused on that only. It was clear that I was not an expert on it yet, so there was only room for improvement. The first few days after my defeat, I focused on increasing my overall strength with more mana, but that only backfired, because I lacked the experience to control more power than the one I was already controlling, and not only that, it seemed my prepubescent body had a limit on how much enhancements I could get. But I was not going to stop there. There had to be a way for me to improve my skills, and then it hit me. What if I enhanced other parts of my body? Wink wink, haha. Okay, going back to that, what if I enhanced, for example, my eyes to see and process the battle faster? Or my brain to increase my cognitive skills? If this worked, the possibilities were endless. I could essentially turn my body into a living weapon, being able to smell better, to hear better, to see better. So I started to work on that, starting with my eyes. At first all I felt was a funny feeling, like water, was running through my eyes, but it didn't bother me as real water would. It was more of a distant sensation, a ghostly touch of something that wasn't there, and while this was, I suppose, a result, it wasn't what I was expecting. Yes, I did feel my mana running through my eyes, but I didn't see any valuable changes. And I am not gonna lie, I almost threw the towel after that, but then I remembered, the eyes, alone were useless, I had to enhance the optic nerve to see any improvement if it was possible. You see, the optic nerve is a cable-like group of nerve fibers that connects and transmits visual information from the eye to the brain. This information helps the brain process and assess how to react to its environment, so in theory, the faster this information gets to the brain, the faster the brain helps the body react. How did I know this? Well, when you spend all your life in a hospital, and you get 15 surgeries in your eyes, you pick a thing or two. But while this sounded awesome, like me, there were a few technicalities in my plan, like for example, for me to enhance something I had to know exactly where it was, or at least have in-depth knowledge about it. In other terms, I had no idea what my optic nerve would feel like, nor I have a medical diploma to help me out. But I wasn't the sexiest demigod for nothing. I know, totally unrelated, but I haven't got a compliment in a while, and with me losing almost on a daily basis, I needed some self-love. Anyway, before I threw the towel once again, I decided to look for outside help, so with my massive intellect, I went directly to the one person I hoped could help me, Odin. He was known for being the most knowledgeable god of his pantheon, and I knew for a fact he would 5 others' knowledge in exchange for something, so I went to him, and asked to know everything there is to know about the human body. So, you want me? Odin pointed to himself, and I nodded, to give you all the knowledge there is about the human body. He finished, and once again I nodded. Yep, I smiled, trying to hide my overwhelming desire to clap Gunilla, non-sexually. You do realize, most people offer an eye to me in exchange for knowledge. Oh yeah, the eye thingy, not sure I want to go full Kakashi. I do. I nodded, wondering what in the 9 realms Odin did with the eyes. But I am sure you can. I don't know. Sell me that knowledge for a less mutilating price. I smiled. Odin hummed, all right, I'll charge you something else, mostly because the knowledge you are requesting is not that important, he added with a smile. How about a favor? One day I will call for you, and you will come to help Asgard. Deal? He extended his hand, his eye on me. A bit ominous, and I will probably regret this later on, but oh well, that's a problem for future Adam. Deal? As soon as I took his hand, I don't know how to describe it, it kind of felt like someone pushed a fucking library through my ears, and they didn't even have the decency to lubricate my poor ears. Oh god, this hurts. It always does, Odin sighed. I had to rip my eye for all the knowledge in the universe, and between you and me, that was a picnic compared to the pain I felt when Mimir rammed all the knowledge inside my head. He chuckled. Don't worry, just take 2 ibuprofen and you'll be good to go. Ibuprofen? My head feels like I got a spring break hangover, and he is recommending me ibuprofen. That shit never helps. Water is more effective. I rolled my eyes at him. What about Odinprofen? Is the godly version of it. Odin smiled, like a child, and, well, I took the pills. It was a good joke, so it deserves recognition. I will go to sleep, I said, leaving Odin behind. Next day, the Odinprofen was actually quite helpful. I woke up with no headache at all, ready to practice my ideas, and, well, let's just say, haha. Ha ha ha, mew ha 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 ha, it actually worked. I tried these experiments with the Valkyries when they randomly came to attack me and won. I won. I fucking won. Fuck yeah. It wasn't an easy victory though, it was all trial and error. At first I discovered only enhancing the optic nerve was useless. Why? Well, no matter how fast your eyes can see something, if your brain can process that something fast, well, it's useless. So for my eye breaking, discovery, I also had to enhance my brain to process the information faster. And it worked like a charm. I was able to react faster to their acts, considerably faster than before, and thanks to that, win. Though this had some side effects like headaches. I will look into that later, alongside my possible revenge getting beat down fetish. Anyway, besides the mild headache I would get after turning off the enhancement, everything worked perfectly. And the best part was, that if it worked on eyes, it would work on any other part. Wink wink, but seriously, the possibilities were endless. I could boost my lungs, or my immune system. I was beyond excited with this. You will rue the day you kicked my ass. 11 times. I laughed, as I mock in at the beatdown on the century that included but was not limited to Gunilla saying uncle, me forcing her to hear my theme song, and her being cursed to look like a very feminine ballerina for a month, and not any ballerina, no. One only likes pink, with an extra big fluffy tutu just to be safe. Mew ha 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 ha, victory shall be mine. 51, Chapter 47. 15. I decided to give my sexy readers a double release today, UWU. Now praise the corn and have fun. I'll be working on Twilight, Avatar, The Witcher, Resident Evil and Percy Jackson on my Patreon, working to have them ready for web novel in some cases and in others to finish them like the Avatar FIC. 1 week of training montages later. I was ready to face Gunilla in battle, defeat her once and for all, but first, it was time to enact my over-the-top plan. First I created an illusion around me that would make me look like a platypus, then I got a top hat. And then I blatantly modified a song from my childhood years back in my first life. I look like a platypus. I asked to none in particular as I saw myself in the mirror, check. I then turn around to grab my newly acquired boombox, and my new music theme, alright, I have everything I require to win this, and get my sweet revenge. With a smile I ran outside the room, getting a lot of odd stares until I got to the arena, where Gunilla was waiting for me, and let's say she was shocked to see me. What is this? Gunilla pointed at me, while from afar I could see Odin and Thor? Laughing, even Frigg was giggling. This. I gestured to my platypus illusion body, is your doom. You pretend to fight me in that form? Gunilla asked. Is an illusion, my form didn't change, I replied only for her to hear, you will be able to see the real me once we start fighting. Of course I didn't actually shapeshift to an animal that can't throw a punch. I think, but everyone else will see the platypus. I smiled like a madman, putting the CD I had worked on the boombox. Doobie doobie doo ba. Doobie doobie doo ba doobie doobie doo ba. Doobie doobie doo ba. And so the fight started. First I enhanced my optic nerves in my brain, followed my body, with my speed I approached her, and started throwing punches at her while dodging her attacks with relative ease. My brain was processing the information faster than she could punch. He's a semi-aquatic, prank-planning mammal of action. At this verse, I smiled punching her in the face with the force of a cannon. Bitches love cannons. You changed. Gunilla muttered, trying to deliver a kick to my side, one that I parried with my knee. Doobie doobie doo ba. Doobie doobie doo ba. Well, I have discovered how to cheat my progress, I smiled, getting in a few jabs before having to jump back to avoid her grasp. He's a furry little flatfoot. Who never flinched. From a frat eei. I see, Gunilla muttered, determined to win this she decided to take the offensive. But I was expecting this, and with a smile I charged at her, with my eyes and brain as they were it was easy to avoid her attacks almost too easy I still had to know how to act, but still, I wonder if this is how every other normal character felt when Madara was clapping them cheeks? He's got more than just mad skill. He's got a beaver tail and bill? Pushing through her attacks I stepped on her foot interrupting her footwork, and delivered an uppercut with all my strength that lifted her into the air. This disoriented her. I could see it in her eyes as she struggled to move to avoid a damaging fall. And the women swoon. Whenever they hear him say I am a true believer of gender equality. Taking this chance I locked her on a hold, my arms around her neck and my legs around her torso, yield. He's Adam. Adam the platypus? Gunilla trashed around, but soon conceded, declaring me the winner of our first duel. He's Adam. Adam the platypus? Ha ha ha. Yes. I laughed, helping Gunilla stand up, who was glaring at me. What? I am both proud and angry at you, Gunilla growled, did you have to beat me with all of this? Was the song necessary? A warrior doesn't need such things. This warrior does, I gestured to me with a cheeky smile, and yes, it was all necessary, you sent your sisters, the Valkyries to beat me while I was taking a dump, sometimes even when I was sleeping. I haven't slept for more than 2 hours a day, since that day. Do you have any idea how terrifying that was? I asked her and she said nothing. At that I smiled, lowering my voice a couple notches, if you ever send your Valkyries again after me, in the sanctity of my room, I will curse all of you to look like animals, illusions of course, but good luck getting respect when all you see is a chicken with a sword, this was just to show you. I can do it. Fair enough. Gunilla sighed. Oh. I almost forgot, I smiled, this smile wasn't a normal one, no, this one was of pure unadulterated evil, enjoy looking like a ballerina. With that I casted the curse, and ran as a platoon of Valkyries chased after me, with their fairy-looking leader, Gunilla leading the charge. You will truly enter Valhalla today, for today is the day I kill you. Gunilla shouted, and all I could do was laugh and run, the tutu was a nice touch, sometimes I love my evil genius. Thor POV. When the Alfather said, Adam would beat my daughter soon, I did not expect this had to be the most hilarious and ridiculous way to beat someone, he turned into a platypus. And defeated Gunilla in less than 3 minutes. Ha 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 ha. Odin laughed. It's settled. He shall be my new drinking/battle buddy. I stated, slamming my hammer to the ground, shattering the marble beneath my feet to dust, this was to let everyone know that if anyone wanted to fight me for the honor of drinking and fighting alongside Adam, this was the time. No one will fight you for the honor, Odin declared, and with a smile and 2 beers I ran to greet my new pal. You are free to try and befriend the kid, he chuckled as he saw me run. Our adventures will echo through the 9 realms. I laughed. 52, Chapter 48. 15. After my awesome win against the Valkyries, and the awesome chase afterwards, I decided it was time to go back to the camp. It had been some time since I saw Hestia. Though I had a little problem now, Thor, the man literally declared me his best friend and had basically shoved beer down my throat. The man was not like I expected, then again Marvel sold a very different version of him. This Thor was vulgar to the point he would fart mid-conversation and act like nothing happened. But I had to admit, he was hilarious at times. But I couldn't stay here. I missed Hestia. I missed her, she was my best friend, thanks for everything, I thanked Odin, he was a really nice god. Don't worry, Odin chuckled, but if I were you, I wouldn't let Zeus know you were here, he will get some wrong ideas about why you were here. I looked at him, curiosity surfing in my face. I thought he already knew, I pointed out. Nope, all he has seen is you, training in a wasteland close to Ohio. Odin winked at me. Why are you leaving my friend? Thor asked. I am needed in the camp, I lied. I see. Thor said, sulking down in sadness. I hanged out 3 times with him, what the actual fuck? Don't mind him, Odin snorted, he is just sad he didn't get to show you his man cave. Okay, I decided to ignore that for the moment. Thanks for everything Odin, I thanked once again. Take care child, Odin smiled and with a snap of his fingers I was outside New York. Neat, I chuckled, he had saved me the trouble of teleporting myself, now time to walk back to the camp. It took me around 3 hours to get to the camp, where I got a few odd stares from the people around. Oh, they thought I had died during my quest. We didn't expect to see you here, again, Chiron galloped to my side, a deep frown forming on his face. Some here assumed the worst. I go out for a month and a half, and they think I died. I tilted my head in confusion. Nobody stays that long on a personal champion quest, and well, returns alive, Chiron sighed, you should go and talk to Lady Hestia, she has been beyond worried for you. I looked at Chiron for a second, before nodding. Once that weird chat was done I ran to my cabin and opened the door, and as soon as I opened I was tackled in a fierce hug by Hestia. I thought I killed you, Hestia cried, I couldn't find you anywhere. Great, I made Hestia cry. I'm going to hell now. I'm okay, I hugged her back, I just couldn't contact anyone from there, Asgard was too far away from Midgard for my magic to reach. I'm sorry, Hestia muttered, wiping her tears away, her usual warm smile returning, I just had a bad feeling of you being out radar for so long. As if I would die. I winked at her. Where were you? Hestia asked. Don't tell anyone, but I was in Asgard, I whispered. Hestia's eyes widened in shock, but, how? Unless you are a god or of Norse decency you can't enter. Well, it seems my magic allowed me to enter Valhalla, and I took the opportunity to train there, I chuckled, by the way they have better things than us. Yeah, the hotel is awesome, Hestia agreed, all our glory and stuff in Olympus, my brother barely pays attention to the camp, Odin is sometimes the opposite. So you know him? I asked. I do, we gods know each other, we have clashed a few times with many pantheons over time, I remember when Frigg came to us, begging every Olympian to promise not to hurt Balder, days later he died. Hestia sighed, I also remember when Zeus and Odin met. I feared a new holy war was about to start. But Odin managed Zeus's temper very well. Odin is a very good politician, one that doesn't care about his pride if it means getting what he wants. I couldn't really tell if she was complimenting him or not. I see, I nodded. Did they treat you well? Hestia asked. Yes, I had my own room, food, and they let me use their equipment to train, I chuckled, flexing my muscles for dramatic purposes. I see, Hestia giggled, very impressive. Well for a 12-year-old it is, I nodded, and Hestia snapped her neck at me, and grabbed me by the neck, ahem, sorry. When in doubt say sorry, especially if the person holding you can vaporize you. You turned 12? Hestia asked and I nodded, and you didn't have a party. This won't do. Hestia is not a big deal, I assured her, I drank some Pepsi with Thor, I smiled, I never had a party before and I'm okay with that, my response had the opposite effect of what I intended to do. Never had a party. Hestia gasped, I will make sure you have the best birthday ever. It was a wee I stopped seeing how excited she was, and it was not like she was going to stop. Fine, let's celebrate. I will start working on how to get your sister and brother to your party. Hestia hummed, oh I know, Zeus wanted some of my brownies, I will trade them for his permission to let Artemis and Apollo come down to the party. I also have to invite Hades and Persephone, and ban Ares and Aphrodite from coming, so much to do. With that she teleported in a burst of flames. It seems she's gonna enjoy my birthday more than me, she's sometimes too adorable to be an all-powerful being. Knock. I turned to the door and opened it. Standing outside my cabin, two familiar faces were looking at me in contemplation, Percy and Annabeth. Sup, I waved at them. Annabeth, please don't, Percy muttered, and Annabeth smiled. Revenge. Annabeth shouted with mad delight, taking a stink super bomb, one that manufactured to sell out of her backpack, and with a swift swing she threw at me. The old me would have been hit by it, but this version of me had to pee while holding a knife in case a Valkyrie tried to jump me. So much to her dismay I grabbed the stink bomb mid-air and stared at Annabeth. So, if you can tell in one sentence why you thought this was a good idea, I will let you go free. I smiled at her, holding her stink bomb on my right hand. I thought the element of surprise was what I needed to beat you. Annabeth answered. I see, I chuckled, for your honesty I will give you 5 minutes to hide, 10 for Percy, he seems to deeply regret this, I said as I saw the fish demigod running with all his might leaving Annabeth behind. He literally ran the moment I said 5, he didn't even hear if I gave them 5 seconds or minutes. Thank you. I'm going to need all the time I can get to hide from you, Annabeth smiled, and like Percy ran, oh how I missed home. 53, Chapter 49. 16 delicious, mouth-watering plot full. Have been writing a lot, so you can expect a big influx of chapters there. UWU. After the failed pathetic attempt Annabeth had made to try and get back to me. I mean, who the fuck yells revenge before actually getting it, is after when will people learn? Anyway, after that sad attempt I was invited by Chiron to the arena to fight and practice my skills without magic. And with my new skills, itching to be flexed, I agreed. My first fight was against Lee, my nephew. And it went like this. It is I. Lee. Lee proclaimed, I am sorry your fist fight has to be with me. But fear not, I will defeat you as quickly as possible. He ran towards me, and I slapped him out of the arena, literally, I moved my hand and slapped him with the back of said hand, and he was out. Alright, now that the back of my hand is all warm up, who's next? I asked with a confident grin. This result shocked everyone. Chiron was staring at me, Annabeth in her tampon Halloween costume I cursed her to wear for a month was also staring at me. Wait, no, she was glaring at me. Oh okay, it wasn't because of the fight, it was because of the costume. Anyhow, everyone except Annabeth was shocked. It was no secret I wasn't the best at non-magical combat. Percy, you are next. Chiron pushed the Nemo-wearing costume demigod to the arena. And I think we all know why he was wearing that, right? Good. Let's see how you do, without magic, Percy muttered, not sounding too sure. Come on Nemo, just keep swimming, I smirked. Percy rushed at me, and like Lee, a single slap was enough to push him out of the arena, though unlike Lee, Percy was still fully conscious. Since when you are this strong? Percy asked, blood dripping down Nemo's mouth. I eat my veggies, and take plenty of juice, I replied, and he took it seriously. Oh I see, must be the food Lady Hestia gives you. Percy was sometimes so dense. Are you gonna continue the fight? Chiron asked. Nope, Percy shook his head, and Chiron sighed, he bitch slapped me 20 meters into the air. I already have enough stuff to deal with. I don't want fractures in that list. Would you look at that Annabeth, Percy is wiser than you, I laughed and Annabeth growled, oh don't be like that Miss Tampon Beth, you will get your turn, once a month. Oh that's it. I'm next. Tampon Beth jumped into the arena, I will kick your ass for old time's sakes. Kinky, I chuckled. Sure, why not? Chiron shrugged and the fight started. Tampon Beth rushed at me, her sword ready, how predictable. I inwardly chuckled at that, so with a smile I ran towards her, intercepting her path, grabbed her by the arm and slammed her to the ground like a sack of potatoes, knocking her out immediately. Alright, who's next? I looked around. Luke? Clarice, please tell it's Clarice. I'm good, Clarice mumbled. I don't mind giving it a shot, Luke smiled, but beneath that smile something dark was shining, something that even with my empathic power off I could feel it. Well, let's fight, I chuckled. Luke jumped into the arena, as Chiron carried Annabeth and in the blink of an eye he was in front of me, his sword a few inches from my throat. The old me would have lost right there. But the new me, not only was more awesome, sexy, and crazy, but had a severe case of PTSD, and using all that, I ducked under his attack. One thing was for sure, he was faster than Gunilla. Me dodging his attack caught Luke by surprise, who then dodged a right uppercut by jumping backwards. Impressive, you have improved beyond what I expected, he complimented, sounding angry, the fuck is wrong with this dude? Well, like I said before, eating all my veggies helps, I chuckled, sticking my tongue out at him. And while I was giving this general vibe I didn't care, well, I didn't. I still decided it was best to take him seriously, so I took all my mana enhancements to the limit. An advice worthy to live by, Luke smiled, rushing at me once again, closing the gap between us in the blink of an eye, but this time I was ready, and not only I dodged his blade but I managed to deliver a jab to his nose, breaking it much to my surprise. Maybe he had yet to bathe on the river of the sticks. So, still wanna go? I asked. Luke growled, running at me. This time his intention was not to win but to kill me. Close your eyes, I advised him, and unfortunately for him he didn't heed my advice, so I kicked the dirt around to his eyes, and disarmed him with a kick, throwing his blade to the side. The gods love you, the campers love you, you get to be recognized by all of them, you get to do whatever you want. Luke muttered, and by the looks of complete met, around I was the only one hearing him. Why you? That cry carried something underneath, a presence that made me shiver out of the feeling of pure malevolence. His voice was now emanating. Cronus. How can I be the only one feeling this? Oh yeah, everyone here besides Hestia sucks ass. Bitch. I'm adorable, and that's why. I replied with a cocky smirk as I ran at him, slamming my fists to his head, knocking him out. Ain't nobody got time to deal with Cronus right now. It seems, you became an exceptional warrior during your absence, Chiron complimented, though your style now closely resembles a Norse berserker, he hummed. I will give all the apples I have in storage if we stop this conversation. Wait, had I done a racist thing, offering apples to a half-horseman, a centaur? Deal? Oh, he took the deal, which means I'm in the green. 54, Chapter 50. 16. After my training duels, I was welcomed back to my cabin with totally expected surprised party, that somehow, Hestia managed to pull out in the span of an hour. Then again, considering she was a god, this wasn't really that surprising. We had fun, and I got a lot of presents. Artemis gave me a hunting knife, Apollo gave me a 70-inch widescreen 4K TV, Hades gave a small set of Stygian iron weapons, and Persephone gave me an underworld servant. As for the rest of the people inside the camp, nobody came. The fact Hades was inside the cabin was more than enough to keep most of them away. Percy and Annabeth came, although they were cursed to look like stupid characters they did. As for the rest of the camp, idiots, for real. Avoiding someone as nice as Hades is ridiculous. But nonetheless, I had fun. That was until I learned something. You see. After the party, I saw some campers started to leave, and at first, I was like, oh, they are going on quests, but then, I noticed the numbers kept increasing and increasing. Why were so many campers leaving? Wasn't this place supposed to be a permanent type of place? Are you going to stay, or? Hestia asked, seeing my lost gaze at the campers in the distance. I thought this was supposed to be a very camp-like prison, I muttered. Well, the reason no one was allowed to leave before was because of the symbol being supposedly stolen by a demigod, Hestia clarified. I thought you knew that, she hummed. I really need to investigate things more thoroughly. I see. Well, as long as I can get out freely, I don't mind, and to answer your question, no, I will stay. We have a much of movies to catch on. I winked, and she snorted. That sounds like a plan, Hestia smiled, leaving to the kitchen. Inside, I was screaming, so many plans to gain my freedom back, and it seemed I had achieved that a long time ago. Well, as much freedom the idiot of Zeus allows me, we all know all he sees in us is tools and sometimes booties. Alright, time to try my TV, I sighed. Setting the TV was easy, and now I had something inside my cabin besides my multiple consoles that would help me procrastinate. I love putting my responsibilities in the back until they come back to haunt me. As I was watching the rerun of Supernatural with a delicious box of chocolate ice cream, I felt someone approaching. With a sigh I saw as Luke basically kicked my door down, breaking my TV in the process. That was a 70-inch 4K TV, I inhaled sharply. So how can I help you? You are going to answer me. Why is it that the gods love you so much? Luke sneered, holding his sword to the right. I worked to the bone and all I got nothing, and yet here you come, and in months managed to befriend 2 of the first Olympians. Tell me how. Do you really want to know? I asked, grinning. Yes. Luke growled, his eyes glowing for a second. Do you really want to know? I asked once again. Yes. Luke bellowed in anger. Well, he asked for it. Fuck you, that's how. Ha ha ha, Luke started to laugh, a laugh devoid of emotion. No, his laughter had emotions. But they felt heavy, like a wave of despair. Hestia is not here, nor is Dionysus, he stated. And what? I asked with a yawn. I wanted to talk to you. Luke's voice changed to something sinister. More dangerous, it was unmistakable. I was now talking with Cronus. I have seen your deeds for the Olympians, and I have seen how little they give you. You deserve better. Oh, is this the part you try to seduce me into the dark side? I knew Cronus outclassed me, but he wasn't here. Heck, he didn't even have the power to harm me now. They will never let you fly, they will clip your wings, That's all my son does. Stop anyone with talent in fear they might overthrow him. Cronus said, join me, rise to be only beneath me, with me, you will always be free. What about my cookies? I asked. What? Cronus said, after a long second of silence, probably processing what I had said. My cookies, the ones I should get if I join the dark side, I asked. What? I will not dignify that stupid question with an answer, Cronus growled through Luke. What? I gasped, there aren't any cookies in the dark side. The audacity! Then I am afraid I must say no, my good sir, I bowed dramatically. Now if you'll excuse me, I will go and tell Tail Zeus, his drunk dad is back. It's a shame really, but it was to be expected. Cronus smiled, and that made me lose composure for a second. Why was he smiling? I knew for a fact he didn't have enough power to kill me. Yes, he could force my way some nightmares, but that was about it when it came to his current power. Not only that was canon, but I could feel it. His mana was nothing to be afraid of, nothing like Zeus or Hades, or even Hestia, and yet, he was smiling like he had won. Why? I knew from the moment I saw you, that I had to kill you, and unfortunately for you, my pawn can't do that. You surpassed him, but fear not. At that Luke, or rather Cronus' moving look, pulled a crystal. Let me extend you an invitation to my current home, so that we can have a personal conversation. With a smirk he broke the crystal in an explosion of black shadows, and everything I was feeling was replaced with a sudden sensation I could recognize. I was falling. As I felt to God's know where, I focused on what he had said, his home. His current home. I was falling into Tartarus. I left the ice cream out, the ants will run the place by when I manage to get out of there, I lamented. 55, Chapter 51. 16. 67. As soon as my agonizingly long fall to Tartarus ended, I knew I had downplayed this place. The moment I took my first breath I felt my lungs burn, the air was acid, and to top that shit, the ground was made out of broken glass able to pierce through anything apparently. So here I was, on the ground coughing blood, thanks to the air, and with my feet and knees bleeding. Oh God, I gasped, focusing my mana on my lungs and feet, making the acid air, and the broken glass floor more manageable. Now having a better handle of myself, I looked around, noticing the place had a greyish atmosphere made entirely out of living mana that made me feel someone was watching me, or at least could watch me if he or she wanted to. Someone leagues above Cronus. I knew who it was, but the idea of even thinking his name and the fact it could bring his attention to me was more than enough to silence my thoughts. Trying my best shot, I tried to teleport myself out of the realm with my mnemonic magic, but as I expected it didn't work. Then I tried to see if the chapter of curses and dark arts had anything to help me out, and nothing, no easy way out. It seems I'm stuck here, I chucked, blood dripping out of my mouth, but don't worry. Adam, Hestia, Hades, Artemis, or Apollo will get you out. I had faith they would help me out. Gods could after all put and take out prisoners from Tartarus. But in the meantime, I had to focus on surviving and on the way trying to find a way to escape. Right now I had to adapt to the environment. If I were to fight feeling like someone is melting my lungs, I would die. I opened the book once again, giving it one last good look, before I embarked on my most dangerous journey so far, my eyes stopping on the soul-related spells I had previously seen on the book, spells I had personally blacklisted. The spells were disgusting in essence, consuming souls to gain power, spells straight from Dark Souls universe and other dark worlds, spells I never wanted to use, spells that went against what I stood for. But could I really keep my morals here? The place monsters roamed free. Did I really have the strength to keep my morals intact, or would I be forced to do it? I will deal with that when the time comes, I muttered to myself in a low emotionless chuckle. Hestia POV. I felt as Adam was ripped from this realm. I felt as his connection to me was forcibly broken, and I couldn't do anything. There was only one possible explanation. Some way Adam had fallen to the darkness pit in the world. Tartarus. I immediately went to my brother, Zeus. He could help him. He had the power to bring Adam out of that wretched realm, but what I found shocked me. Zeus was talking with Luke Castellan, the son of Hermes. Luke was telling him how he found out Adam was working with Cronus in secret, and that he had tried to send Luke and everyone in the camp to Tartarus once Luke confronted him with a Tartarus crystal. That was a lie. He was a liar. I knew Adam wasn't a bad kid, I knew it. He was caring, friendly, loving, he was my friend. He is lying. I growled, fire burning the palace down. Anger didn't even begin to describe what I was feeling. Where is Apollo? Nobody could lie to him. I'm here, Apollo muttered, his face contorted in pain. He isn't lying, no. I don't believe it. Some way, somehow. Luke had managed to circumvent Apollo's power. I would not believe Adam betrayed me until he told me that himself. Adam is not what we thought. It's the true. Luckily Luke here managed to stop him, Zeus said, trying to be soothing. I don't believe any of this. I said trembling, I curse you Luke Castellan. I curse you to never feel at home. to never feel full after a meal, I curse you to never feel warm. I, Hestia the first Olympian, kick you out the hearth. Hestia. Hermes growled, remove the curses or. I don't like fighting, Hermes, you know I love you too much for that, nephew, but I won't back down, I stated. Adam was my friend, the first person that actually cared to talk to me, because of me. Hestia, I know you are suffering, but, Zeus started, but I glared at him, making him flinch back a bit. He is no longer welcomed in my realm, I stated, glaring at Luke, who was shaking behind his father. I won't kill you. I can't, I am unfortunately too kind for that, but, when I find a way to clear Adam's name, and believe me I will. I will let him kill you, mark my words, child, you made an enemy today. Adam POV 1 Tartarus month later. I was crying, for the first time in years I was actually crying, everything here hurt, even with Mana protecting me, breathing, walking, the water, even the food, everything was a new way to feel pain. I missed Hestia, I missed my once prison now warm and loving cabin, I missed feeling healthy. This was worse than when I was sick back in my old life. It had been but a month, and I wasn't sure what to do, nor if I would be rescued before I went mad. Time in Tartarus was different, it flowed differently. A day here could be a second in the realm world, or a second here could be a month outside. How pathetic, I coughed, blood splattering everywhere as I struggled to keep walking. I had learned the first week, that staying too much in one place was a bad idea. I almost died fighting a horde of monsters. I had everything I wanted, a healthy body, friends, and now, I have what I had, on steroids. I laughed. This unfortunately made me puke a large amount of blood. This version of Tartarus sure wasn't like the one I read Percy and Anabrith endured. I was stronger than them, and I was looking like a soon-to-be dead guy. Perhaps, using those spells wouldn't be so bad. At this point I would do anything to alleviate the pain, and besides, none of the souls here are souls people will remember or care about anyway. So perhaps, just perhaps, it wouldn't be a bad choice. Tartarus time, 1 minute in the real world equals a month in Tartarus. 56, Chapter 52. 17. 69, hee hee boy. 2 month. Tartarus was worse than I thought, worse than I could have prepared for. The books did not do this hellish nightmare any justice. The pain that I feel, or rather that I felt before, was overwhelming, and even now that I had adjusted to this harsh and cruel environment with my dark magic, I could still feel my body suffering in silent agony. Soul consumption, it was a spell that allowed me to become stronger, in exchange for a soul, a simple yet disgusting transaction. Consuming a soul was terrible, both for the poor soul and the consumer. You can feel their agony as what makes them, well, them, disappear inside of you. For a brief moment, you can see everything they have seen, and then, nothing, just a cold feeling. It was a truly terrifying spell. One that I had been forced to use to survive. I wanted to survive, at any cost, and as a bonus objective, I wanted to kill Luke, so my morals were out the window for now. So, I did what I had to do to survive. I started to consume the souls of the monsters lurking around, and by monsters, I didn't mean things like the Minotaur, or the likes. No, I meant people, humans so bad that they had been sentenced to live for all eternity inside the worst realm in existence. I'm not gonna lie, the first time I consumed a living soul, from a human living in Tartarus, it haunted me, the cries of despair of the humans, the tears while they begged for their lives. It was something I was not mentally prepared to deal with. I knew they were bad, and the reason they were here in the first place was that they were the worst of the worst, but it still was a hard situation to deal with. But everything must come to an end, and so did my caring. Day by day, their screams and tears started to bother me less and less, to the point I simply stopped considering them humans. For me, they were prey now. They were what kept me alive in this hellish realm, and I would be damned if I didn't survive. As for the pain, it was still there. No matter how many hundreds of humans I consumed, the pain would always remain, but it was tolerable now. It kind of felt like I was back to my old body now, not worse, so I suppose it's an improvement. The devourer. A man shouted, his eyes widened in terror. If only he had kept his mouth shut, I would have passed right past him. Boo, I yawned, as aimed my hand at him, glowing with a green almost black color, and shot a blast of mana that destroyed that man. Oh well, I sighed, pulling his soul to me. I then opened my mouth and swallowed the soul, and immediately after the disgusting sensation of despair the man was feeling as my power consumed him shocked me, but what shocked me the most was the new feelings that rushed through my body. This man knew who I was, that much I was able to gather, and his fear for me was overwhelming. Of course, it was I concluded for myself. These people, they all keep some hope they will be able to escape this realm, and I represent a true end, one that eats away their hope. What an ironic result. Sinners now fear me, an innocent man in Tartarus. Even I can see the cruel irony there. The joke is poetic. I laughed, not sure if there was any emotion behind it, but I laughed. 6 months. How long have I been here? 6 months, at this pace I will end up devouring every human soul inside this realm. Is Hestia even trying to help me? Or was I simply another mere moment in the life of a goddess? Oh, well, look at the bright side, was there any? Yeah, I'm still alive, death would be mercy now. No, dying would be the easy way out. I have the tools to survive, and I will survive, I declared as if I was having a conversation with someone. Well, I was, with my inner pessimistic self, who had lost hope in being rescued. I have become stronger than ever, so there is that. Smile, Adam, just smile, I reminded myself, as long as I smiled. As long as I lied to myself, I would have a reason to keep going. You. I turned around, to see my friend the Minotaur, had found me once again. No matter how many times I killed him, he would come back to fight me. I will end you. And yes, he could talk. I was surprised too, who would have guessed the big sirloin could talk. Must we do this? I asked him, my eyes narrowed at him. I have killed you 78 times, at one point it should get boring, at least for me it did. I could have consumed his essence, the spell worked on him too, but for some reason, I just never did it, with any monster for that matter. With a growl, the ferocious Minotaur charged at me in blind rage, thrashing anything in his wake with his might. I hope you taste as good as a steak. I sighed, and with a simple move of my hand, I bound the monster to the ground. If you were more attentive you would have known, that thanks the thousands of souls I have consumed my magic can easily subdue you. I tapped his forehead with a slight smirk forming on my face, but I suppose you got the brains from your father, I laughed, killing the beast with a swing of my sword, one that I had found in this wretched realm. I then proceeded to consume my first monster, and it was worse than with humans. The Minotaur was rage incarnated, and I could feel him even to his bitter end trying to fight. It felt like I had swallowed lava. 1 year. Consuming monsters was, systematically better than consuming sinners. They had more power, more raw material to work with. So since the day I ate Mr. Sirloin, I started to hunt monsters and sinners alike. Funny thing is that as much power as I was getting, the gap between me and some of the titans I had briefly felt was basically the same, which terrified me to no end. If any of them captured me, Cronus would make me suffer for all eternity. Food. I stopped dead on my tracks. Right now I was on my way to, well, nowhere, in particular. Tartarus was confusing as hell, but the point is I was walking, and a very familiar voice caught my attention. Food. Well, hello there, I smiled at the sight of the thing that almost killed me during my first mission. So glad to find you here. Food. The blind amalgamation screeched in mad delight, rushing at me. One of us is, I shot back, cutting her legs and arms with my sword. This time her movements were slow, painfully so. I wonder, how do you taste like food? No, monster, she was afraid. Good, devourer, no no no. In fear the monster tried to free itself from my grasp but failed to do so. You know food. You monster. Oh, I'm a monster. I chuckled, ripping her soul out. Never heard that one screamed to me today. Time in Tartarus equals 1 year. Real world equals 12 minutes. 57, Chapter 53. 71. Today was my birthday once again, my 152 birthday. At this point I had lost all hope of anyone rescuing me, but at least I had recovered some of my old self. After devouring millions of souls, be it monsters or humans, I had ascended to a higher plane. I wasn't sure if I was a god, but the harsh environment of Tartarus didn't bother as much as it used to. I would kill for a homemade meal. I miss Hestia, I chuckled, wondering if she even remembered me. The winds outside my cave/house were harsh, almost howling. Time to hunt. While I didn't have any hope on others rescuing me, I still had faith to this day I would find a way to escape this nightmare. And yes, I know it took Percy and Annabeth days to escape it, but now I knew the author didn't know how terrifyingly good was this place to keep its prisoners. Which mean there was no way in hell. Sushi Roll and Pennybeth managed to escape this in 9 days. Taking a deep breath, I stood up and walked out of the cave, catching my reflection on the edge of my blade. I had changed a lot. I was a good 6 feet and 6 inches tall. Surprising if you ask me. I thought I was going to be small. As for my clothes, I was wearing stuff I had made with my magic, otherwise I would be naked. Which, contrary to most beliefs, makes fighting a bit harder. My face had changed a lot though. My eyes, they lacked something they once had, but if I had to describe myself, I would say my face had a well-defined jawline, a pair of pencil-thin lips, and a fairly masculine profile that had stayed the same for a long time. I had stopped aging after I turned 25 or something, so since that day not much had changed. Well, I suppose my eyes had changed that day. They went from brown to hazel, a weird change, but not important enough to investigate. Alright, let's see. I described my beautiful eyes, my face, oh my hair. I knew I missed something. My hair was still black and boy it looked good on me, it helped accentuating my features well. Oh, I almost forgot, something very important. I have a 6-pack now. Heck yeah. What can I say? Training and exercising and eating monsters and human souls alike has given me a sleek, tight featherweight six-pack. And above it, a well-defined chest. Not much to do down here, besides killing monsters and training, so results are expected. Oh well, I chuckled, nothing like admiring my sexiness before going on a hunt. I chuckled, before sheathing my blade, knowing it would be a long day. Years of hunting and eat monsters had given me a reputation down here. Monsters and sinners alike feared me and would avoid me at all costs, and I couldn't blame them, but that only left the impossible targets like the Titans, the Gigantes and the Primordials out in the open, beings with enough strength to still trash me like a bitch if I took a wrong turn, and I was not ready for that. With a sigh, I shook my head and decided to focus on the matter at hand, but then I felt something. One of the big fishes was moving. I guess I won't find any souls today, I muttered, feeling that Hyperion, the Titan of the heavenly light, was on the move once again. He was my predator, you could say. Unfortunately for me, every predator has a predator. That's the natural order of things. Cronus had ordered Hyperion to capture me, at least I assumed as much, and like the good obedient bitch he is, he accepted. Unfortunately for him, I was very good at not being captured and killed, but unfortunately for me, hunting with that monster around was a big no. I almost got captured 20 years ago. And well, let's say reattaching an arm is not as painless as anime makes it seem, nor as easy. Oh well, I sighed, going back to the cave. Hestia POV. I have never been in Tartarus, and well, needless to say, it was a place even gods would avoid, but I had to rescue him, and for that reason, I had begged Hades to help me. At first he was reluctant. I knew he didn't want to believe Adam was a traitor, but Hades was so used to betrayal, to people backstabbing him, that he let himself for a brief moment believe Adam was fake. But I knew my little brother, and I knew it was bigger the part of him that believed in our friend, so at the end, it was easy to convince him. Persephone helped a lot in that, saying she never liked the little shit of Luke, to begin with. Do you really believe he's innocent? Hades asked. He sounded hurt at the prospect he opened himself to someone, and that someone might have used him. I know he isn't guilty, I declared. I believed in him. His words had to be honest, they had to. I refused to believe he tricked everyone. I refused to believe his smile was fake. I know it. Well, it wouldn't be the first time Zeus fucked up. Hades chuckled humorlessly. Very well, let's do this. If we are lucky, if he is lucky, the time dilatation curse in that realm will have not affected him. If it did, and was still alive when he arrived, there is no telling if we will find him alive or not. What do you mean? I asked, trembling at the idea that all we would find was his corpse. Well, each person lives Tartarus in their own way. For some, a second there will be a millennia here, for others a second here will be a millennia there. It all depends on who's suffering, and what they fear the most, Hades stated, his lips forming a thin line in contemplation. So, in other terms, if Adam is affected by that curse, and he fears being alone, he will. I gasped. How long had I let him suffer there? How long? I just want you to know, there is a big chance we won't find him alive, Hades muttered. If the time curse affected him, there is a big chance that if he didn't die fighting the monsters around, he died of old age. But doesn't that curse only affect immortals? Persephone asked, tears forming on her green eyes. You told me that the curse was put there to make immortals suffer more. Yes, but if he entered Tartarus like I think he did, there is a big chance Cronus made it so rescuing him would be impossible, ergo, putting a curse that would kill before anyone managed to clear his name, Hades clarified. I know he's alive, I would not stop believing in my champion. I couldn't. Then he didn't get the curse, Hades sighed. Even if he did, I know he's alive, I stated. Then that would mean Adam was a god, or somehow ascended inside that realm, Hades replied. Let's make haste, every second we spend talking, is time he is suffering there. Thanks for helping me, and for believing in me, I hugged him. Don't worry, Hades smiled, ruffling my hair, I would have come for him eventually, after my paranoia ceased. You simply pushed me to that faster, and besides, I know what it's like to be betrayed, and I know what Adam must be feeling right now, and no one deserves to feel like that. No, no one does, I nodded. Time spent on Tartarus, 140 years. Real world, 28 hours. 58, Chapter 54. 73. I awoke to the sound of Hyperion moving again, this time closer to my humble home, which meant it was time to move. Once again, fucking oversized simp, I muttered, hastily jumping out of the bed to gather my belongings, among them, my grimoire, my diary and my sword. My diary contained a detailed recap of what I had lived inside this hellish prison so far, from day one to today. It was a therapeutic way to deal with the horrors of this realm, horrors I would try to downplay to keep my sanity. No food, acid water, and everlasting nightmares. This place was designed to drive anyone inside insane, and to a point, I think the prison had done its job, and while I loved to tell myself, I was not crazy. Well, I now had a higher killer count than Hitler. I could feel their pain, every time I closed my eyes, and at the same time I didn't care. I don't know how that made sense, but it was what it was. Alright, I sighed, grabbing my stuff, running out of my cave, for what I could feel Hyperion was close, too close for my liking. I still had nightmares after our first brief encounter. He was too strong for me to handle. For now, I estimated I would be able to fight him in about 200 years or so if I continued to consume souls at the pace I was going, but for now, I had to run. As I ran through the greyish ground, I felt two strongly familiar presences approach in my direction, Hestia and Hades. Could it be? Had they come to break me out of here? No, remember. 85 years ago, Tartarus. I remembered that day, the day the nightmares started to take forms that could hurt me. I woke up to find Hestia, Artemis, Apollo, Hades, and Persephone in my home at the time. I was elated, and did what I had wanted to do for years, hugged them. They had come for me, but I soon discovered, Tartarus likes to give hope, so then it can later crush it. They were all fakes, illusions, tricks. This prison was used by taking information from my mind. Since that day, I have lost count of how many fake Hestias I have killed, how many fakes I have eliminated to keep my mind at ease, and the funny thing is, it pained me to do so. I wanted them to be real. I have to admit, this time, Tartarus is going all out for me. I whistled. Their presence felt real, more than the last attempts this prison had done to break me. Perhaps the punishments were simply evolving as I grew. This place was after created to break anyone, so it's only safe to assume, it will stop at nothing to break me. I inwardly smiled, as I ran through the volcanic wastelands, that one would think they were a landmark, but they are not. They just pop out whenever they feel like it. Anyway, I ran through the volcanic wastelands towards the fakes. If there was one thing I was not going to allow this fucking prison was to break me, at least not more than I already was. Boosting my already abnormally high speed with mana, I reached their location in a few seconds, where I stood above them, looking down from a cliff. Hello there, I greeted, a somewhat cynic smile on my face. The fake lookalikes turned their gazes upon me, shocked. Well, that was new. Normally they would start trying to remind how much of a failure I was. Adam. The Hades fake, muttered in shock. I couldn't accept this insult, to what I once loved, and still love, so I cut his already predictable speech about how I should give up with a violent mana blast. To my surprise, the fake deflected the attack with ease, his face showing concern. I'm impressed. It seems this time behind this cruel illusion there is a real warrior, I chuckled. Adam, how many have you killed? Hades asked. Fake, you couldn't possibly fathom the amount of dead bodies behind me, I replied darkly, jumping to the ground level. Now, let's skip the chat where you tell I should kill myself, and go straight to the part I break you two apart, I snarled in disgust. Adam! The fake Hestia cried. This only added salt to the injury. They felt so real. I'm sorry. Hades muttered, and moving faster than I could see, trying to punch me. These fakes were stronger than me, but I was not going to leave until I killed them. No illusion would torture me. No. Hestia screamed, grabbing Hades by the wrist and stopping his attack before it even reached me. No. He has suffered enough. There they were again, her tears. Remarkable, I laughed. I must admit this place sure know how to keep me on my toes. I didn't know why, but I found myself crying, tears falling down my cheeks. Now, you will have to either I was stopped when I saw Hestia moving faster than I could possibly defend myself against, but instead of attacking me like I had expected, she hugged me. Her hug felt warm, protective, yet fierce and sad. It's okay. Hestia whispered to my ear, her voice carrying more sadness than it should be allowed. How could they make her fake break out of character? She is supposed to always be happy. I'm here, she added in a soothing tone. This is not fair, I cried. This was not fair, using her image. Why was this place doing this to me? This was not fair. Everything will be all right, Hestia soothed. I won't let you suffer down here anymore. Well. Tartarus had finally done it. Well done. It had broken me, tearing what little of resolve I had left. As I hugged what could be my end in tears, it seems I wasn't as strong as I thought I was. 59, Chapter 55. 73. I woke up to find Hades, Hestia, and Persephone talking. Hestia was brushing my hair, like she would normally do in our movie nights. Was this real? It had to be. Besides, Adam, if this is fake, is better than the alternative. Remember the motto, always look to the bright side. So. Sorry. Was the first thing I said. I had, after all, attacked them, thinking they were fake. Hestia looked at me, smiling. I'm sorry. Tear threatened to fall down her cheeks. I had no idea you would suffer this much. I wasn't really mad at her. Well, at one point I was, thinking they had all forsaken me, but how could I be mad at her? She's the nicest person I know. It's okay. I know there must be a reason why you guys didn't get me out sooner. Adam, that's the thing, since you left it has only been 25 hours, Hades sighed, nothing has changed, it has only been a day since you entered Tartarus. A day, 140 years. I assume from our violent encounter Tartarus was torturing you with illusions of us, right? Hades asked and I nodded, I thought as much, and sorry for trying to knock you out, in the end, all we needed was Hestia to hug you, quite a lethal weapon she has there, he smiled, winking at me. Have you actually hugged her? I chuckled, it's like hugging a heater without burning, it's the best feeling ever. I do give the best hugs. Hestia proclaimed, puffing her chest out proudly. All right, not that I am not glad he's alive, but I will address the elephant in the room, is he or is he not a god? Persephone asked, and, well, it was a good question after consuming so many souls had my body changed to withstand my newfound power. How old are you now, Adam? 153, I muttered. No. He's not a demigod either, not anymore. Hades hummed, answering Persephone's question, pressing his lips into a thin line, he is somewhere between demigod and god. Kinda like in the middle. I knew I should have gone for a more fiber-oriented diet, I chuckled. That's another thing I wanted to ask, how many souls did you consume? Hades asked, his voice carrying a tone of doubt. I don't know. I stopped counting after the million, I answered, and both Hestia and Persephone gasped, as soon as I got to that place, my world rule was kill or be killed. I see, perhaps that was the catalyst to your slow metamorphosis into a god. Hades nodded, his arms crossed. I had no other option, I added, a weak smile forming on my face in trepidation. I tried for a month to survive with my own power, but the environment was too harsh, I needed power, and, soon my need to survive overwhelmed my morals. Nobody is blaming you, Hestia smiled, an honest smile that said, I know you are still you, I know if you had any other option you would have taken it. All right, now that I know time has not moved at all since I left, can someone lead me to the exit? I have a demigod to kill, Luke had at one point my pity, not anymore. I was going to kill that little shit. We can't let you leave, Hades sighed. The little bastard played his cards. And told Zeus you were in an alliance with Cronus, the god's hand curled into a fist, anger radiating from him. And, they believe him? I asked, this had to be a bad joke. Yes, Hestia nodded, her gaze lost as if looking right through me, Luke somehow found a way to lie to Apollo, and, they all believed him. Don't worry though. Hestia cursed him for good. Persephone muttered angrily, if it were up to me, I would have the little shit down here, strapped to a table, making him scream. I know that wasn't supposed to sound sexual but... I snorted, getting a few playful punches in the arm by both Persephone and Hades, all right. I get it, so I'm a fugitive, well, at least until my name is cleared. Yes, Hades nodded, for now, it's best to save your time to find a way to prove he's a traitor. Me? I asked, bursting into a fit of laughter, I will not do such a thing, why would I? If Zeus was that stupid to let someone lie to him so easily, he was asking to be killed, I will let them figure that out themselves, as for me. I will either stay here if I'm still welcomed, or I will go visit Odin. I see, Hades nodded, I understand your rage. The sense of betrayal by your own kin, your brother and your sister, I understand it, so I will support your decision. But Hades... Persephone began but Hades cut her abruptly. But what? The only thing he will get is hate from others, knives of his back, looks for his own family. And only because he was doing his job? Zeus will never be happy with what he does, and nothing he does will ever be enough for those bastards. No matter what we do we will never be accepted by them, because we are not treacherous snakes, so why even try? Hades was, crying. Oh. Honey, Persephone hugged him. I'm sorry, I might have projected some of my problems in there, Hades smiled, the point is, he is free to make his decision, and we should all support it. Yes we should, Hestia nodded, giving me a fierce hug, good how much I missed her hugs, her smell, her smile, I couldn't believe how much I missed Hades and his sense of humor or Persephone and her antics, but we should still do something about Cronus. Relax, I winked at them, Luke will have to reveal himself as a traitor if he wants to actively start helping Cronus, so, when the time comes, I will kill him, that much was a promise to myself, Luke would die, screaming like a bitch. The moment his daddy issues brought into this, was the day he offered his life to me. 60, Chapter 56. 20. 76. Today again, double release as a gift for putting this on the number 1. Wink wink. After debating with my friends, aka Hades, Hestia, and Persephone, we came to the conclusion it was best for me to go to Asgard, for one gods usually go to the underworld for various reasons and if one saw me they would, well, things would not end well for me, but in Asgard, I would be safe, out of Zeus's grasp. So, I teleport there. With my new power, long-range teletransportation was easy, barely an inconvenience. Inside the hotel, I was soon greeted by a squad of Valkyries who tried to apprehend me. Poor souls didn't see the bitch slaps coming, oh well. After knocking out every single warrior that stood in my way, I went to the gardens where Odin could usually be found chatting with his two crazy ravens. And like I had predicted, Odin was sitting on his usual spot, feeding his ravens. Adam, how was your time in Tartarus? Odin greeted, not even looking at me. An awful place, been there a couple of times for research purposes. You knew? I asked. I mean, I knew he knew almost everything, but my question was more along the lines of, did he knew beforehand? I did, nasty business, Odin nodded. I foresaw your fall into the pit and tried to see if I could help you, but every time I intervened, the visions would change, and you would end up dying at the hands of Zeus, or Hermes, even a few times at the hands of your sister, he sighed, so I opted to let things play out, this way. You were destined to live, it was for the best I think. I was still processing the fact my sister would have killed me. Out of curiosity, does Apollo ever kills me? It was a morbid and a somewhat self-harming question, but I wanted to know. Son boy? Oh yeah, many times, the only constant in my visions was Hestia protecting you. In more than a few, I saw her fight against the gods for you. Alas, she was outnumbered and swiftly dealt with in each scenario. I don't know why, but even under the news my sister and brother would have not hesitated to kill me. I smiled, knowing that no matter what scenario, Hestia believed in me. I see, I sighed. Interesting path you chose, eating the souls of the residents. Odin hummed, rubbing his hands together, it certainly increased your power by a big margin. I don't think anything below a god could take you on now. Well, to be honest, I expected to gain more power, considering the amount of souls I consumed. I expected more than what I have, I stated, wondering how bad would this conversation sound to others. Oh, well. That's because you suck at managing the vast amount of power you acquired. Right now you are like a hose with hundreds of holes. In the end, you are not working as you should. Odin turned to me, and smiled. You are still operating your body as if it was mortal, so you instead of utilizing all the power you have, you are barely using a 30% of it, the rest is leaking of you. I see, it seems I was using my powers in the wrong way, which was an expected result with my luck. Don't beat yourself up with that, Odin chuckled, considering you gained such amount of power in such short time. Is easy to see why you can't fully control it. Even the Olympians had to train before defeating the Titans. He winked, standing from the chair. Even I had to train before I became what I am today. Zeus training, I snorted. If dipping his thunder in every wet cloud counts as training, then the man is a master. Dipping his, ha 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 ha, Odin howled in laughter, stomping his feet into the ground. Good to know you haven't lost your touch. So, can you train me? I asked, and Odin shook his head. I would not make a good teacher for what you need. You need someone who struggled to rein his abnormally high power. Odin smirked, and I narrowed at him. For some reason I felt I was not going to like what he was about to say next. The one that will train you, and make you a great warrior. Is Hilji. So. I'm off. I was not going to dignify that with a reaction. Maybe it was time to meet other pantheons, perhaps the Egyptian pantheon, probably the next best option. Ra was known to be a powerful wizard. Alright, can't let an old man have his fun. Odin rolled his eye. In clear amusement, the one, or rather the ones I want to train you are, my sons, Heimdall and Thor. For a moment there I thought you were about to tell me how I wasn't dealing with the average pimp anymore, I snorted. Haha, well, no, anyway, Thor suffered from a similar problem when he was young, too much power, and had to learn how to control it, and as for Heimdall, he will help you learn how to control your new heightened senses. I eyed Odin in curiosity, new senses. I felt pretty much the same but stronger. I know what you are thinking. What heightened senses? Well, once you get full control over your power, your body will adapt to it, changing the way you perceive things, meaning everything little human sensation will go off the charts, smell, taste, and, well you get it. Odin chuckled, Heimdall is the best to help you adapt to that, he among us has the best control over his senses. So, I was going to be trained by two of the most powerful gods around, perhaps my luck is turning for the better, All-Father. That voice. It seems Gunilla had woken up from the bitch slap I had given her on my way here. There is an intruder in the hotel. Oh Gunilla, is that a way to address your crush? Odin teased. Adam? I mean no. Gunilla tried to correct herself after her delicious blunder, but, she was too late. I was going to milk this. I was going to enjoy messing with her. Ha 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 mu ha 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 ha. I am back bitches. 61, Chapter 57. 20. 76. Here it is the double chapter. Learning to control my power, was not as easy as I expected. Thor, while an eager teacher, was an awful teacher. His analogy to control my new power was that it was like holding a fart. Needless to say, I knew I would have to learn how to control my powers on the go, trial by fire. It wasn't so bad though. With him I had someone I could go all out. Of course, I would lose each time, but I feel each spar I learned something, be it small or big, that was still yet to be seen. As for Heimdall, well, he was odd. Not a bad odd, but it wasn't a good odd either. He was a weird god, but regardless of his weird personality and habits, he was a great teacher, eager to follow the orders of his father to the letter, meaning he was very happy to train me. As for his methods, they were somewhat unexpected. For him, a warrior had to be calm and chill. I am quoting the guy, and while I can get on board with that, his methods to teach me how to control my other senses to their absolute limit were very weird. His training consisted of napping, watching movies, meditating, and listening to podcasts. For each of these activities he would take a sense away. But I suppose, in the end, I was having fun. And while I still had to learn how to do what both Heimdall and Thor had to teach me, I had learned a few things. For one, I would rather fight Thor than Heimdall. While I knew Thor was vastly superior to his brother, right now, fighting Heimdall was a pain in the ass. The bastard was a master at avoiding. He would literally dodge for hours in our spars before he decided to attack. Thor, on the other hand, he was a berserker. He would go in, tank my attacks and laugh while kicking my ass. Why did I pick Thor? Well, my attacks connecting with him give me a fragile sense of achievement. I heard my daughter likes you. Thor smirked, his arms crossing around his chest. I approve of that fucking union. Let us drink. Not gonna happen, Thor. I rolled my eyes at him. I am about 100 years older than her. Give it some time, Thor added with a burp. If not, we can always find you another woman. The All-Father knows we need you to get laid. 100 years and still a virgin, that won't do. I looked at Thor in annoyance. Of course, I was a virgin. There is not much to tap in Tartarus. It will happen when it happens, I replied. I know some bar girls that would ride you fucking dry. Thor bellowed in laughter, slapping me in the back to add a point. They would love a young god, well, almost god like you. Thor, I will get laid, but it will happen when it happens. Right now I have other things to do, like killing Luke. I inwardly smiled at the thought of ripping Luke apart, piece by piece, maybe flaying him alive. That ought to make things interesting for me. That's why you need to get some. Thor winked. I swear, sometimes I think you are the deity of frat houses, I sighed. Maybe. Thor shrugged, so. Wanna go to New York? Or Boston? Alright, let's go drink and see what girls you have in mind, I sighed, a weak smile forming on my face. Yes. Fuck yeah. Thor barked, I'll be back in a few, I need a few things before we go fuck the city. And with that, he teleported out of the room. So fucking the city. I didn't even have to turn to know it was Gunilla, never seen him so happy to wingman another guy. I am pretty sure both pantheons are betting on when and with whom I lose my V-card, I chuckled. Do men have V-cards? Gunilla chuckled. Maybe. I shrugged, so, how ya doing fangirl? I winked at her. If you want to keep both eyes attached to your face, stop that, Gunilla growled. Kinky, I chuckled. I hate the fact you became stronger than me, Gunilla sighed, my threats bounce off you now. I snorted, your threats never worked on me. Maybe, but at least before I had the power to carry them. Gunilla admitted with a sigh. Whatever you say fangirl, I chuckled. It was one time. I was drunk and said you were cute, and now. The Honorable All-Father is not letting that die down. I could see her struggle, she was fighting with every inch of her life, to not insult Odin. I know what can make you feel better, I smiled, snapping my finger with magic, doobie-doobie-doo-bah. No. I will not be humiliated again in that manner. Gunilla shouted, running out of the room as I transformed into Agent P to kick her ass. P stands for pranks. He's a semi-aquatic parking-laying mammal of action, nuuuu. Gunilla growled. I wonder if this will ever get old, I snorted, running after her. Odin POV. Adam was getting stronger, alarmingly fast. If he continued the path he would ascend to godhood soon. He might not notice, because he is fighting not only the strongest god in our pantheon on a daily basis, but Heimdall, the most annoying god to defeat it thanks to his powers. He will surprise Zeus next time they see each other, I chuckled. How will that end? Hyujin caught in curiosity. Well. Zeus will be humiliated, I chuckled. I still don't understand why do you risk so much with him? If the Greeks find out, a holy war will break, Munin cawed worryingly, her wings ruffling in concern. Well, you see, some prophecies have two sides. In one of those scenarios, he ends up destroying the world, and on the other side, if I stop that terrible prophecy, well, let's just say that in that case, We are currently building political relationships with the next king of Mount Olympus. If I played my cards right, we would be winning a valuable ally, but for that, he had to be strong enough to resist his father. 62, Chapter 58. 20. 77. I have a feeling y'all keeping me on number 1 to get double releases. Number whom? After going out with Thor, and ending in a hotel with a bunch of naked sorority girls, I came to, anyways, I came to the conclusion Thor was right. I needed to get laid before today. I was lacking focus, my work had become mundane, but now I had inspiration. Ideas. Passion. For those that had yet to understand what I am saying, my pranking powers had been completely replenished, so I started to plan my master plan to bother one of my preferred pranking targets, Percy. First I found the school he was currently going to. I made a totally legit resume, and applied to his school, where I immediately got hired. Again through totally legit means, it wasn't like I used my magic to force the principal to hire me without following the due process, me doing that? Please. Alright, I did that. After I created my persona, this was the hardest step, it had to be perfect, flawless in every way, so I did what any person in my situation would have done, I smashed my head on the keyboard, creating something entirely random, FRNCSCHJKHKJH, and so my name was created. Why did I pick a random name? Well, you'll see. Welcome, Mr. The principal stopped, not knowing what to call me. Mr. F will do for now, I said, repressing a giggle. Good. Mr. F, we are glad to have you here, your resume and credentials are impressive, the principal smiled. Indeed, I nodded. Now, please point me to the classroom where I have to be, it seems I am rather late as it is. Of course, the principal nodded, giving me the directions I needed. I mean I could have used magic to know where Percy was, but I was in character, for now. Thanks for your assistance, I smiled. Please go by my office later, we still have to discuss about your salary and where to deposit your checks. The principal called out, please, as if I was here for a public school teacher salary. Donate that to charity or something, I shot back and entered. Ha ha ha, ah ha ha ha, mew ha ha ha, my classroom. As soon as I entered I noticed something. Percy was not the only magical creature in the classroom, there was another, magical creature within my parking territory, a cyclops. It was quite easy to recognize what type of creature he was. I had, after all, 800s of them in Tartarus. Hello students, my name is FRNCSCHJKHKJH, but you can call me Mr. FRNCSCHJKHKJH. I decided to ignore the cyclops for the moment. If he was here and he wasn't eating Percy, then he was either biding his time, or it was Tyson. I will be your history teacher for the duration of the school year. Do you have any questions? A girl rose her hand, and I nodded. Ahem. How do you pronounce your name? MS. Ms. Valentine SR, the girl replied. Very well, Ms. Valentine, my name is pronounced as you heard it, the first time, so, try to recall that memory. I was doing my best Snape impression. Now, we will start the class with something I like to call the Dada War Chronicles of Germany. I smiled, as I saw the panicked face of Percy. He had heard the Dada. His primal fear creeping out had shown that little did he know, he would be the only one to hear them. After 8 hours including detention of messing with Percy, I went back to Valhalla to continue my training, and I had to admit, not messing with Annabeth, made this whole ordeal less the ideal. Messing with Percy felt at times empty of emotion. I suppose if I get bored of giving him assignments about Batman and stuff, I can always just bother Gunilla. I saw your hotel room. Nice, Thor smiled. I haven't seen that many blondes in a room since the 80s, he laughed. I already fucked, so tone it down, I sighed, now is just weird. Fine. Thor rolled his eyes, maybe this will make your day. He smiled, and I panicked. I knew that smile. No. I was too late. The moment I tried to run, the god of thunder farted, or rather released his greatest thunder. Oh god. It smells awful. Thor took a deep breath through his nose and shrugged, not my best work, I have pushed worse out of my rear, this one is weak, maybe I need more spicy food. This was a weak fart. Impossible. It felt like someone entered my nose and set everything on fire with a tiny flamethrower, real RIA. Oh my mighty fart is gone, Thor blinked, good, let me cook a fart worthy of the strongest Norse god. He laughed, teleporting to God knows where. Alright, it seems it's time to enchant my nose to only smell lavender. Dark times were coming, and Thor was going to fart them out. Luke Castellan POV. Adam had escaped. Cronus had felt it, and according to my lord, Adam was now stronger than ever before, with a power no demigod could match, and even then, for some reason, Cronus had said he wasn't a threat anymore, that Adam would not interfere with his revival, that the one we had to kill was Percy as soon as he went back to the camp, that without Percy his resurrection was secured. I don't understand my lord. Why is Adam not a threat anymore? I asked. I had to know. His power now was on the lines of a god. Why was he less of a threat now, that no demigod could match him? You have a lot to learn, brat. Cronus laughed. I did what I did to create a rift between him and Olympus. Yes, I wanted to kill him, but the brat managed to escape Hyperion and survived the pit. He even made a name for himself down here, the Devourer, and while my original plan was to get rid of him, this result is not bad. He hates almost every Olympian, except for a few lucky ones, and if we play our cards right, we might even have a way to force him to obey. How? I inquired. Well, kidnapping Hestia is a start. With her in my clutches, the new upcoming soon-to-become god will become my loyal attack dog, Cronus cackled. 63, Chapter 59. 20. 77. Here is your double release, you sexy bastards. I continued my training, mostly training with Thor and Heimdall during the nights, making minor breakthroughs on my control, while on my own side I studied the management of spiritual energy, mostly because I had the theory that my power was basically spiritual energy since it was acquired through the souls of millions of beings. The book was both very clear and descriptive about the consumption of souls and the spells for it, and at the same time confusing with the information about said spells, but at least it explained the cons of obtaining power through souls, saying that the more souls were consumed, the longer it would take the body to adapt to them since the power in question had not been obtained naturally, the body would always be behind in terms of catching up. I suppose, in the end, everything came down to waiting. Oh well, anyway, as for my day job as a teacher, well, I have been enjoying myself a bit too much. Trolling Percy was still not as fun as trolling Annabeth, but it would do. As for his little Cyclops brother, Tyson, he was too innocent for me to target. I had standards, and he felt like a baby, trusting, always happy. It kinda reminded me of me. I mean, at least in the part he always tries to see the happy side of things, and seeing him, made me wonder, was I still the same? Was I still as positive and full of wonder as I was a few decades ago? Well, it doesn't matter, it is what it is. Going back to Tyson, he was a very nice kid, and for Cyclops that was weird. Normally Cyclops are aggressive, fueled by one thing and one thing only, hunger. Tyson on the hand was hungry, but of attention. And it now pained me to admit, I could somewhat understand Luke. The gods have too much leeway under the pathetic pretense of them protecting their children. And then, they would only interact with their kids when an apocalyptic event was on the horizon and they needed fucking soldiers. I understood why Luke hated them, but unlike Luke, I was not stupid enough to hate all the gods for that. I knew, or wanted to believe, my mother Leto wouldn't have given me away if she was allowed to keep me in the first place, but that was not the case. Rules stopped that from happening, and if those rules were ever broken, Zeus would kill both parties without hesitation, and nobody wanted to defy the overpowered whoremonger. He was the king for a reason, and that reason was not his brain. The reason he ruled was his immense and unmatched power. He ruled for that reason, and that reason only. If someone like Hestia or Hades ruled instead of him, the Greek pantheon would be totally different. No, that wouldn't work. Most of the gods under Zeus not only follow him out of fear but greed. If someone like Hestia were to take the crown, many of them would not hesitate to kill her, Hera among them. The only way to reform the Greeks was to have someone of Zeus's caliber or higher with a good set of morals, someone strong enough to keep them in line, for all eternity. But, that's just wishful thinking. I chuckled mostly to myself. It was not like I was going to find someone like that on a Happy Meal. But the point was that I understood Luke's pain, but I would never approve of his methods. The idiot was short-sighted by his hate. Why would he trust a man that ate his children? That's outright worse than ignoring them like the gods do with us. Cronus will not keep his end of the deal. How can't he fail to see that? Mr. F. Percy snapped me out of my long reverie. I finished my assignment in German war theory. Thanks, Mr. Jackson. I nodded without looking at him, feeling a few new magical signatures entering the school. They weren't a threat. In fact, they were painfully weak, which meant they didn't infiltrate the school for me, but for Percy or Tyson. Intriguing. If you excuse me, I have to find something in the lockers. Would you mind watching the class and taking note of whoever misbehaves? Me? Percy inquired, shocked a teacher asked him to do something of importance. Most teachers here hated him, a lot. I would hear them tell me how much they wanted Percy to go, which meant that even with all my trolling I had become Percy's favorite teacher. No, the other Percy Jackson under my desk. I deadpanned. Of course as you. I rolled my eyes at him. Will do my best. Percy nodded, happy, way too happy to help. Holy me, how bad teachers treat demigods that a simple task is seen as an offering of some kind. Very well, I said as I left the classroom, going for the intruders. Was I going to kill them? Perhaps. I guess it will all depend on my mood. It took me 45 seconds to find the intruders, mostly because I stopped in the vending machine to get a chocolate bar. I liked chocolate. Anyway, the ones that had infiltrated the school were Laestrygonian giants, nasty but incredibly weak monsters, well compared to monsters like the Minotaur and others. Hello there, I greeted with a smile, hiding my magical presence. Shouldn't you kids be in class? We were our way teacher, the leader replied. His tone denoted his mouth was watering at the idea of taking a bite of me, and I was hoping they tried. Good, be sure to behave kids, I smiled, for now I would let them live, and see how they acted. Perhaps I could play with them a bit before ending off, or I could let Percy deal with them. Either way, they were not leaving this school alive, which is what 90% of the students want, which reminds me, I need to talk with the principal about that. This school is like a depression ad. 64, Chapter 60. 20. 79. Here it is, the first chapter of the double release of the day. Weeks passed and the monsters that had infiltrated the school had done nothing, way to waste 3 fucking months by keeping an eye on them. Well, I suppose they had been doing something, bullying kids and shit, but nothing worth of me interfering. Tyson was their primary target. They would bully the kid mostly because he would never fight back. But, I suppose in a way I did learn what they wanted from the school, not that they had many things here to look for. Anywho, they wanted to kill Percy, but so far they hadn't had the chance to act, but I knew they wanted him. Every time Percy moved, the monsters would follow him with their eyes, hunger and anticipation creeping on their magical signature. Now, many might think, why haven't I killed them yet? Well, frankly, Percy has to learn how to fight his own battles, and that chance would come today it seemed. Allow me to explain. After 3 months of teaching Percy things out of Wikipedia, I had caught, or rather started to feel the barrier around Camp Half-Blood was weakening, but unlike in canon, Luke was still on the camp, meaning my presence had derailed the original plot, more than I had previously anticipated. Because of that, Pennybeth was on her way to the school, to retrieve Percy. And I was here, waiting to troll her. Hello young lady, I greeted Annabeth, who was wearing a magical item to hide her presence from normal humans. What can I do for you? Annabeth froze, not knowing what to do, and I smiled. Behind her I had created an illusion of a random girl, to throw her out of the loop. Hi Mr. F. Annabeth turned around to see the illusion of the girl I had created and sighed with relief as she walked past me. This was going to be fun. Where do you think you are going? Sneaking up to the school? I scolded, and once again Annabeth froze, seeing a realistic illusion dog behind her this time. Ms. Pennybeth, you know you can't go inside the school without your cute little shoes. I smiled, seeing how Annabeth's eyebrows twitched at the mention of her famous moniker. In the meantime, I played the innocent part as if nothing had happened, all while I put the small fake shoes on the small fake dog. I can't fucking believe it. Annabeth breathed out in relief and exasperation as she was again started to sneak inside the school. Oh, she was making this too easy for me. With a smile I created another illusionary teenager. You can't fucking believe what, young lady? I asked, making my best impression of a serious teacher, trying to teach his young Padawans a lesson. Annabeth once again froze, turning to see me while in the process biting her lower lip so hard in frustration I was afraid she was going to rip it out. Behind her stood a girl, an illusion that said, I am sorry Mr. F, I just saw. Generic teenager thing, and well, I couldn't believe it. Well, as long as you don't do it again, I will keep it between us, I chuckled. This school is too bizarre, Annabeth muttered, and needless to say it took her 3 hours to reach Percy. I had a lot of fun along the way. Annabeth POV. It took me 3 hours to reach Percy. That teacher was full of coincidences. Literally, every word or path I took I had to double check if he was actually seeing me. For every scenario I thought he had seen me, there was someone conveniently standing behind me to play the part of whatever I had done. That for the odds of the universe was the same they had done. I did the math and the chance was 1 on 3 million, but apparently, this school was cursed with odd odds. I was close several times to simply knock the teacher out, that for some reason I wanted to punch real bad. I wonder why? Percy, we have to go, the camp needs you. It seems Adam weakened the tree before Luke defeated him. I still couldn't believe Adam decided to betray us. I refused to believe he betrayed us, Percy shot back. And what? I hissed, you think Luke or someone set him up or something? I was almost growling at this point. Luke has been with us for years, I know he would never betray us. So that means Adam did. You are free to believe whatever you want, Percy barked at me. He was a prankster, a joker, and sometimes a bully, but he was good, I know that, and I will not believe any of it until he himself tells me otherwise. He glared at me, and I sighed. I actually felt sorry for him. Adam pretended to be his friend, and now he is in denial. It seems we have reached an impasse, I sighed. Still, we need you, the camp needs us. I will go, but have in mind, I will do everything in my power to clear his name, and I am not saying it was Luke, just that I know it wasn't Adam, Percy said with a tone of finality that said, I will not argue about this. Adam POV. I will go, but have in mind, I will do everything in my power to clear his name, and I am not saying it was Luke, just that I know it wasn't Adam. Percy basically shot at Annabeth with determination, and now I felt bad for messing with him for months, and I'm over my conflicted feelings. Anyway, to think Percy would be the one kid to believe in me, will give him an A on history. No, nobody would believe that. Even if I used magic to make them believe, they would not believe. no amount of godly power could make that a believable, so I suppose AB will do, people will believe it, but most likely I will get investigated in secret for possibly sleeping with a student, oh well. Alright kids, I will be your PE teacher today. MR, whatever his name is, got sick, like right now, I chuckled, poor guy, such an odd thing to catch Greek dengue for a day, I wonder how that happened. Now let's start the class with a good round of dodgeball. Percy, you will be captain, and as for the other captain, let's go with Penny Beth. Haha, no, that would be silly, she's a dog, I smirked. As for a second captain, let's go with Matt Sloane. 65, Chapter 61. 20. 79. Sexy readers get double release. I watched as Percy and Annabeth dealt with the monsters, showing quite some skill, but in the end of the match, it was little Tyson who saved them, carrying the team with his incredible strength. It was quite an impressive display. After that, I saw them walk out of the school, to which I immediately quit my fake job, without Percy to troll. I had no reason to stay. As I made my way out of the school, I saw Tyson, Annabeth, and Percy talking, when all of the sudden Tyson points at me, and said, "He also smells weird." Annabeth looked at him for a brief second as if pondering over his words before he turned to look at me, angry. I knew it. There were too many freaking coincidences, she barked, and I sighed, gathering the mist around us to avoid unwanted attention. My, what a temper, daughter of Athena, I chuckled. Hello Mr. Jackson, I assume I won't get your last assignment, am I right? I asked Percy with a smile, and he sheepishly nodded, all right. What are you? Annabeth asked, her sword quickly unsheathing. Do you pretend to clean my teeth with that toothpick, or something? I snorted, what I am, or am not, is none of your concern, spam of Athena. What I can offer you, well that is. What can you offer Mr. Nice Teacher? Tyson smiled, and I had to admit he was naively adorable. Well, information, about anything you might want, I smiled at the young Cyclops. I am but an open book, if you ask the right questions, I am not going to lie. I was having a blast playing the mysterious and edgy character that has too much information to be trustworthy. And we should trust you. Annabeth scoffed, her mouth closing into a thin line. Oh my, no. No, I chuckled, you would be an idiot to trust me or anyone blindly, but you would also be an idiot to let this opportunity go. I winked at them. Can you tell us what happened to the camp? Percy asked, much to Annabeth's annoyance. To the camp, nothing. To the barrier protecting it, well, someone poisoned the magical core of the sacred tree known as Thalia's tree, I answered. Yeah, we know. Annabeth rolled her eyes at me. Adam, an ex-camper, did, and that I snorted. He did not, I chuckled, he was betrayed and sent to Tartarus before the tree was even touched. Luke stopped Adam, Annabeth growled, and I trust him with my life. Oh you poor girl, I sighed, blinded by love, what a sad way to lose IQ, oh well, enjoying having both your heart and self-esteem broken at the same time. Percy sighed, I will clear his name, and make sure he comes back, he added with determination. I eyed the young demigod with curiosity before I smiled, good luck then, young heroes, and with that I teleported out of the school back to Valhalla. Luke POV. Everything was going according to plan. As soon as Percy came back, I would walk him to the forest, and kill him, ending all the threats to the path I am building for all of those that had been forgotten by the gods. Adam, while stronger than before, had changed and cared not for those who abandoned him, and according to Lord Cronus would in time join us. But, our conversations about Adam would feel off. Lord Cronus never stated I would be safe nor that my survival was a must for his plans. I knew I was expendable, but sometimes it almost seemed he wanted to replace me with Adam, but perhaps it was my paranoia talking. I was about to reveal to everyone that I have ever loved. I was the traitor under their noses, that I was the one that had poisoned the tree, and that Adam had been innocent all along. Percy is on the move, Cronus growled within my mind, be ready, the child of Poseidon must die if we wish to achieve my goals. He will die, I was sure of that. I had seen the kid, he was weak, not very coordinated, a pit scorpion would be enough to end him. Do not worry my lord. Cronus left my mind without even acknowledging my answer, and I couldn't help but wonder. If they would ever forgive me for what I was about to do, it was all for them, for us, we demigods deserve better, not what the gods give us. Today, I start our revolution. Hestia POV. I missed Adam, I missed hanging out with him. Things in the camp had gone rather dull since he left. Without him I was back to the same old routine, tending to the hearth. I hated Luke for taking the little piece of joy I had obtained through Adam. Well, I suppose I didn't hate him. I can't hate anyone, not even Cronus, but I disliked him a lot. Not sure I would ever learn how to hate, nor that I wanted to. Hestia, your presence is required in Mount Olympus, Zeus thundered through the hearth, and I scoffed. I told you already, Zeus, until Adam is cleared of the sins of others I will not go back to Olympus. If my little brother thought I was going to obey him, after he was proving himself to be an idiot, then he had another thing coming. Hestia, I am your brother, but above all I am your king. Zeus growled, you will come or I will drag you up here. There it was, his need to assert his power. I will not go, I shot back. Hestia. I have protected you for eons, I made sure everyone knew if they messed with you, they were messing with me, I even made a sin the act of courting you. Zeus stated, his eyes cold, don't make me take away all that protection. Without me, you have nothing. I stared at Zeus in shock, you would stoop so low, to get what you want, I was shocked, it hurt to know, this was what I was worth to my brother, goodbye Zeus, and for the first time in my life, I extinguished the flames of a hearth, since my creation, this had been the first time I did such a thing. 66, Chapter 62. 20. 81. UWU double release. After teleporting back to my hotel room, I started to go through my things to see if I still had some of the delicious lasagna Hestia had given me before coming to Valhalla. Sadly it seemed I had devoured the dish for I had none on my bags. Which meant it was time to go and get some more food, directly from the source. Hestia, it was time to visit her anyways. Alright, let's see where is my favorite goddess, I hummed, using a spell to locate and contact her, expecting her to be at the camp like always or in the underworld, but much to my surprise, she was not in the camp, nor in the underworld, that alone alarmed me, I didn't know why, but something didn't feel right. Especially because she wasn't answering my magic call. Taking a deep breath, I decided it was best to go and check in person what had happened, there had to be a reason for her to be out of the camp, and not answering my calls, Tropal at OT8SH. The spell did its job teleporting to where Hestia was, she looked distressed, her eyes were red, from crying I assumed, but what got my attention was the fact she was bleeding, gold-colored blood running down her arm from a cut of her shoulder. Adam. Hestia muttered, her eyes wide in shock, you have to leave. I couldn't really hear her, well I could, but I was distracted, seeing the cuts on her body, the pained look on her face, without even realizing it something snapped inside of me, who did this? I asked pointing to her wounds, a part of me knew staying here was a bad idea, Hestia was stronger than me, and if anyone managed to hurt her, it would most certainly be able to win against me, but the thing is, I lost control. You see, self-control is a finite resource because the part of the brain exerting control eventually gets tired, it requires energy and that gets one way or another depleted. My decades in Tartarus, my friend hurt, it infuriated me. Hestia. In the name of Zeus, stand down and come, or I'll be forced to shoot you down. I stooped, a heavy feeling building in my stomach, my body stiffening at the familiar voice above us, as a sudden cold sensation accompanied by a feeling of dread hit my core, the one that had hurt Hestia, was, my sister, Artemis. Leave. I can take care of this, Hestia tried to push me to go, once again. Why are you hunting her? I asked, not even realizing how shaky and soft my voice was. Who are you? Artemis ignored my question, aiming her bow at me. Answer the question. I snarled, feeling a sudden onset of anger and frustration taking over me, why would you hunt the noblest goddess in all of Olympus? The matters of Olympus are not yours to know, little man, Artemis hissed. Adam, please just go. I'll handle this. Hestia tried once again, in a futile attempt to make me go, she should know by now I would never leave her. So be it, I growled, giving a quick bark of humorless laughter, but if you are hunting her, you will have to hunt me down, sister, I hissed the last word. Adam. Artemis seemed shocked for a second as if double-guessing something, but soon that expression of doubt changed for one of resolve. You are also coming with me, traitor, in the name of my father, you two are under arrest. As soon as those words left her mouth, her hunters appear, circling us, from the trees, behind the bushes, I could feel them aiming at us. Hestia might not have it in her to hurt anyone, but, have in mind dear sister, I will kill all your hunters if necessary, I growled, summoning my sword, for one I knew it was best to run, but if I did with Artemis in front of me, she would be able to track my teletransportation, and if that happened, Asgard would pay. You will die before that happens, Artemis stated, pressing her lips together. Soon after a flurry of arrows rained on me, the arrows came mostly from Artemis, and were all aimed at my vitals. In a rush I destroyed the majority of them, but a few managed to graze me, cutting a bit my arms, legs and face. I immediately readied for another attack, but Artemis was staring at me in shock. You are a god. She muttered. I followed her eyes to my wounds, to see that like Hestia I was bleeding gold, I was bleeding ichor, the golden blood of all immortal beings. Well, good to know, I muttered. It's impossible. Artemis muttered, she was distracted. This was my chance, if I wanted to escape with Hestia, I had to do it now, so putting all the power I could muster into my hands, blasting the unexpected Artemis away into the skies. Immediately I rushed at Hestia, scooping her into my arms and running the fuck away from there, with Artemis temporarily down thanks to my surprise attack. I had it much a minute or two before she recovered from it, so I had to run as far away as possible before teleporting to the hotel. After him! Zoe shouted, but I paid no attention. Artemis was the only threat, her hunters had no chance of catching up to us. Adam, they will now know you are free, they will hunt you down, Hestia whispered, tears streaming down her face. Why didn't you let me handle the situation? You would have never hurt Artemis, I sighed. Besides, as your champion I have to defend you, I added with a wink, trying to reassure her. I didn't mind those idiots hunting me down. Thanks, Hestia smiled, resting her head on my chest. Anytime Hestia, I grinned at her. 67, Chapter 63. 20. 81. UWU. Once I was far away from Artemis, and I was sure she would not be able to track my magical signature, I teleported to Valhalla. I think we are safe now, I breathed out, putting Hestia on the floor of my room, gently. You teleport us to Valhalla? Hestia stated, surprised by the location I had picked. The only place Zeus can't send his dogs, I nodded. Asgard is a world he has no real access to unless he wants to anger the Norse pantheon. Does Odin know? Hestia asked, her voice carrying more weight than it should. She was worried. I don't want to offend the Norse pantheon with my presence here, so that's what had her worried, a very valid reason to be worried. We already had enough in our plate with one pantheon hunting us, we didn't want another pantheon in that dangerous mix. I'll sort the situation with Odin and the rest of the gods here, I assured with a warm smile. Right now she needed me to be strong, and I would be. I am friends with Thor, and, maybe Heimdall, not sure, and Odin is pretty chill. I see, Hestia breathed out a sigh of relief. Besides, I smiled, knowing Odin like I know him, he probably already knows you are here, I winked. I don't know what to do, Hestia muttered as she sat on my king-size bed. All my life, all I did was my duty, keep the hearth alive and well, and now, what am I to do? Will my realms die? At this point, she was shaking. I am scared, Adam, I know it's silly, I have lived more than any human could possibly want, but I'm scared of what will happen now. Hestia, words can't begin to describe how much I appreciate what you have done for me, I sighed, taking her hands. I was lost, living in a self-inflicted lie, of pathetic optimism, and you made it all better. Your company was the oasis I needed, so hear me well, I will make sure everything goes back to normal. No, I will make sure to make things better. I took a deep breath, the hardest part of my little speech was yet to come. Hestia was a fierce pacifist, and unfortunately for her, more likely than not, this situation would not be solved with a simple conversation, even if I have to bring the entire Olympus down to ensure we survive. Adam, Hestia began, but I stopped her. Hestia, I know you care for me, I do, believe I do, I know you care for everyone, that's who you are, you even care for the disgusting excuse of a man that is your youngest brother, and above all. I also know you will not approve of my actions, I smiled at her, so feel free to hate me, but I will do what I must to protect what I love. I was surprised at how dark the last part had come, so I was stopped mid-sentence by a slap. I won't hate you, I will never hate you. Hestia said, glaring at me with something akin to anger, as you said. I can't hate anyone, I just can't, it's not in me, I don't like some gods, and people, but I can't hate them. Priapo tried to rape me, and I forgave him, and yes sure I was mad for a while, but I never hated him. I mean, I don't even hate my dad, and he ate me, she chuckled bitterly, so, yet. I probably won't approve of your methods, but I will still stand by you, you have become a beacon of light for me, so don't worry about that, she winked. Priapo tried to rape her, I was still processing that, and the fact the motherfucker was still alive. Thanks, now, let me go and talk to Odin about your situation. I'll start working on our dinner, Hestia smiled, running to the kitchen inside my hotel. Wait a fucking minute, since when my hotel room has a fucking kitchen? I'll take the other room if you do mind, she added, and since when do I have 2 rooms? Come to think of it, since when do I have a king-size bed? Okay. I replied, running out of the room to talk with Odin about Hestia and the sudden changes in my room. Odin POV. Today was the day I saw Adam bring Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, and home. I was mildly surprised about the events unfolding right now, mostly because of all the possible futures. This once was a bit iffy, but nonetheless, and as ironic and spoiling as it sounds, all roads lead to Rome. Adam, I greeted, preemptively as he entered the throne room. Odin. I need a favor, and totally unrelated to that favor. I have some questions regarding my room, Adam greeted, narrowing his eyes at me with mild suspicion. The kid was clueless sometimes, can't he connect the points and know I saw there was a possibility of him bringing Hestia, and according to that modified his room. What is it that you want with me, young man? Pretending to be ignorant was fun at times. Well, I have a friend I love very much, Adam started, making emphasis in the word love, and like me, she's being hunted by the Olympians, and the reason behind it, is because she stood up for me. I hummed, wondering what kind doors would Frigg choose for the throne room, now that Thor was about to break them. Is Hestia, isn't it? I smirked at the young god. Adam sighed, yes. I know this is your realm, and I am but a guest, but in right on time, a hammer broke down the doors of my throne room. Like always, Thor arrived, late and at the right time. Father, I come here to request you let his wife stay here. I will not take no for an answer. Thor declared, holding his hammer tight. She's not my W. Adam began, but Thor cut him off with a hug. I am truly sorry, my dear friend, if I had known you were fighting I would have showed those Greeks why they shouldn't be messing with us. Thor growled, don't worry though, I will make sure of doubling your training, so that next time, instead of running, you vanquish those fools to hell. Thanks, but about Hestia, she is not my W. Adam began, but this time I cut him off. I was having too much fun to let him spoil it. You are free to have her here, I winked, I am not so cold to break you two apart. A most wise choice, father. Thor nodded, smiling at me. 68, Chapter 64. 20. 83. UWU. Why did everyone thought Hestia was my wife? It was a ridiculous that why my bed was now king size. Fucking Odin, hate to admit the old bastard knows his way around a practical joke. I suppose he could have started a worse rumor, like me fucking Ares or something. So, they all think I am your wife. Hestia giggled, that's silly. It is. I smirked, feigning a hurt expression, but is it really that bad of a rumor? I pouted, and here I thought I was a good match. Hestia giggled, of course you are, but Zeus declared I was to be untouched, but I suppose now that Olympian rule is out of the window, he probably declared me a traitor. She sighed, besides, I think I'm a bit too old for you, she winked playfully. I rolled my eyes at her, Hestia, I'm 150 years old, every available female is either too old or too young for me. Touché, Hestia nodded, so what now? What about what? I asked. Well, what are our plans? Hestia inquired, sitting on the edge of my bed with a somber expression. Well, I think I will head to Rome later today. I hesitated, wondering, was Hestia aware of her split personality, her alter ego? That's a smart move, Hestia said, much to my surprise. Our alter egos, or aspects are more than likely going to treat you well. Wait, you know about that? I asked, wondering how she dealt with that. I do, every god does, we are aware of our alter egos, we simply don't know what they do, or how they operate, Hestia admitted. I know about my Roman aspect, but I don't have any knowledge of what she experiences. I see, I sighed, well. I mostly plan to see if the Roman pantheon has anything I can use to increase my power. Be careful, our Roman aspects are more, from what I have gathered, militaristic, so try to avoid angering them. Hestia advised with a smile, take care. Will do, I nodded, I'm sorry I don't have much to do here, we'll tell Thor to bring you a few game consoles. No need, I have plans with Frigg, Hestia smiled, but if Thor happens to drop a PlayStation or an Xbox, I won't get mad. She grinned. Very well, I snorted, will do, I waved at her, teleporting to the throne room to ask Odin something before leaving. Adam, you do know there is a door on my throne room, right? Odin asked, with a bored expression. I do, I smiled, sorry for annoying you. I chuckled. No you are not, and besides you don't bother, Odin assured me with a smile, not all the time anyway, so what can I do for you? I have a question, I sighed, rubbing my hands together in anticipation, is there a way to fix the problem the Greeks and Romans suffer from their alter egos? Odin sighed, I should really start charging you for the questions, heck my own uncle Mimir asked for something in exchange for knowledge. I gulped at that, but, I suppose I have a soft spot for you, and to be fair, your book has knowledge, not even me, or Mimir, have ever seen, so. He smirked, I will help you. Thanks, I sighed in relief. Not so fast, kid, Odin sighed, see, your problem has a solution, but is not easy, not even I have managed to do such a thing with my own aspect, or alter ego. You have an alter ego too. That was news to me. One that I'm aware, Odin nodded, Odr, the Norse god of the sun, and husband of Freya, so believe me when I say, if the solution was simple, I would have done it, eons ago, alas it's not. What do you mean? I inquired. Well, for one, you have to convince both aspects of merging, which is essentially impossible because the oldest aspect will be what remains of the two, so you would be basically asking Vesta to kill herself, Odin sighed, and that's the easiest step. Step 2 and 3 are complicated. More complicated than asking an immortal being to kill herself. What in the fucking hell could be harder than that? If they agree to merge, you would have to move to step 2, making those who believed in each aspect, believe they are one, and not two beings. Odin sighed, which is harder than it sounds. Mortals are a stubborn bunch. You mean every human? If that was the case, this shit was impossible. No, just those that are really close to the aspects themselves. Odin shook his head. Demigods and such. Well. At least the numbers are rational, I sighed in relief. Then comes step 3, which is the hardest of them all, finding a way to make the god in question immune to human perspective. Odin chuckled, that one. I have no idea how to do it, it has been eluding me for thousands of years, not that Odin would ever accept merging with me, he doesn't want to die, he loves his wife and his wife loves him, and even if he did want to merge, it would bring a political mess into my table, but still, not having the answer to this problem, is infuriating, he admitted with sigh. Well. I suppose I will try and give it a go, and if I find a solution to this, I will let you know, I smiled, wondering if fixing that was even possible. I hope you do, Odin chuckled, at times I think I am overthinking the problem and that's the reason I have yet to solve it, perhaps you will see what I failed to see. As if, I snorted, on other matters, can you tell Thor, Hestia needs some gaming consoles, a PlayStation and an Xbox preferably. Odin laughed, the mighty All-Father, reduced to a messenger, don't worry your wife will have her consoles, I mean you could have created them with magic, but whatever. Oh yeah, I sighed, I was still not used to my powers, thanks, CA. I'm on my way to give Zeus a godly migraine, I chuckled. 69, Chapter 65. 20. 83. UWU. You thought I was going to forget the double chap? Camp Jupiter was like Camp Half-Blood designated to protect and train the children of the gods, in this case, the children of the Roman gods, or rather the aspects, anyway, the difference between both camps was the Camp Jupiter was more like a military camp, I suppose thanks to the more militaristic way of thinking the Roman aspects had in contrast to their normally easily offended Greek side. Magically speaking, the camp was weaker or easier to break, their magical defenses were weak compared to Camp Half-Blood, well. I suppose it was relative, for me breaking into both camps was now a breeze, but for monsters, well, they would have an easier way to break into Camp Jupiter. Taking a deep breath, I focused some mana on the area to get more information about the camp, mostly trying to find all the ins and outs of the camp, information I did not need, but I wanted to have to fill my curiosity. I had after all teleported to the camp, and had no idea where the entrance was located. With a chuckle I felt as the mana pulse I had sent around the camp came back with the information I was looking for, showing me the camp only had one formal entrance, which was located in a service tunnel near the main Caldecott Tunnel, in San Francisco. Young God, someone whispered too close to my liking. In the name of, me? Fuck, don't do that, I jumped back startled, seeing an old lady standing behind me. Who are you? I inquired, taking a deep breath. We are the Percy, the old lady replied. We? Was this powerful old lady senile? Can gods go senile? Yes, we, two more old ladies whispered in one voice behind me. Needless to say, I acted like a man, jumping once again. I had no idea why, but these soon-to-be oil grandmas felt like something I should not take lightly. We are known to you as the Fates. Oh. I really should have read a book of Roman mythology. Oh well, we have been expecting you for decades. Is that a good thing? I asked. The more I talked with them, the more pressure I felt in the air. No wonder Zeus feared them, they are leagues above Zeus, I can feel it, the power to control destiny itself, it's quite overwhelming. It is, one of the terrifyingly powerful grandmas nodded. Until it's not, Grandma B said. I will call them the ABC grandmas. I so yes but no. I asked once again. Are you aware, the Roman pantheon has no real god of magic, powerful over 9,000? Grandma A said, not really, trivia fills the role, quite poorly, her main realm is Crossroads. And? I asked, not sure where this was going. You want power, and we are willing to help you, Grandma C answered. Why? I asked, narrowing my eyes at them in suspicion. Why would the Fates want to intervene in my favor? There had to be a catch. No reason, Grandma A answered, we simply decided on a whim to help you a bit, by guiding you into the right path. You see, you are a god, but your power is currently heavily limited. A god without a realm is no real god, Grandma C agreed. So, you are just giving me the realm of magic. Yeah, there had to be a catch somewhere. No, we are simply informing you, that as a god, you have the right to challenge others for their realms, as long as you have a claim for said realm. Grandma C smiled, as Greek new god, you have the right to challenge Romans and Greeks alike for their realms, and we thought it was best to inform you about Trivia and her situation. So, claiming it. Hey, the possibilities to that implication were endless. Have in mind, the god would have to accept the challenge, Grandma B stated. I see, thanks, I was still trying to figure out their angle. Why were they sharing information with me? Nothing in this world came free. You are a mystery, young god, we know your future, yet because of your father and his, we can't alter it, we can only see it unfold. It's vexing, Grandma A added. There it was again, just who the fuck was my father? Can you tell me who my father is? I had a feeling they were not going to give me an answer, but it was worth a shot. No, we can't, and with that, they disappeared as they came, without making a sound. I swear it just feels my dad will end being a nobody compared to the hype these gods are building up, I sighed, so challenging a god. Well, I suppose that is a way to obtain power. Hades POV. You sent Artemis to hunt her. I bellowed in anger, as Zeus simply raised one eyebrow in mild amusement, his lip curling into a smug smile. I am her king, and I am your king, Zeus stated, slamming his fist on his throne. If she can't obey a simple command, then she will learn discipline. You are no king, I spat, you will regret this, Zeus, you will regret it. Hestia was always off limits, she was the hearth of Olympus, our fucking safe haven. Will I? Zeus scoffed, I do what I do for the good of Olympus. Don't lie to me, you arrogant brat, I snarled, you know better than anyone, you only think of yourself. Do I? Zeus barked in anger, when our father ate every single one of you, it was me who rescued all of you when the walking calamity of Typhon attacked, and all of you hid in fear, it was me who fought the storm giant for years, it has always been my power, the very thing that has kept Olympus in one piece. You are never going to get it, are you? I chuckled humorlessly, as more gods entered the throne room, Artemis, Apollo, Ares, to count a few. You think you're entitled to everything just because you are the strongest, just because you defeated our father, but being the strongest is not enough. You can't just be strong, you have to be smart. You can't just be deserving, you have to be worthy, but all you have ever been is a bloody brat, you have to grow up. Leave. Zeus growled. With pleasure. 70, Chapter 66. 20. 85. Tomorrow I restart the double releases. After my talk with the overpowered grandmas, I entered the camp transforming into a cat, and by that I mean, fully transforming into a cat, no illusion. While the idea of claiming a realm was more than enticing, I wasn't entirely sure how the Roman aspects would welcome me. While I had Hestia's word they were more amiable in some ways, I decided to be careful, for all I knew they would also think I was working with Cronus, or in this case Saturn. With that little thought in mind, I decided it was best to infiltrate the camp to gather valuable information about what the gods thought of me, and only once I was sure of them not desiring to hunt me, I would openly show myself. In the meantime I would meow my way to victory. I have the strange need of pushing valuable stuff to the floor, I thought as I walked through the camp. Maybe I should have picked another animal, one with less asshole tendencies. Taking a deep breath I shook my head, and decided to focus on the task at hand, at paw. At paw. After all, I would have time to judge my animal decision for this mission. Camp Jupiter was big, and less campy, and what I meant by that was that the kids in here behaved like a trained military force, I mean. I had walked for a good 10 minutes around then and none of them had decided to pet me, granted I would probably scratch the fuck out of them, but still. I like to feel wanted, as any cat. Okay, maybe a cat wasn't the right option. Aren't you an adorable little fellow, someone said, finally picking me up, it was fucking time. Yeah. I shouldn't have definitely picked a cat. The one that had picked me up, was a girl, around 12 years old, her skin was a milky brown chocolate allowing her face to show some shades of pink of her cheeks, her hair and eyes being a bit darker going very well with her skin. My name is Reina, what's yours, little friend? Reina, was her name. What an interesting development. Meow, I purred, what? She was petting me, and she was very, very good at finding that weird spot in my back. How about I call you Mr. Soft? Reina offered and at that I hissed, I mean, Mr. Soft? How dare she? Yes, I was very soft, I had picked a Persian cat as my cover, making sure I had the fluffiest and softest petting hair, but I would not be named Mr. Soft, I deserved a better name, the Destructor, the Almighty, something like that. Okay, Reina giggled, how about Genesis? Genesis? Well, I suppose that is more acceptable, so at that, I trilled a meow and a purr at the same time, letting her know I accepted the name, for now. I see, so now Genesis. How did you get into the camp? Reina inquired, her voice going dangerously low, her petting stopping dead on its tracks. I narrowed my eyes at her, and hissed. We'll take you to my superiors, they ought to know how a cat entered the camp, Reina sighed. Interesting. As I saw it now I had two options, letting her take me to her godly superiors, and see if I could trick them, which was a very valid possibility I mean. Zeus tricked Hera to marry him as a bird, or I could scratch this bitch and run, maybe this time changing into a bird, which in retrospect was a better option. What was I thinking, transforming into a cat? as a bird I would be able to survey the camp through the skies, then again I would also lose the chance of getting pets. Oh well, scratching it is. Taking a deep breath I turned around showing her my belly, setting the deadly trap for my scratch. As expected she couldn't resist my fluffy and soft belly, it was the fluffiest after all, so with a little cat smile forming on my face, I yowled at the girl scratching her hand, which in turn made her drop me. And ran. Lesson 1: When petting a street cat, never pet the belly, it's always a trap, it's always a trap. After my little altercation with Reina, I ran into the woods and transformed into a raven, which was the intellectual choice, and the option I should have picked the first time. I don't know what I was thinking transforming into a cat. Now that I had wings, I surveyed the camp with ease, learning its layout and how the campers behaved, which was what I wanted to know. After all, if the Roman aspects were also out to get me, then their kids would know. And so far I had yet to hear any demigod say let's go and maim the sexy Adam. Why are you spying on the kids? A raven asked flying to my side, but it was clear it was no normal raven, the power coming from this feathery one, was massive. Whoever it was stronger than me, which was troubling, so for now, I would comply and answer the questions while I figure out how to escape if things got messy. Though for some reason I felt I was in no real danger, as if this god of goddess in raven form would never hurt me. Curiosity, I cawed, shaking my thoughts a bit. I see, the overpowered bird in question replied, before asking, who are you? Adam. Not sure if that helps though, I cawed, deciding it was best to land on a tree and transform back to my humanoid form. Taking my transformation as a cue, the other raven did the same, transforming back into what I assumed was her humanoid form, and yes, the raven was a she, Adam, the supposed traitor of the Greeks. Her form was oddly familiar though. My name is Vesta, Hestia's Roman aspect greeted, no wonder I felt no real threat. A pleasure to meet you, I smiled at her, extending my hand at her. You are not what I assumed, possible traitor, Vesta sighed, taking my hand and giving me a handshake. 71, Chapter 67. 20. 85. Vesta was strangely similar and very different to Hestia. Physically they looked like twins, which I suppose in a way they were. But psychologically, is where the differences started. Hestia was more openly friendly, Vesta was, I don't know, more serious. It was basically like talking to a more serious and to the point Hestia. It was weird because at times I would forget who I was talking to. Did you really betray the Greeks? Vesta asked. No, they simply chose to believe I did, and now I'm being hunted, I sighed, with the hauntingly painful thought of my sister, shooting at me, with the intent to kill. The only ones that believed in me, were Hestia, Hades, and Persephone. I see, Vesta smiled, no wonder you feel so comfortable with me. I do, but it's also weird, not gonna lie, I chuckled. I suppose it can be, Vesta admitted with a chuckle of her own, but it is what it is. So what now? I asked her. Well, now we talk to Jupiter. Vesta answered, he will let you know if you have asylum with us or not. If you do, I suppose you will have to take a realm and represent us. Just like that. What's up with people offering realms left and right? Well, I don't know how the Greeks do it, but here we don't have a god for each realm, and it's not every day a god without a realm appears out of thin air, Vesta clarified. Many of us have to fill for realms we don't even have a connection for, like poor trivia. I see, but still, isn't that a bit too trusting? I mean, what was to say I would not betray them at any given time? Well, in a way it is, but how can you truly trust someone if you don't give them a chance? Vesta smiled. Sometimes we have go burn ourselves to see if someone is trustworthy or not. That was very deep, and somewhat risky, but I suppose I understood her reasoning. I see, well. Before we go, I have a question, on the scale of 1 to 10, how likely is Jupiter to smite me? Frankly? A2, Vesta answered, her eyes shining with mild amusement, he is not as aggressive as his Greek aspect. Well, ain't that a relief, I see. Talking about aspects, a little rule we have here is, don't tell the demigods about our counterparts, Vesta said, her tone carrying more weight than before. Human opinion alters our form, and gives us a very bad headache. In your case as a god you don't really affect us, but the kids. They would give all of us a massive headache. Very well, I nodded, taking note of that if I ever needed to fight the Roman pantheon. Now follow me, I already informed Jupiter of your presence, and he wants to meet you, Vesta informed me. Lead the way, I bowed for dramatic purposes, wondering how this meeting would go. Adam, the Greek traitor, Jupiter greeted, and I wondered was the traitor part necessary? Jupiter the king of the Roman pantheon, I smiled. Vesta told me you were spying on our kids, Jupiter muttered, his eyes narrowing at me in something akin to anger, making me flinch inwardly at least. The tension was so big I could probably cut it with a butter knife. Spying is a big word. I was simply curious about the Roman pantheon, and wanted to see if they would offer me asylum. I lied. So I was told, Jupiter sighed, but before I give you an answer, as soon as he said that, a god appeared by his side, looking oddly familiar. Phoebus, check if he lies. There was a not-so-hidden threat under that if I lied I would die. I will answer your questions to the best of my ability, I smiled, feeling emotionally constipated at the fact I was facing Apollo's Roman aspect. Did you betray the Greeks? Jupiter asked. Going for the big boy questions I see. No, they betrayed me, believing an idiot over me. He says the truth, father, Phoebus stated. Do you have any ulterior motives that can hurt us? Jupiter asked, and for a moment I froze. Was trying to merge Hestia and Vesta an ulterior motive? No, I answered, ready to run if that turned out to be a lie. I wasn't sure myself, which is why I was ready to run like a bitch. He says the truth, father, Phoebus stated once again, much to my relief. Last question, would you consider taking a role in our pantheon? Jupiter asked. This was feeling remarkably like a job interview. I would, as long as I'm free to travel. I have friends around the world, I answered. Jupiter looked at Phoebus who nodded, very well, that seems like a reasonable request. You see, as Vesta has told you, we have various realms without gods, some with gods that don't have a real connection to them, like Trivia, she is the goddess of crossroads, but we had to appoint her the realm of magic, to which she has no connection. I see, I nodded. Then we have other realms that have no gods managing them. Jupiter sighed, and yes, this was definitely a job interview, so, here is my offer, we will offer you asylum, if you agree to become a Roman god. And what am I now? I asked, with mild curiosity. A pantheonless god, Jupiter answered, which is why, I want you to work with us. How in the fuck were Zeus and him the same being? They shared nothing in common, well, maybe their promiscuity, but besides that, nothing. Very well. I accept the deal, I stated, if this was going to give me power like the super grandmas said. I would be more than happy to take it. Very well, Jupiter nodded, call the Percy, we need to know what realms can he manage. Who knew becoming a god was so stupidly easy? I have to admit, I was happy to have this golden opportunity to prank new victims. All the Roman children and some gods would suffer at the hands of Adam the pranking master. 72, Chapter 68. 20. 86. I saw as the Percy or super grandmas entered the room, all looking at me, filling me with a sense of dread and uncertainty I didn't like. The pantheonless god, one of the three sisters muttered, he can fill many realms, Jupiter, the question is, will you let him? Jupiter looked at them, pressing his lips together in mild annoyance, his body language showing clear rejection to the sisters. It seemed Zeus and his Roman aspect had more than it originally showed in common, like disliking the fates. What realms can he rule? Jupiter inquired, his right hand tapping his throne in anticipation. The young god has a strong connection with the magic realm, one of the three sisters answered, but that is not the only realm he has a strong connection with. Get to the point, Jupiter demanded in a cold manner. Mischief and trickery, he has a strong connection with both, the sisters said in one voice. Creepy. No wonder nobody liked them, but I think the reason nobody liked them was because they had the power to end anyone they wanted to end, including Zeus and or Jupiter. The only ones above them were the primordials, meaning the gods, were dancing in their old hands. Well, we already have Mercury with the realm of trickery, Jupiter sighed, then, it has been decided, Adam, do you accept the realm of magic, and mischief? This seriously couldn't be the process of acquiring godhood, and I just remembered Zeus had given god realms to idiots just because they have his blood. I do. Then by the power given to me, as the king of the Roman pantheon, I welcome you Adamus, the god of magic and mischief to our pantheon, Jupiter stated, with a tone of finality, daring anyone present to defy him. Thanks, I gave the king a small bow, wondering where was the part where I would have to swear my loyalty or something to them. Why am I even thinking of that? This is an awesome deal for me, I don't have to follow them if things get bad for me. Before you come forth and claim your realms, Jupiter said, there is but one rule, one that I will not tolerate you or anyone breaking. As the god of mischief I have a feeling you will prank everybody. He had a point, and I will allow it, as long as you don't prank me. Okay, I have to ask, risking to fuck this deal. At that Phoebus snorted, why, are you guys being so trusting with me? A very good question, Jupiter nodded, the Percy saw you come, hundreds of years before you were born. With that information, we waited, and once you were born, we spied on you, and we have a very good general idea of who you are. Wait, they spied on me, so he was faking not knowing me? We know that as long as we don't hurt those who you hold dear, we will have no problems with you. If the Greeks can't see that, then they are even more stupid than I originally thought. That is scaringly accurate. I see, I nodded, not knowing how to feel about the fact they had spied on me for years. Then come, Jupiter said, extending his hand, claim the realms that belong to you. With trepidation I took his hand, and what I can only describe as a surge of energy exploded within me. It was very hard to describe. Welcome to the Roman Pantheon, young god, you are dismissed for the moment. With that Jupiter went back to his throne and Vesta and I teleported out of the room. I felt massively more powerful. My body and everything, I felt like a completely different person altogether, but in my shock I couldn't help but wonder, why did the super grandmas shared the bit about challenging a god for their realm, if in the first place I was not going to challenge anyone, were they telling me I would do that in the future, was that a part of my future? God, why can gods be a bit more to the point? So, how do you feel? Vesta inquired. Good, just wondering what the Percy tried to convey during our first encounter, I chuckled, it simply didn't make any sense. They are mysterious beings, Vesta sighed, perhaps I can help you with that, if you are willing to tell me what they told you. For a moment I weighed my options, if I told Vesta, Jupiter would know, was that something I wanted, or, would Vesta keep our conversation between us? Fuck it, they told me I could challenge gods for their realms if I had a connection to the realms I was challenging, it wasn't like this information would get me in trouble. I see, Vestia nodded, I can't see why you are confused, considering the realms were given to you without a challenge, mostly because the gods that had those two realms wanted nothing to do with them, and gave Jupiter permission to hand them when the time came, so I don't know what would they tell you that. Oh well, I shrugged, I suppose I will know in time, for the moment. I will go and prank everybody, I added with a maniacal laugh. Nothing life-threatening please, Vesta chuckled. Nah, don't worry, I usually go for humiliating pranks that tend to be mind-scarring, I grinned and teleported before she could say or do anything, after all, I had a bunch of kids to traumatize. Juno POV. Adam or rather Adamus was not what I expected, the visions the Percy shared with us, showed a kid unable to hate. Yet, inside him, I felt a shadow looming behind his amiable persona, he was such a good actor, that he had fooled himself, the Greek pantheon had hurt him more than Adam himself would care to admit. Are you sure giving him such power is wise? I asked my husband Jupiter, it would be bad if he turned against us. He is very powerful Juno, too powerful. Jupiter sighed, we need to act carefully. His hate, he controls it well, but you saw it, he hates the Greeks, with great force, what if he decided we are part of that? Part of what? I asked. It's no secret the Greeks and us are one and the same, two sides of a coin. Jupiter sighed, while it's true we are vastly different to them. We can't deny the fact we are connected to them, so imagine if his hate extended to us. I see, befriending him now by showing him some trust and that we are better that our counterparts will avoid him ever targeting us. But, still, if he was such a possible threat, why were we entertaining the idea of having him here? Killing him now would make things easier for us if he actually posed a threat, but, still, wouldn't be best to simply eliminate him before he grows too strong. Juno, the kid has no ambition, Jupiter chuckled, out of all the humans, or gods I have encountered, he is the first one that doesn't look at me, and immediately wants my throne, in fact is the opposite. Someone like that, is someone I want to have close. That's a very good reason I suppose, I sighed, wondering how much things would change now that Adamus had joined our pantheon. It seems he already started interacting with the campers. Jupiter sighed, rubbing his temples, he is pranking the entire camp. 73, Chapter 69. 20. 88. Great power comes with, PSFFFFF ha 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 ha, okay but in all seriousness great power comes with, ha 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 ha. I can't even. Anyway, after my very weird job interview with the Roman Pantheon where I acquired my godly realm, I immediately turned to Camp Jupiter, pranking every single one of the kids inside the camp. It was refreshing, seeing their faces wondering what the fuck was going on as every single one of them felt compelled to sing like it was a musical. In my defense Jupiter only said not to prank him. Something I will circumvent later. But for now I had followed his rules. For now. Can you take your curse off them? Vesta inquired, repressing a giggle. I knew she wanted to join the dark side, unlike Cronus I had cookies. Delicious chocolate chips with extra chips cookies. Oh, come on, is not that bad, I chuckled. Vesta narrowed her eyes at me, and subsequently pointed to the camp, is it? We're all in this together. Under a curse, that we are. We're all singing demigods. And he sees that. We're all in this together. And it shows, when we stand singing like idiots. Hand in hand, he made our nightmares come true. Oh. Everybody now, everyone at the camp. I hummed, I see your point, they have been singing for half an hour, I suppose that's enough mischief for a day, I think I even saw some kids crying, and even their crying was harmonic and melodic, maybe I had taken my prank a bit too far. Probably, don't really care. Will you remove the curse? Vesta inquired once again, and I nodded, the light side had won for now, but soon I would come to corrupt Vesta with brownies and cookies, and of course, evil. I mean pranks. Mew ha 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 ha. Is that something I should worry about? Vesta snorted, ha. I made her snort, your cartoony evil laugh. No, I shook my head off, realizing I had been laughing like a madman, with the flash I had, pulled out of somewhere illuminating my face. Alright, time to unprank some kids. At that I snapped my fingers, erasing the high school musical budget curse of them. Thanks, Vesta smiled. Well, it was getting old. For some reason they kept singing "We Are All in This Together" over and over again. These kids need a creativity boost. I winked at her. I think most of them will fear you after this. Be ready to not get any offerings, Vesta smirked. Oh, no. I won't get the apple juice they don't want at lunch. The pain overwhelms me. I rolled my eyes at that. Sometimes they offer me pizza. So that's nice, Vesta chuckled, showing my corruption was slowly sinking in. After talking for a bit with Vesta, I decided to go back to Valhalla to share my progress with Hestia and the rest. Hestia, as expected, was shocked to see I was now a Roman god, but was happy I was okay. As for Gunilla, I think it's pretty obvious. I flexed my title around her every time the situation called for it. Alright. I flexed the title even when it didn't make any sense in the conversation. Alright, I simply recorded myself saying Adam is a sexy god over and over again and cursed Gunilla to hear it. Finally I cursed all the Valkyries to hear it. As for Odin and Thor, well, that's where things got messy, and not necessarily in a bad way, you see. Odin had foresaw my ascension. We'll talk about not telling me shit with him later. Anyhow, Odin had used his very unfair power to see the future, to see I would come back a fully fledged super sexy god from my trip, and subsequently told Thor, who had claimed over and over again I was his best buddy, so. Like a good bro he is. He went out to celebrate, but, in the process someone stole his hammer. Yep. Mjolnir. Thor. Adam, you two must go and retrieve Mjolnir, Odin informed us with a wicked smile. You must both dress as women, infiltrating the giant kingdom. Say what now? I asked with a very fake smile. Not again, Thor groaned. The giants are once again demanding Freya, Odin sighed. They want to exchange the hammer for her, so you two will trick them. I'm sorry, Adam here. I kinda missed the part where Thor losing his hammer was my problem. That's what I wanted to say. But instead, sure fuck it, let's go. Know it. On the bride roll. Thor declared. Thor. I will delete your Netflix account if you try to push me to wear a wedding dress. I threatened. Fine. I still have the old dress anyways, and it still fits, Thor pouted. How do you know that? I asked, and never got an answer. It was probably for the best. It took us 8 hours to get ready. Apparently the giants in Asgard had this neat ability to see behind magic, meaning transforming into a woman would be useless, so here I was, dressing like a tomboy. What if I have to be a lady? I will be a lesbian. Thor, next time, leave your hammer in your room please, I sighed, wondering why was I doing this. Oh yeah, I owned Asgard more than I could possibly imagined. Having Hestia here was more than enough to push me into this. Maybe this was karma for pranking some many innocent kids. I am sorry my friend, Thor muttered, and I died, right there, the end of Adam. What can I say? Seeing him fully dressed as a bride, Thor the big 6'1.5" tall bride with a beard, and makeup, was too much for me. Ha 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 ha, maybe I would not suffer this as much as I thought I would. It's not funny, Thor cried, and that only made me laugh ever harder. How could giants fall for this? This was the worst trap ever. Ha 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 ha. 74, Chapter 70. 20. 88. The giants were idiots, the very definition of that word. There was no other way to describe their limited brain power they wielded. Why did I say this? Well, once again, they believed in the very poorly planned plan of Thor dressing as a bride. I mean, how hard it was to notice the bride had a beard, was 6 foot tall, and had well-defined muscles. Heck, even I would have been a good tell for this mission being wrong, but they immediately believed me when I said I was Freya's lesbian lady-in-waiting. But if that wasn't enough to tell, something was wrong. The retarded giants still didn't suspect of us. When Thor ate a fucking cow by himself, like a full cow head to toes, they simply shrugged it off. To be honest, I felt like dressing up was just Odin's way to troll us. I am pretty sure we would have been able to trick the giants without any makeup. Take this, lovely wife, the giant smiled, handing Thor his hammer. You can hold the hammer I stole from Thor. Ah, how can they be so stupid? You stole this from Thor? Thor the bride asked, holding the hammer tight. That's hilarious, because I am Thor. With that he broke his wedding dress, and proceeded to beat the ever-living crap of the giant king. The bride is beating the king. The giants shouted in alarm. For the love of the bride is Thor. I shouted, how could they still think Thor was a woman? Thor. One of the giants muttered, tilting his head to the side. Yes. Was this it? Would they finally understand the situation? I see. Thor is a woman. I almost fractured my skull at that with a sound barrier breaking face palm. I'm surrounded by idiots, I groaned, rubbing my temples. I always thought her beard was too well kept to be the beard of a man, a random giant added, nodding as if he finally understood something. That's it. I'm killing you all. After that, I started massacring the giants. They were too stupid to be allowed in the same universe I was in. After the battle, where we killed a few thousand giants, and recovered the hammer Thor had let the mentally disabled giants take from him, it was time to go back to Asgard. I knew we would be great brothers in battle, Thor exclaimed, grinning with delight. I was crushing skulls, while you for some reason lectured each and every single one of them why they were idiots and how they should be grateful you were ending their idiotic lives, all while constantly repeating you couldn't believe they believed I was a woman. Thor, you are the opposite of anything remotely feminine, I sighed, my eyes narrowing at him, the fact they believed. Thor, not your persona, Thor was a woman, was, too much, I mean it already was very stupid the fact they thought you were Freya, but after you broke your dress and they still thought you were a female, it was too much. I see, well, they are not known for their grey intelligence, Thor barked in laughter. Thor, you let them, not once, but twice. To take your symbol of power, I stated, with a chuckle, it makes me think you are even more mentally challenged than them, and as we've seen today, that threshold is vast. Hey I see your point, Thor sighed concurring with me, well that was the first step, accepting there was a problem. Good, now let's go. I really want to sleep this memory off, I chuckled. We could drink it off. Thor offered with a hopeful smile. That's a great idea, I need a drink, I accepted his invitation, why not? Odin POV. Being me was great, why? Well, I got to enjoy seeing others embarrass themselves, like I was doing right now, seeing Thor and Adam, on their mission to recover Thor's hammer. You are enjoying yourself a little too much, Frigg scolded, a frown slowly forming on her face. I am, I bellowed in laughter, how could I not enjoy seeing Thor as a bride and Adam lecturing the giants on how stupid they were, all while looking like a tomboy lesbian. Sometimes you are just a big child, Frigg giggled, did they finish the quest? She asked. They did, I nodded. And are you ever gonna tell them the mission was and has ever been unnecessary because you have always been able to summon the hammer to you? Regardless of where it is? Frigg inquired. Let's keep that between us, can we? I chuckled nervously. I suppose I could, Frigg smiled, if you do something for me. And that's how the blackmail I had foreseen coming from my wife had finally arrived, did I regret it? No, seeing Thor and Adam making a fool of themselves was worth every single second of this, I will do as you please, I smiled. Vesta POV. Adam was different to anyone in the Roman pantheon, he was childish, yet serious, loving yet hating, I could see the wild flames of hate swirling inside of him. And yet, with all that anger, he was able to act as if nothing was bothering him. He was a mystery, one that I couldn't help but find myself digging deeper and deeper, it was vexing to no end. Vesta, Jupiter said, entering my room. Jupiter, I bowed slightly, what can I do for you? I wanted to ask you about your opinion of Adamus, Jupiter replied. Well, there isn't much to say, he's a good kid, that much I can tell, but he has been hurt a lot, no matter how much he lies to himself about that, I stated, with a frown. I know that much, Jupiter sighed. I think we should be on the green with him as long as we don't betray him, I added. So you came to the same conclusion, Jupiter sighed. Juno is not sure of keeping him here, but I have a feeling he will be a great asset to us if handled carefully. I think I can befriend him, he seems to like me, maybe just because I am the Roman aspect of Hestia, but he seems to be fond of me, I sighed, so don't worry, leaving out the fact I was somehow fond of him too already. 75, Chapter 71. 20. 90. After the quest, I will never talk about, ever, I went back to Valhalla alongside Thor, where Odin, Frigg, and Hestia were waiting for us with a massive feast. I suppose, in the end, humiliating myself for a bit was worth it. After the feast, I decided to have a talk with Odin, about what to do now that I had even more power than before, which was harder to control, to which, he simply said, stop training so much, and take a vacation with Hestia, under the excuse that I needed to relax a bit. The weirdest thing was, he kept on saying China was great this time of the year, over and over again, almost as if he wanted me to go to China, but why though? So I hummed, Odin told me to take a vacation, and I have a feeling he wanted us to go to China, wanna come? I asked Hestia, who smiled at me. I would love to, but wouldn't it be dangerous for us? Hestia replied, a tone of uncertainty in her voice. I couldn't really blame her if Artemis and the others were still hunting us, a little vacation trip could end pretty bad. But regardless of the situation, Odin was right, we needed to relax. So far our lives had been nothing but a problem after the other. It will be fun, and besides, I'll keep an eye on everyone. I winked at her. Very well, Hestia smiled, her eyes beaming with newfound excitement. So where are we going? She asked, her smile warming my heart, showing already that the risk I was taking worth it. Well, Odin was pretty suspicious with his recommendation. I chuckled, taking a seat over her bed. He kept saying good things about China, so, call me crazy, but I think I would like to go there, at least to see what is all the fuss about, I stated, with a smirk. I haven't been there in a few hundred years, Hestia hummed, putting her index finger over her lower lip in a ponderous form. I think is a great idea, she concurred. If not, we can always teleport to another country, the perks of being a god, she smiled. We could try some food, and visit some local landmarks, I nodded. Maybe Odin was onto something. Then it's settled, let's go. I added with a smile as I jumped out of the bed and grabbed Hestia by the hips and lifted her up. Let's go to China. Yeah. Hestia giggled, throwing her hands up into the air, as held her high. Well, I already have all I need, I chuckled. I got my travel Hestia. At that she chuckled. Let's go, and with that, I teleport us out of Asgard, our destination, China. Godhood never ceases to amaze me. For some reason, I was able to speak Chinese, fluently, like the moment we arrived, I simply knew what everyone was saying. For me, I was simply speaking my native language. It was simple, Hestia explained. It was something all gods had, the power to understand any mortal. Meaning my brain was now part translator. Neat. As for the place, China was awesome, but still, I wasn't sure why would Odin want me to come here. I mean, yeah, the place was great, the locals were friendly enough with our clearly tourist asses, but besides that, it wasn't something that warranted Odin repeating I should go to China over 15 times in the span of a 5-minute conversation. I think after this, we should go to Japan. I would like to see the sakura trees. If I remember correctly, they are blooming this time of year, Hestia said, snapping me out of my long reverie, her smile wide and warm, for a brief moment making me forget we were on the run. But not today. Today Hestia was happy. Today I had taken her worries away. That sounds great, I nodded with a small hum. I could go for some ramen. I have always wanted to eat some real ramen to see if they taste better to the $1 version Walmart offers. That is trash, Hestia stated, is like 80% salt, no flavor, and bad quality noodles. Well, that's the only ramen I have eaten, I chuckled. So, not much to compare so far, for me, but if you say so, I will believe you, lady, I bowed, for dramatic purposes. You better believe it, Hestia pouted, though, I am not gonna lie, feeling kinda insulted you never asked me for some ramen. Well, to be fair, everything you cook is delicious, so I never had a real desire or craving. I shrugged. Don't worry though, I'm pretty sure your ramen will be better than anything I can get in Japan. You better believe that. Hestia chuckled. It was good seeing her. My train of thought was abruptly interrupted as I felt a massive amount of magic energy appeared close to us out of thin air. It wasn't anyone from the Greeks, or the Romans, but I knew for sure, whatever it was a god. God damn it, I muttered, noticing Hestia herself had noticed the sudden change in the area. It seems the Chinese pantheon is here to greet us, Hestia muttered, her eyes narrowing at the general direction we had felt the power coming from. Was this what Odin wanted, for us to interact with the Chinese pantheon? If so, why? What could he possibly gain, or in this case, what could I possibly gain from it? Stay behind me. If things go south, I will teleport us out of here. Very well, Hestia nodded, holding my hand tight. What a surprise, someone chuckled, the echoes of his laughter reaching us. I did not expect to find 2 Greek gods here. We are having a vacation. Is that against any rules? If so, we weren't aware. Whoever this god was, it was difficult to tell how strong he was. Unlike Zeus, whose magic power was like his personality, easy to read, or Odin, whose power was cold and unmoving and clear to read, this unknown and his power felt like staring into the jungle, with no real way to say if the jungle was safe or more dangerous than ever. Don't get all grumpy, kid, the unknown god chuckled. The name is Sun Wukong. Nice to meet ye. 76, Chapter 72. 20. 90. I stared at the god with worry, his power what leagues above mine or Hestia, and even with him sounding friendly, his presence alone was more than enough to put at the edge. It was like staring at the personification of a beast. His power felt massive, and wild, it was suffocating. Sun Wukong's anthropomorphic body was muscular and mighty. Just with a quick glance I could easily tell, the many years of intense combat and survival the Monkey King had endured, hardening him into a terrifyingly strong fighter. His entire furry physique was covered in scars, a testament to the brutal adventures he had lived through. His bright golden crown rested around his head, barely below the hairline, but what really had me on edge was the dark and suffocating aura that clung tightly to his very being. Unlike Zeus or Odin, his aura was unrestrained, untamed, wild. Like an animal, waiting to pounce at me at any given moment. A pleasure to meet you, Sun Wukong, I smiled, forcing myself to not show any type of weakness. Hey, don't get all grumpy, Sun Wukong laughed, perhaps I was looking too much into his power, instead of evaluating his personality. I came here to greet ye, and well, because I have a small request, nothing too big I assure you kiddo, the Monkey King winked at me, fidgeting his staff around. What would that be? I asked, trying but miserably hiding my uncertainty in my voice. A spar, nothing more, Sun Wukong grinned, as something akin to excitement flashed across his eyes. I want to fight you know, that your journey has just begun, so that I can see how much powerful you will be 1,000 years from now. A spar? I suppose it could be beneficial to see how strong the Monkey King really is. I accept, I nodded, but we are currently hiding from some people, and a fight will probably let them know where we are, I added. Don't sweat it brat, Sun Wukong smiled, I know just the place where nobody will feel us, like you. I used to run from the gods, well, it was more along the lines of me, kicking their asses, but I understand the feeling somewhat. Is fighting really necessary? Hestia whispered, holding my hand tight. It's all right, it's just a spar, I replied, it wasn't like something terrible. No, I will not invoke you, Murphy. Sun Wukong lead us to a shrine where we teleport to an empty forest. I felt no magic but our own. Impressive, I muttered, realizing the place was 100% artificial. Now, let's see how strong you are now. Sun Wukong loudly proclaimed, and this made me wonder, why did he want to spar with me so badly? Was it really to gauge my progress over time? Was his reason so basic? All right, I sighed, staring at him. I knew this battle was lost the moment I agreed to fight him, so with that in mind, I decided I might as well go all out to see how much I had improved. Here I go, I muttered, letting all my power break free as I dashed at him, my hands covered in green flames which were composed entirely out of Tartarus flames. If I had to give a number, I would say I threw around a few thousand punches right there in the span of a second, pushing myself to the very limit with my new powers, and yet, with almost a casual wave of his hand, the Monkey King dispelled and blocked the attacks with a single hand. His body then blurred as he began to unleash an assault on me, one I didn't even see. I knew I was outclassed, but this was a bit out of my expectations. Even with Artemis I was able to see her attacks, but his? I didn't even know from where or with what he was hitting, only that he was doing it. Sun Wukong's assault ended with what I assumed was a kick, and me flying to a nearby mountain. Fuck, I chuckled, that monkey was too strong. Taking a deep breath, I jumped out of the mountain, and stared at him, thinking, if hand-to-hand combat was a big no, then, perhaps I would have better results with long-range attacks. MFO. My casting was stopped, as Sun Wukong's body blurred out of sight and appeared in front of me. His eyes closed for a brief moment before he opened them, and I could see he was looking down at me curiously. No to be a party pooper, but, if your attacks take this long to cast, you might as well kill yourself, he stated, and while it pained me to admit it, he had a very good point. A very fair point, I chuckled, exploding the incomplete spell on his head, which apparently did nothing, as he simply stood there, unfazed by the attack. This is very unfair for me. Ruyi Jinggu Bang, Sun Wukong muttered, pulling the magical staff he was carrying off his back, and then proceeding to point it at me. Expand. I didn't even see what happened next. In the time it took me to blink, I was from what I felt thousands of miles away from Hestia and Sun Wukong, my body shaking, with possible trauma, Nimbus Cloud, in shock. My head snapped around to see Sun Wukong floating above me, as what I can only describe as a biblical storm formed above him. You want to fight Zeus, you need to resist attacks like this. With the snap of his fingers, a thunderous and blinding explosion descended upon me, and everything went black. 2 hours later, I woke up, in a crater, with Hestia beside me glaring at the Monkey King in mild anger. Hello, there, I muttered, noticing right away I was missing an arm, and a leg. Great. Don't look at your body like that kid, Sun Wukong chuckled, you are a god, regenerating limbs is easy, just wait for a bit. He winked, I have to say, you did best than I imagined, but in all honesty, you are still too fresh to fight Zeus. I knew that much. I narrowed my eyes at him. Now, if you want, I am always willing to train you, Sun Wukong offered, which made Hestia glare at him even harder. Sorry Fire Lady, I know you are mad with me, but believe me when I tell you, that was me going easy on him. He chuckled, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly, and right at that moment I knew with certainty, Sun Wukong was stronger than Zeus. Then again I was making assumptions, but I had my suspicions before about how strong he was, but now, it was clear, the Monkey King was a monster. I will take that offer, this was an opportunity I would not throw away. 77, Chapter 73. 20. 91. After my humiliating defeat at the hands of Sun Wukong, Hestia and I returned to our little vacation in China after I regenerated my limbs. with Sun Wukong promising to contact me with the win and where he would train me. This spar had shown me how far behind I was behind all the top gods. If Zeus was around his level, I would die trying to fight him, which meant I had to play my cards right, meaning training was a priority right now, at least until I was strong enough to devour creatures on the level of the gods, which in turn would boost my power drastically, perhaps the giants. Then again that would win me a powerful enemy, Gaia, an overprotective mother with power far beyond anyone I have ever met. Though Gaia was not one to fight herself, she never fought Zeus or Cronus, she was more the type of person to send others to do her bidding. He almost killed you, Hestia sighed, her eyes distant and full of emotion. I don't recall the Monkey King being this powerful, she admitted. Well, time changes everyone, even gods, I sighed. That it does, Hestia smiled. Now, how about we go to Japan, and try some sushi? She offered with a bright and contagious smile, her eyes beaming. Let's go, I nodded, grabbing her hand and teleporting to Japan. After all, we deserved this, a time to enjoy ourselves before the shitstorm coming our way destroyed our peace. Leto POV. My baby was a traitor. Artemis and Apollo had tried to hide it from me, to shield me from the pain, but eventually, the rumors of one of my kids betraying Olympus had reached me. Was I angry? No, I couldn't. I loved my kids regarding of their choices, they were a part of me, they would always be a part of me, that was what it meant to be a mother, to love one's child no matter what, and while I had yet to interact with my son, I loved him. So, I did what any mother would have done, I went to Olympus and begged Zeus to forgive him, to understand, that no matter what he did, it was an ill-advised choice, that my son was probably being manipulated by my despicable uncle, Cronus. But Zeus would hear none of that, he wanted Adam gone, no matter what I offered. Once again I was powerless to protect my babies, once again. I was useless. There is no pain, like the one a mother feels when losing her child. How could I hate something that had come from me, something that had formed and grown within me? How could I simply forget him? I couldn't, no matter how many times Artemis or Apollo told me it was for the best to simply forget him. They would never understand the love I felt, the lengths I would go for them, even if those lengths were limited by my weakness, I would die for them. Which is why I offered Hera, my life. If she convinced Zeus, I knew she had been dreaming of ending my life since the moment I had Apollo and Artemis. I knew she wanted to end my life. Unfortunately, even my life was not enough to save him. Olympus was on the hunt, and Adam was the target. Mother, you have to forget about him, Artemis repeated once again. He is far gone, he betrayed his kin, and now, he has to pay the price. Don't ask me to do that. I chuckled bitterly. I know you want to help me, but, you will never understand what I feel for him. For you, you have to be a mother to know what I feel. Only a mother could understand what it felt. Luke POV. It had taken me some time, but after 2 weeks, I finally had the chance to have Percy alone with me. It had been harder than I had anticipated, with Percy being wary of me. It had been nearly impossible to enact my plan, but perseverance is the key, which is the reason why. I was now waking with Percy to the woods, with the excuse we were looking for something to fight. Percy, what do you think about the gods? I asked him, even now. I had a bit of hope he would see the light, and join us, instead of dying. Nothing, Percy replied coldly. I hate them, I admitted with a bitter smile. I hate that they see us as disposable, that they don't care about us, but most of all, I hate how happy they are while we suffer. Which is why you betrayed Adam, Percy stated, his sword already unsheathed. I chuckled at that. You were the only one to see beyond my mask. Was him that important to you? I smirked. Tell me, how did you find out the real traitor was me? He saved my mother, twice. Percy stated, he is my friend, and I trust in my friends to the bitter end. So simply out of loyalty, I chuckled. An idiot had seen through my plan, simply because he trusted Adam. Perhaps that is your fatal flaw, blindless loyalty. You will pay for what you did, Percy hissed. Don't worry, after today, his name will be cleared. I laughed, but, unfortunately you will be dead before that happens. At that I summoned the beast I had selected to fight him. I hope you understand. I do what I do, for all of us. We deserve better. With that I walked away as Percy fought against the pit scorpion, in a battle he would never win. It was a shame, many demigods would have to die, for my vision of a better future to happen. Chiron POV. When Percy came to me, and asked me to follow him and Luke to the woods on a future date I was confused, and seeing my confusion the young demigod explained why. He suspected of Luke being the real traitor, so while I had my reservations I complied, and hid while the two kids walked deeper and deeper into the forest. Deep down, I wondered if I was wasting my time, following them. I knew Luke, I had practically raised the kid to the young warrior he was today, but there was something on how sure Percy sounded, that I couldn't help but stay. Then their conversation started. And all the doubts I had, about this little plan, disappeared, hearing how vocal Luke was about his hate for the gods. made everything clicked. Adam was innocent. Luke had played us all. Don't worry, after today, his name will be cleared. Luke laughed, but, unfortunately you will be dead before that happens. At that he summoned a massive pit scorpion, and I was forced to decide between running after Luke, or helping Percy. I hope you understand. I do what I do, for all of us. We deserve better, Luke chuckled, as he walked away. For now, Luke would escape. I had to save Percy, besides, stopping Luke was not my destiny. It was not my call, saving Percy it was. Percy, don't let the scorpion scratch you, their poison is highly effective against demigods. I shouted, galloping to his aid. 78, Chapter 74. 20. 91. News traveled fast, and so did the fact Luke had revealed he was the traitor, and I am not gonna lie or even try to hide it. I was happy, not because they would probably try to get me back, but because soon all of Olympus will regret having betrayed me. The question now was I going to follow Hestia if she decided she wanted to go back to Olympus, or would I part ways with her until I was strong enough to do something about the situation? I loved Hestia, she had been the one person that had always been there for me. I suppose the question now was, did I hate Olympus more than I loved Hestia? What do we do now? Hestia asked, breaking my depressing train of thought, with a warm smile. Soon, Zeus will try to fix his mistake, meaning he will invite us back to Olympus, she added with a deep sigh. I looked at her perplexed as if something had finally clicked, not at her statement, but at something I couldn't fully comprehend, but in reality I didn't need to understand it. The important thing was that I knew now that wherever she went I would go with her without hesitating, like I also knew, she would never abandon me. I don't know, I breathed out, rubbing the sides of my head. I think it's more of, what do you want to do? Hestia looked at me for a second before she replied, I told you before I would stand by your side. I smiled, I know, that's why I love you. I hugged her, making her giggle. So, we are going to reject his offer, right? Hestia asked between arms, her eyes looking into mine. Yes, I answered, feeling a shadow of doubt crawling down my spine. I knew how much Hestia wanted peace, and everyone to be happy. She was just like that, a fire of love, and unfortunately for her, she had sided with me, someone that unlike her wanted to burn those who hurt me. Zeus POV. Luke had revealed himself as the traitor, meaning Adam was innocent. Hestia and Hades had been right all along. Zeus, we need Hestia back, Hera stated in concern. If Cronus is coming back, we will need every god available. Even Adam if the news about his ascension are true. I know, I sighed. The fastest way to get them back should be by apologizing, Hera offered. Me, apologizing? At least to Hestia, if she comes back, her little hound dog will come back with her. Hestia is at fault for not obeying a simple command. I roared, I told her to come, and she deliberately disobeyed me. Hestia was where she was now because she had forgotten I ruled the skies. I ruled Olympus. Whatever the reason is. Right now we can't afford to be prideful in such trivial manners. Hera roared back, slamming her fist on her throne, I don't care who is right or who isn't. All I care is if we have or not enough power to stop Cronus and his army from rising again. I stood up fuming in anger, and slapped her. Don't you dare to shout at me ever again. I will do as I please, Hera hissed. I am, even if you tend to forget it, the Queen of Olympus, and I bow to no one, not even the king. Is that a challenge? I growled. Not that I don't like seeing a good show, Demeter interrupted as she entered the room, but Hera is right, we need Hestia and Adam back. Without Hestia we are weaker, and Adam is a newly ascended god, which means he could help us more than any demigod could in war. I sighed, I have sent word I have pardoned them for their crimes. How can you forgive someone for something they didn't do? Demeter inquired. The Cronus situation is out of their record, I replied, but disobeying my orders, hiding from me and avoiding my punishment, for those crimes I have graciously offered them a royal pardon. I will look for them, Demeter sighed, otherwise we won't get them back. Artemis POV. Adam was innocent, I had tried to kill my innocent brother. I had tried to end his life without any hesitation. What have I done? Sis, don't worry, you know Adam, he doesn't have in him to hate anyone, Apollo offered with a reassuring smile. If only he knew how much Adam had changed, how much his once innocent gaze had turned into the eyes of a lurking predator. Apollo. I saw him, and I know the Adam we once knew is king gone, I replied, holding my bow tight. His time in Tartarus changed him, the only person he still looks fondly at is Hestia, and we tried to hunt her down, he will never forgive us. I know we messed up, Apollo sighed, but everything with time heals, I would know. I'm the god of healing. So don't worry, if he doesn't forgive us I will kick his ass, until he does, he chuckled. I eyed him for a second, it will take a millennia before he forgets what we did, what we would have done. Well, if that's what it takes, is a good thing we are gods, right? Apollo chuckled humorlessly. Immortality also means an opportunity to hold a grudge for all eternity, I added, my lips closing into a thin line. We failed our mother, we failed our brother, and there is nothing we can do about it anymore. Trust me sis, Apollo smiled, he will forgive us. I will make sure of that. Naive, I sighed, I know he won't forget all of this as easily as you wished he would, because I wouldn't, because you wouldn't, we still haven't forgive what Hera did to our mother, and that happened a few millennia ago, our family is good at holding grudges, and he is our brother. 79, Chapter 75. 20. 92. Every god had one thing in common with one another, besides their godhood, and it was that each and every single one of them had a symbol of power. Poseidon had his trident, Hades his helmet, Hestia the hearth and its fire, something I as a god lacked. You seem distressed, Odin said, as he walked into my room, a smile forming on his face. Is everything all right? It was more than obvious he knew what I was thinking. If something, Odin was very good at reading people, and since the day I came back from my vacations in Asia, he had been keeping an eye on me. Not much, I shrugged, a smirk flashing on my face. Good try, Odin smiled, his eye closing to accentuate his knowing smile even more. Is it about the Greeks asking you two to come back? He asked. That's part of it, I nodded, rolling my eyes at him. It's more about the fact I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with my new status, and that for all the power I had gained I was still weak, or at least I felt like it. You really should stop selling yourself short, Odin chuckled in slight amusement. You are growing very strong, and in no time will catch up to us. It took Zeus 10 years to defeat his father and even more time to train his body and powers to match Typhon in combat. It's remarkably scary how good you are at reading people, I chuckled. There is a reason I'm called the All-Father, Odin winked. Now, as for your role, you have to remember we gods are not perfect, so don't be afraid to mess up everyone now and then. You have all the time in the world to figure out what path works for you best. Odin. I have a question, I sighed. Since my fight against Sun Wukong, there was something that has bothered me. Are you stronger than Zeus or Sun Wukong? I asked. Tough question, Odin hummed. Well, let's put it this way, do you know why Thor is called the strongest Norse god? He asked and I shook my head. Well, apart from the fact he is the strongest physically speaking, is because of his unbreakable will, and massive talent, Odin explained. Thor is not very disciplined, so he doesn't train much, but even then, his power rivals mine. So Thor and you are around the same level? I asked, skepticism clear in my voice. That simply didn't sound right. I had fought Thor, and while yes he was immensely powerful, his aura was not like Odin's or Sun Wukong's. Ha ha ha, Odin chuckled, I can't see why you don't believe that. You see, Thor had to learn how to keep his power inside of him. Unlike the Greeks or the Romans, we don't have a second giant form, we are what you see. He gestured to himself to make a point, but that doesn't make us any less god than you or Zeus are. He smirked, so instead of forcing ourselves into a weaker smaller form, we learn how to control our powers. And that is why you had Thor teaching me, I muttered, as I realized perhaps I had the power scale wrong in my head after all. Yes, Odin nodded with a satisfied smile. If Thor didn't actively contain his power, you would feel something similar to what you felt facing Sun Wukong. Like him, Thor has a wild animal-like aura. So Thor and Sun Wukong were around the same level. What about you? I turned to Odin once more, giving the man a long scrutinizing look. My aura is controlled, even when I let all my power roam free. Odin answered, unlike Thor or Sun Wukong's, my power doesn't come from an absurdly amount raw talent like they have. I have worked myself to the top, meaning that unlike those two I have a vastly superior control. He smirked proudly. I have sacrificed a lot to gain the power I have today, and I to have all the knowledge in the world. Heck, I almost killed myself just to see the forbidden runes of magic, offering myself as a sacrifice to see them. That sounds a bit too extreme, I chuckled nervously. Maybe it was. I mean, I pierced my own body with my spear and hanged myself from the branches of Yggdrasil, just to get a quick glimpse at the Norn's wisdom. Odin chuckled. Was it worth it? I asked, and he nodded. It did, and I would do it again. No hesitation, Odin smiled. I chuckled. I don't think I would be able to give an eye or almost kill myself for power. Who would have guessed you were so wild in your youth? My youth? Ha! Joke's on you, I'm the same crazy guy, Odin grinned fiercely. Alright, I have another question. How and where do I get my symbol of power? I asked. Well, you have various options, Odin hummed. I got mine as a gift. You did? I asked, perplexed as to who gave him such a weapon. Loki gave Gungnir to me as a gift, Odin nodded, though it was more of an apology gift. You see, in one of his over-the-line pranks he had cut the beautiful golden hair of Sif and cursed her to be bald forever. As expected, Thor and Sif got mad, so as a punishment I forced him to go to the realm of the dwarves to find something as beautiful to replace the hair he had ripped from her head. On his journey, he approaches a group of dwarves known as the Ivaldi brothers. who agreed to help him by making a headpiece of fine gold for Sif, and enchant it to grow on her head. One thing was balding bullies, but making it permanent. I have a feeling Loki is the DC version of me, aka darker. I'm all for a good prank, but cursing her to be bald for all eternity, that's rough, I sighed. It is, Odin nodded. Loki is not one to see lines, he only cares about himself. Anyway, as he waited for the golden headpiece, he decided to win some points with me and asked the best blacksmiths on the realm to make a spear for me, to which the dwarves happily agree, forging Gungnir from the sunlight of their realm. So, I can go and commission a weapon there? I asked, partially excited with the prospect of exploring an entirely different world. You could, or you could go the Sun Wukong's route, by stealing your symbol of power, like he did, Odin chuckled. 80, Chapter 76. 20. 92. After my talk with Odin, I decided it was in my best interest to go to Svartalfheim, the world of the dwarves, to commission my godly symbol of power. I wanted a weapon capable of matching Zeus' Master Bolt, one that worked with my skill set. According to Odin, Svartalfheim was like a massive forest with abnormally large trees, with all the planet being as green as physically possible. The dwarves apparently are very eco-friendly, doing their best to not mess the environment, and to that end, their living arrangements were usually symbiotic with their planet, with them living under the rocks, in caves, trees, and in underground cities. So gathering a few of my belongings, I embarked on my adventure to get a weapon worthy of my pranking godhood. Maybe a staff, that would be nice. Lead the way. Thor barked with a smile, hammer on hand. And a backpack on his back. Thor, I didn't expect to see you here, I chuckled. What you got there? I pointed to his Star Wars backpack. What I will need for our journey. Thor declared with a bright and quite contagious smile. How to tell him, I wanted to go alone, then again, if he went to Svartalfheim with me, I would be able to use his fame to get the dwarves to help me. After all, I didn't know if they would agree to make me a weapon. Fine, you can come, I chuckled. What the hell, sometimes it's best to have a travel buddy. Thor snorted, you say that as if you had another option. Touché, I admitted, when Thor wanted something, he would get it one way or another. Don't worry, I know the dwarves, crazy parties they throw, I'm sure we will get you a wand or whatever you wizards use for combat. Thor chuckled, burping between sentences. This motherfucker was already drunk, it was right in the motherfuckering morning. Oh, for those that don't get it, a burping Thor is a drunk Thor. Alright, let's go and get me a weapon, I snorted. Fuck yeah! Thor roared, tossing me a cold one. I will never understand how is that he always has cold beers with him, like at any time, Thor will have snacks and beers ready. I rolled my eyes at him, sure, why not, I added opening the beer, as we walked to Heimdall to use the Bifrost to travel to Svartalfheim. Svartalfheim was breathtaking, the beautifully and inhumanly large trees ahead of me were never ending, looking like a field day of eco-friendly skyscrapers. The place had animals I had never seen, which I suppose was normal considering it was another planet altogether. On the bottom of the trees the large veins of roots spread across the muddy ground, each root being as thick as a cow. With curiosity I stared at the trees in awe as I exploded the vast canopy with eyes. I continued to eye the woods as they extended deep into the nothingness as calming songs erupted from the nearby birds who had found their abode on the trees. With a chuckle, I walked through the forest, barefoot. It kind of felt it was the norm to do so. And frankly I didn't regret it. The wetness of the dirt crushing under my toes was simple and yet fulfilling. The best part was the air, which was humid and relaxing. It was invigorating. Are you done staring at that tree? Thor snickered. I like nature, okay? Sue me, I shot back playfully. Fine fine, Thor chuckled, as he opened another beer. Let's go and meet the brothers, they are the best of the best, he smiled, grabbing me by the arm, dragging me across the forest. Remember me to never go on a hike with you, I chuckled. Was it so bad I wanted to admire the view? I didn't get to see any of this in Tartarus. Oh, hiking, that sounds fun, Thor smirked, and I didn't know if he was being honest or messing with me, which honestly worries me a bit. Zeus POV. I was sure Hestia and Adam would come back, it was a matter of time before, my lord, someone said, interrupting my train of thought. Yes? I asked, annoyed at his presence. A letter from Adam, the messenger said, handing me the letter. Dear Zeus, by the way, the dear is not because I hold in any type of high regard, is just how letters start. Anyway, dear Zeus, I write this letter to inform you, Hestia and I reject your invitation back to Olympus. You really thought pardoning us for crimes we didn't commit was enough? Ha 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 ha, God, you are such a cockalorum. I know you don't know what that word means, so Google it, bitch. Back to the subject at hand, about this pathetic offer. Well, now that we rejected it, I have a few ideas about what you can do with it. If you want to know, just let me know and I'll be glad to help you, but let me give you a fair warning, all of those ideas require tons of lube, and your willingness to shove this offer up your ass repeatedly, with hate. Adam Aragon. Seriously, was that goat milk you drank bad or something, forgiving us for crimes we didn't commit? I mean, I knew you were stupid, but this is too much. I am gonna kill that kid. I bellowed in anger, breaking my throne in half. He dared to throw my generosity back at me, and in the process insult me. Zeus, we need them. Hera hissed, don't do something that will affect Olympus as a whole. They want war. They will get it. I pushed Hera to the side. If the kid wanted war, he would get it. He has all the right to be angry. Poseidon scoffed, it's your fault for thinking he would come back begging you. We need all of Olympus together, you know the prophecy, so for once, don't let your anger cloud you.